Day one of the Super High Roller Bowl PLO was a bloodbath for some of the best in the game. But for others, it was a chance to rake in the chips and make a push into the money. Tonight, the bubble will burst and a final table will be set. Who will survive? There's only one way to find out. Hello everyone and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl PLO from where else but the PokerGO Studio inside City Center, Aria Resort and Casino to be specific, here on the Las Vegas Strip. Ali Najad alongside two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner and Pot-Limit Omaha specialist Alex Livingston, and just 11 remaining runners here on a second day of action. This was a 100K buy-in, 7 max tables with 1 hour levels, shot clock in play, and top of day 2 was max late reg time for those that had bullets remaining. 7 players would pony up. Jason Kuhn found a bag, didn't need to do such things. Number 3 on Poker's all-time money list here at the feature table. Chino Reem also found a bag. PGT PLO Series 2 champ. 5 PGT titles to his name already on this year's calendar. And the Finn, Joni Jouhkimainen, 2-time PGT title winner, bagging a monstrous $1.8 million to start the day. Couple of levels have already gone down, however. Jouhkimainen in the red on the day, but very much sitting pretty. 111 bigs in front of him, and Artur Martirosyan of Russia presiding over the chip lead, over $2 million in front of him. Didn't have a chance to witness his procedures. He's not both in first and 7th place, despite what the pictures may indicate. And there's a look at the hardware and the beautiful cash that awaits the eventual champ in this one. 7 players will be paid. Make the FT, find the money. 150K, the min cash, $1.25 million. Up top, this courtesy of 37 entries. With all of those particulars out of the way, it's time to get level 11 going, Alex. 10, 15, and 15, 40K in orbit. The price of poker, and pretty impressive that Martirosyan has sat there with those $2 million, given he is likely the least experienced Pot-Limit Omaha player in the field.
Yeah, and he came into the day with, I think, about just under 600,000, so he's obviously had a very good first couple of levels. I'm going to be very interested to see how he plays. Extremely aggressive, tough, talented Hold'em player. How is that going to translate over into Pot-Limit Omaha as we see? Is Joao Simão in disguise? I don't think I've ever seen him.
You know, it's so funny.
With this look.
I actually was in the control room prior to the start of play, and you know, you could see the players kind of working their way to their seats, and I was like, who's that?
Yeah,
now, I know Joao, and I couldn't tell it was him.
When we first panned the coverage there, I had to look over on the side screen to get the list of players at the table. I've never seen him donning this particular look, but he looks like he's in the zone, and I know he had some success in the PLO series that led up to this event. Let's see if that continues here at the 100K. Brazilians
always a treat to watch. Tend to approach the game more toward the aggressive side of the spectrum, much like Jesse Lonis, who is squaring off with Jouhkimainen, blind versus blind. Joni has flopped nothing more than a 6 to improve upon the 5s he brought into battle. Top 2 for Lonis. He's got a stranglehold on this one with the action checked over. $30K. Into the 45, 2/3 pot. And the first one of the day will go to Jesse. And he could use a few pots.
As we see Jouhkimainen donning the Shadow Creek hat. Las Vegas' most exclusive golf course.
You know, I heard it's going to get even more exclusive out there at Shadow, as it's going to become a private club beyond simply the privacy afforded to MGM members. Right now, you know, it's invited casino guests and stuff that tend to be able to go. As you get a look now at the chip denominations, nickels and quarters. Brought to you by GPI and the Hendon Mop.
Yeah, I believe there was a time when the economy wasn't doing so well, when you could get on Shadow no problem for $500 a round. Just had to book one night at the any MGM property. They'd pick you up, bring you over there. No such luck anymore,
No.
I don't believe. It's harder to get on, it's more expensive, and as you alluded to, it might be getting even more exclusive. Plenty of other good golf options, of course, in Las Vegas.
They just tore up the golf course I live on up in
Where's that?
Bears Best in Summerlin.
Oh, yeah, I like that course. So are
Been
they rebuilding
completely
it?
ripped out.
They're rebuilding it, I assume.
Yeah, and putting some massive 9 figures into a new clubhouse and taking
Yeah.
it private because it was one of the better public courses.
Yeah, it was
in
a great
Vegas.
course. Of course, the price of golf has just gotten out of hand.
I don't know if that extends to where I do most of my golfing, which of course is the mini version of golf. I think that's been fairly static. 20 bucks get you right out there.
Fair
8-4 deuce here as Martirosyan shot it up with jacks. Lonis hung around, has flopped the wheel draw. Not a single heart across 8 cards.
This Jack 7-4 with the 7 high suit, not necessarily an automatic open in the cutoff, but Martirosyan just yielding the power of his big stack as we start to approach the bubble. 11 left, 7 pay. Those 600K stacks can feel that pressure.
Joni, by the way, nice seat draw for him to be to the left of Artur as opposed to on the right somewhere.
Yeah, very true. And look at the stack distribution, Ali. We've got 4 stacks between 5 and 600K. It's really the haves and the have-nots. Although all those players still have over 35 big blinds, so something to work with.
Yeah, 2 princes, 4 poppers. Although as I say that, you know, panic is not setting in. 30 some odd bigs in a Pot-Limit Omaha tournament is a depth these guys are all going to be very comfortable
That's great,
navigating.
thank you.
Yeah, agreed. They're just going to have to employ a bit of finesse. I expect we'll see some limping, we'll see some pot-sized opens, and we'll see some tighter folds.
55.
Usually when you do get shallow, you want to choose between limping in or raising to the full pot, trying to deny equity to your opponents.
Well, one of those 30 some odd big blind stacks has chosen to open. It is Simao. Potting it to 55. Once more jacks, this time double suited. Martirosyan finds a flat. Queens try suits. Some interactivity for Kuhn here in the small.
Yeah, this is the type of hand that starts to get a little bit marginal as we near the money bubble. Definitely perfectly fine to continue here, given he does have some connection, but you know, if he had maybe a weaker version of tri-suited queens, I could see him just pitching it. And then Chino should just complete the action here 4 ways.
10 seconds.
Ace, king, 10, 6. Do not know yet what Simao is cooking up. Now the dealer asking him to spread his cards. Scans the ace, king, queen, 5 with spades, which show up here. Martirosyan with top set. Simao with the nut flush.
And look at this, Simao playing it coy with the extra spade in his hand, queen of spades as well.
Martirosyan in a 4-way affair, content to check. 4th spade will help Simao further conceal that ace-high flush. With 3 spades in hand, 4 out there on the board, you really begin to doubt that anyone else has an inferior flush at this point.
Yeah, at the same time, I think you just want to start betting. You don't have any pair blockers, which means that the sets and 2-pair combos can all be out there. And you can't really expect anyone to do your betting for you when you only have 1 player left tacked behind you.
Action paused upon him, and now he does reach out
120.
and fire. 120. Not a forceful sizing. And if you're Martirosyan, of course, you're not going to find the fold.
Yeah, I think just pure call here. Note that he could have bet his hand on the flop. It's kind of a slightly mergy bet that can get some weak flushes to fold, can get some worse sets to continue, can deny equity to straight draws. But checking's certainly fine as well, and we're going to see a river here, and it'll be interesting to see if the river does break off, if Martirosyan ever finds a hero call with his 3 jacks. Pretty unlikely without a spade in his hand, but not out of the realm of possibility. And he's actually improved to a straight here. Not that it helps him.
9 on the end, failing to pair the board and give Artur a winner. But effectively, he's playing the guessing game as to whether or not Simao
What?
has the flush. Are you more inclined to feel as though this man is using the dry ace as a pre-flop opener that checked on the flop, or do you give credit here, especially given the all-in for 345?
Look, a quick fold here from Martirosian. I think I like the fold, again, with no spade in his hand, and you just have to ask yourself, would Joao check the flop with just the naked ace? I mean, in theory, he should be a little bit balanced with both combos, sometimes with the naked ace and with the nut flush. He needs to be betting and sometimes checking. But no spade in hand, it's just a nice fold there.
And no indulging Chino,
15, right?
who's trying his best to get Joao to crack from Belo Horizonte, Brazil. Former #1 online player, 2-time bracelet winner with 8 figures plus in career live tournament earnings.
Another thing to keep in mind there is that Joao could also be playing that way with the king high flush. Once it checks around on the flop and he only gets called in one spot on the turn, he could shove the king high flush on the river for value. So it opens up a few more value combos that he could have.
On the topic of opens, aces and hearts, Martirosian shoots it to 40. You make anything of the choice to raise to 40 as opposed to full pot?
Yeah, so this is something you're often going to see from big stacks when you have a lot of short stacks who have ICM pressure on them. Basically, the idea is that if you pot it, you do allow the short stack to repot and create a very shallow stack to pot ratio where they can just stick the rest in on a lot of flops. When you make a slightly smaller raise like this, it makes it a bit more awkward for them if they have something like a weak to medium kings or some hand like that. They may just end up calling those hands instead of 3-betting them. And you're still going to apply a lot of pressure. It's still hard for them to defend super wide out of the big blind. So
just affords them less
tactic.
Leverage.
Exactly, yeah. You're saying, I don't mind if you come along for a cheaper price. I'm going to have position on you, and you've got ICM pressure and I don't, and I'm willing to play poker with you.
Somehow defending his big blind, fresh off of the pickup, and now he's found queens up versus the nut flush draw and the aces.
Yeah, these sorts of hands always very awkward, the one that Samao has, where you have 2 pair that you feel maybe ahead right now, but once a bunch of money starts going in, you don't like your hand that much. So I expect him to just check call if he does face a bet here.
And a bet he shall face.
10 seconds.
Artur again with the 40K, sub half.
Samao's now chipped up a little bit too, so there's some separation between him and the short stacks, which means he might be feeling even more pressure, especially if that 11 number whittles down to 10 or 9 at some point when he can really smell the money bubble looming.
Yeah, 4 away from that top 7 payday. 3rd pair acquired for Samao, added paths to a boat. Really great coverage in terms of only the 9 being able to counterfeit him against the aces. But of course the heart is what's on Artur's mind more than anything else.
Yeah, and probably a better card for Samao's range than for Artur's. Artur's going to have a lot of bigger cards opening, whereas Samao's going to have more of the middle of the deck defending.
Check back from Artur in the full house now for Samao, and a card, ironically enough, that Artur doesn't mind.
Right. I mean, it's interesting to see if Samao goes for a check raise here. Is Artur going to value bet the aces? I think he probably should. And that makes check raising a decent consideration for Samao. On the other hand, a lot of draws missed, and perhaps he just wants to bet something big, polarize himself a little bit, and try to get his opponent to call with some Queen X or even worse.
It cuts a couple of ways, of course. If Artur happens to have a lot of those busted draws, checking would allow him to be induced.
Yeah, I think
Samao does fire the 120.
Yeah, it's a complicated spot, and I think Samao could go either way with this one.
Artur looking over intently. Feels like the right size to get paid, and get paid it does.
Yeah, and you really just have to call Artur's hand, in my opinion. Way too high up in range. You could even sometimes, perhaps, beat a thin value bet if Joao had something like pocket kings there. Not too likely, but I'm definitely just not going to fold aces there.
Yeah, unblocked all the 10 Jack King combos as well.
Right. You've been studying, Ali.
Keeping an eye on those busted straights. having the opportunity to sit in here, not just alongside you, Alex, but with a front row seat to some of the best 4-card operators in the world, ideas can get collected rather quickly. Well, if you want to collect 150K gold coins for 30 bucks, use the bonus code PGTPLO30 at globalpoker.com now through October 31st and get a free SC11 Eagle Cup entry and a free 30 sweeps coins. Start playing today at globalpoker.com.
10 seconds.
Note here that with Artur in the big blind, Jouhkimainen just elects to go for full pot, trying to just deny some equity to those hands that Artur might have in the big blind, and not as much fearing that 3-bet because they're so deep that it's not like the previous example.
Yeah, his stack definitely must be respected by Martirosyan, in particular as they have drawn much closer to one another after Samau snacked on Artur. He now has 7 figures plus, breaking free of that log jam down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Reem has called, has club coverage, double suited.
Yeah, Martirosyan has a huge hand here, and if I was playing a cash game, I would pot this all day, and he does just pot it here.
You surprised by the choice?
I'm not shocked, but I think that calling is at least worth some consideration, just given how deep he is with Joni.
Reem's flat, perhaps making it a little bit more attractive, able to squeeze.
No, very much so. It allows you to raise to a bigger sizing, and usually, you know, the player who flatted is going to have somewhat of a capped range, so you know you're pushing equity against those ranges. And Reem now really doesn't love this spot because he probably feels like his hand might be dominated a fair chunk of the time. But double suited, closing the action in position.
270.
He wants to see a flop.
Yep, and this is a big investment. 270 back, 10-7-5 and a couple of diamonds. Not what he had in mind.
Not what either player had in mind.
Now, once Cheen flatted and then calls that 3-bet, not that it's deterred Martirosyan, do you kind of range him toward a hand that is likely to continue on this board?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Martirosyan there, I'm probably doing what he did and just sticking it in and just praying my opponent folds because the stack to pot ratio is so low. And it's such a big result when your opponent folds, but you're not excited about it at all. And Chino is also extremely unexcited. We can see he actually has 79% equity.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1 favorite.
He has the backdoor clubs. He has the pair. From a pot odds perspective, he probably needs to call here, but he's also thinking about the ICM considerations, staying in the tournament.
540.
Unfortunately for Chino, what he doesn't have is a whole lot of chips.
And if his opponent does have aces, of course, he's in pretty bad shape. Those aces will often contain the ace of diamonds, which means sometimes a flush draw with them.
That's one of my outs. If you just have those,
Time extension.
it's not so bad. If you have that with that, I'm not in good shape.
Chino utilizing multiple time banks. This would be such an incredibly delightful revelation if he found the call and saw what he was up against, but can't fault him for struggling.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, but the fucking price.
Time extension.
Will the math keep him intact?
From a pot odds perspective, only needs 25% equity to break even on this call.
Tough not to have that much equity in Pot-Limit Omaha. But he bins
How many
it.
do I owe? What'd you have, Arthur?
And if I'm Artur,
Huh?
Oh, yes, that's what you have?
Yeah.
dust.
I'm almost tempted to show it.
We'll see on the stream for.
You're gonna make me wait for the stream? Okay. Nice hand.
I admire Chino's unrelenting and dogged commitment to trying to get people to talk about their hands.
Yeah, he certainly, he loves that play.
Quick glimpse at the other table where we find Sam Soverel, Bryce
I didn't
Yockey,
have shit.
John Reardon,
I didn't have any clubs.
Dylan Weisman, and the Blez, who we saw moments ago. Yockey
No,
presiding
quad
over the
king.
lead at this
Yeah,
table. Soverel, the only other 7-figure
I
stack,
should
with
have
Reardon
it pre.
not far behind.
If I wasn't laying with such a pussy, I would want a huge pot.
Weisman with king, queen, 5-5 double suited, diamonds and hearts.
10 seconds.
That one's
Not
on
visible.
stream? We'll see.
He asked me to spread the cards. It's going to start
Oh
at
yeah,
5.
duh.
Hearts are no good against Yockey.
Did you have anything?
Yeah, that's something.
But like, were you just fucking around with a 9 blocker?
No.
Oh. Then it might be interesting. If you had nothing, it's like, yeah, you're dead.
If it was nothing, I wouldn't burn 2 time banks.
There's no way Bryce did it.
I'll definitely burn 2 diamonds with nothing.
Oh, okay, fair.
Give me ace-9 there, dude, and I might make it 570.
I was considering raising again.
Reardon checks it.
I
And
wouldn't
the
have
three amigos look up at 3-3
He needed to
deuce.
call.
I consider that too.
That might have done it.
Weisman's fives. Actually
Interesting we're
best.
being
And then if I
called
just
to this
drilled
table,
like
Ali, because
10.
it doesn't seem like anyone has much of anything yet. Perhaps
you
we see
probably
some
stack me.
fireworks.
Well, don't put a read on it. You know, I mean, it's not as though in real time the producers know what's coming. It's not
Fair enough.
it's not a post-produced show, so
This is true.
can't make those assumptions. Round of knuckles. Jack not connecting with any of the opposition. Weisman again, king, queen, 5-5. Hearts and diamonds, still best.
Ten seconds.
Dylan with those light blocking glasses, Ali, have you explored those at all?
Nah, not me.
Not
I've
your
seen a
style?
number of people, especially under the studio lights, turn to them, suggesting that they help ward off headaches and, you know, fatigue.
The great Phil Ivey is a fan.
Yeah, he's turned to him as Reardon Rivers, a winner. Feels like Dylan would be happy to get to showdown.
Feels like a round of checks is in order. Also feels like it's taken a very long time for these players to play this check down pot, Ali. Of course, the stakes are high. Deliberation is in order.
Yeah, the stakes a lot higher than the drama
Yeah.
in this particular exchange.
Okay, Dylan getting creative here.
Yeah,
This bluff perhaps just designed to fold out something like the hand Reardon has,
You go for the great hand, but like, you're dead against the
half pot.
representing, you know, a pair of queens, something like that, ace jack perhaps. Trying to get anything worse than a good jack to fold.
On such a dry turn, would that hand not have been heard from in position?
I think you'd see some mixing with queens and kings and ace jack on the turn, but those hands would often bet the turn as well. Reardon is curious.
Yeah, sniffs it out.
2 pair announced.
5s and 3s.
You see John kind of nodding his head as if to say, yeah, you got me, and then
No, he said 2 pairs. I'm trying to figure out if it's an overcard. I see a bunch of paint.
He did roll over a king and a queen like immediately.
It looked like he kings.
Yeah, no, I didn't think he startled me.
I'm just heading slow.
Who bet?
Bit of a peculiar bet, I'd say, from Dylan. Certainly a little bit non-standard, but I guess the idea is if you do check those queens and kings, sometimes on the turn, you balance it.
Well, Dylan, very much one who plays with intention. Mental game and Pot-Limit Omaha coach at Upswing Poker. Fairly long time professional. 4th out of 5 runners at this table, just north of the Blaze. Let's get a look at the chip counts on our secondary table. That look brought to you by Global Poker, and there is the chip leader, Bryce Yockey,
Fold.
at this table, of course.
Wait, did you guys get more time extensions today if you were in?
Yeah.
You
But you
did.
reg today, right?
No, if you did you get more today?
Yeah, I got 9 more.
9.
Well, 9 yesterday, 9 today.
I only started with 8. I think I was supposed to start with 9.
You
About
sure
it
you
today.
started with 8?
I used only 1. How much was I supposed to have?
9.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I use 1, but I don't care. I never use them.
Pot.
Big hand here for
I used
Reardon,
one asking
double
someone
suited
what their
kings.
stack was, and they just sat stared at me for 20 seconds and then told me.
The pre-flop needs to be 20 seconds. The 30s.
It is.
10
Not quite so
Pre-flop
big
is
for
20
Weisman,
Oh, it
of
is
course.
20. Oh, I didn't know.
I'm in.
I think the pre and the flop is fine, but it should be longer on the river.
No,
Why not?
not with 9 timing.
Yeah, not when you get so many extensions.
You get so many.
Yeah.
Okay. I just make
I
it,
agree
I
with
would make
that.
it 40 seconds instead. That's all. I just give him 10 extra seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that, but just less extension. Current system seems pretty good, though.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't know. I still didn't know it was 20 seconds until now.
It is remarkable how much of a reputation Jared has for seeming to be aloof, but
Yeah.
he is very sharp out there, especially when it comes to his PLO aptitude.
He is one of a kind in the poker community, that's for sure.
You can easily get lulled into
10 seconds.
the grossly incorrect notion that he doesn't see it
Where I
all
want to be
when he's in the saddle.
in position on the best player in the tournament.
Weisman pondering. Comes with the limp. Les finds kings.
Raise it.
Double suited. Up we go.
Yeah, the
230 more.
same ones that Reardon had.
In position on the best player in the tournament.
Bless.
Not sure if Blaze is
Instead of saying pot,
Yeah.
announces raise and then casually says, let's do 30 more. As if. Queen 8-8, couple of
Yeah,
hearts.
mastered it.
Over pair.
Looking nice for everybody watching while just being the total cocksucker.
don't
Is it Queen
believe
8
it's
deuce?
Queen
Did that
8
deuce
deuce.
become
That-
an 8? I think it's Queen 8 deuce.
Is it? Okay. I didn't clock it.
He's the best.
Very different situation. No top pair and the inside straight draw for Weisman. It comes
Oh.
in and does so in heart form. So now the gut shot straight flush draw. Two-way straight draw with that 10-7 working, and the king eye hearts, of course.
And you know, if Weisman bets here, I think the standard play would just be to call Blesnik's hand, but we have seen him at times go for the semi-bluff with these sorts of hands, so let's see what he goes with here. If you think your opponent's betting a lot of two-pair combos here for protection, you have a reasonable hand candidate to go ahead and raise, but the standard play is definitely just a call in position here. He does go for that raise, Ali. The issue here is that if Weisman comes back over the top, Blesnik either has to call and commit a lot of his chips with just this draw, or he's going to fold quite a bit of equity. Neither option's super appealing, which is why calling tends to be the default.
Yeah, are you surprised by Blesnik's
Because
choice?
it's him, I'm not. He does tend to go for a lot more of these plays when he feels like he can get somebody off a hand. But look, Weisman just calling. So
Why a flat call as opposed to potting it here? Because maybe you're up against 10-jack with a redraw?
yeah, that's one reason. And then the other reason is maybe you're up against a bluff, someone with just 2 jacks or 2 tens,
I guess.
and perhaps you can induce a river bluff.
Well, to walk away from that hand when we did would be for good reason, and on this occasion, it is an all-in for Jason Kuhn. He's up against Joao Samao, currently with top 2 pair. He's got the best hand, but you can see a world of outs with both flush draws, and in comes the diamonds, and out goes Jason.
Fun.
Yeah, that's one the Hold'em players would be surprised at. You know, top 2 pair against 1 pair, and the 2 pair is a pretty big dog on the turn there.
Samao had 23 outs.
So Mr. Incognito picks up a nice one, and we say goodbye to crusher Jason Kuhn.
Back now to this one where the 6 rolled off on the end and has given Blesnik the 10 high straight. He bets 275. 10 jack is still the nuts.
Yeah, so he's just value betting now. He figures Dylan has a set a good chunk of the time, and Dylan is just posturing. He's going to be moving all in, and Blesnik's going to be in a world of hurt.
260.
Credit to him, by the way, for extending the rope despite such a safe card. Rolling off on the river, willing to potentially miss out on value, instead able to check jam and ask Blez for the rest.
One time extend.
And Jared's in the blender with the second nuts. Pot laying him an extraordinary price, but he knows what the declaration is from Weisman, and if it's authentic, it spells the end for Blesnik should he call.
And it's so hard for Dylan to be bluffing here, just because Jared can have Jack 10 so often himself, given the line he took, right? And Dylan would have to call the turn with something and then turn that something into a bluff when that something can often beat Jared's bluffs. So it's really tough for Jared to make this call, even though he has the second nuts.
How much more is it?
$240.
240 more.
You have me.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Blesnik trying to piece it all together. This 10-7 is a lemming at the cliff's edge.
Incredible.
Will it take the plunge?
It's tough psychologically as Jared. You were bluffing the turn, and then you feel like you got there against a good chunk of Dylan's range, and now you feel like you're in a hopeless spot.
And fighting on with 245K is not exactly doing so deep.
Really a lot. Well, here.
No, I mean like that.
Okay. Okay. Just checking.
10 seconds.
Right.
Like, you mean like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, if you make a wager like
Wow.
that, you got to get credit.
Blez
for all
finds the fold and does so correctly with the second nuts as
I
Weisman
honestly think it's more
really
likely the
took
way
an
it's
optimal
saying.
approach against him, but was unable
those. I mean, that's
to polish
not
off
my
the
joke,
entirety
but-
of Jared's stack.
Yeah, good discipline fold there from Jared. It looked like
I was thinking
perhaps Sovril and Yockey had a
maybe
side bet
Floro.
on
It'd be hilarious.
what Jared had
float
there.
on the chop.
I didn't think you would do it for 4-time extensions though.
Oh, I definitely do.
Oh, okay.
The longer he tanked, the more I was like, chop this shit up, dude. It's TV time.
That's a massive.
Weisman, the UC Santa Barbara graduate from LA, 6-time PGT title winner. Talked about his coaching
That was a bluff. I mean,
experience. And
Could be a bluff.
I think
Alex,
he
you
crapped it.
have some experience coaching yourself. It really does help
that was insane.
keep you sharp, doesn't it? To go through the process of
You wanna bet
explaining
bluff?
the game, being able to justify,
five
substantiate,
to
kind of
one?
remind yourself why we do the things that we do.
Yeah, I've definitely gotten a lot sharper
You're not
just
allowed to
from
bet.
I'm not
going
saying
through my
there's not a lot of combos
students'
to
hands
bluff
and
5-1.
looking stuff up and, you know, guiding them through it. And just
trying to
sometimes
make money here,
talking
not
things
do
out
fair
loud
odds.
just refreshes concepts.
I don't know why you showed up.
that was
I learned in my career not to bet against people like
I,
you.
I would
against
literally,
anything.
yeah,
literally anything.
I feel the exact same way. It's like if Benba or Sam offers me a bet, I'm just gonna say fucking no.
You guys feel bad?
You'd have made so much money booking me in the last 2 months.
Yeah, well, how about,
dodge
how, about the
UFC
other,
and-
how about the other 15 years?
Yeah.
You would have got it all back.
Yockey potting it. Queens double suited. Reardon.
what a fucking.
Same story with 9s. Blesnik. Still reflecting upon the damages sustained against Weisman a moment ago.
Wow.
Sovrel climbing aboard.
Pull Jared.
Clear the holding.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Give like 1.6.
You wanna tell me what you had?
1.6, yeah.
I had that.
You did?
Weisman letting Blez off the hook, by the way. Telling him he had the nuts.
Dumbass.
On this King 10-9 board,
Dumb man.
Yockey could decide to rep the nuts should he want.
Made-
Couple
made
of
a huge fold.
backdoor flush draws,
Second
Broadway draw, bottom set
Give
for
second nuts.
Reardon. Not sure what Sovrel's cooked up.
Yeah,
Maybe
very
fold
reasonable
a
spot
shot.
for Bryce to start with a bet here.
Such a ridiculous hand.
You need to have some bluffs when you have those queens and jacks blockers in your hand, and with the 2 backdoor flush draws and the ace for the nut gut
He
shot.
raised the ace 6,
A lot of
7, 8,
turns
3
you
on
can
and
consider
just rolled
barreling
that
on.
6.
You might have.
A very insane hand.
Bottom set no redraw is always a bit uncomfortable as Reardon. I expect him to come with a call here, but you never love these bottom set spots when you have no additional equity.
Yeah, especially on these King 10 boards with
made
that bottom
biggest
set.
fold of
You
my-
get a lot of that Broadway
fold of my
combination
career
stuff
right there.
lurking when the King or 10 rolls off. You're still not certain 9's full as good.
Yeah, you're just praying for a 9, really. But of course, the price there, 60K. Not going to just fold a set right away. He does have backdoor hearts, though. Those would be a disaster.
I'm proud of myself for that one.
Only we know this. What we still don't know is what Sam has, but something that's kept him interested,
10 seconds.
whatever it may be.
Yeah, and he's not really one to Hollywood. I think he would have just snap folded if he completely whiffed the board.
Another 180 into the middle. Second club rolling off.
So this is a very tempting card for Yockey to continue telling the story on now that he's picked up a club draw. Of course, it gives him extra equity, and it also means his opponents
lose
have
over
that
there?
extra equity themselves less often. But Sovrel leading out.
Who busted him?
How often do the nuts take this line?
Interestingly enough, I think it is going to be Queen Jack a fair bit, just because it's a little harder to come up with the natural bluffs that do this.
So 175 as Sovrel
Ciao.
check called to close the action on the flop,
Good.
and now suddenly is heard from, and you can see Yockey a bit thrown by this.
It's definitely a bit of an unconventional lead for Sovrel, no matter what he has. After closing the action with a call in the big blind, and you see Yockey just makes a disciplined fold there. Doesn't get too crazy. He's got a player behind him who could have his clubs dominated some of the time. Reardon is definitely a little confused as well, I believe.
What's the bet?
175.
John always wears this brand of hoodie. I can't
Yeah.
remember what it's called. Do you know, Ollie?
Aviator Nation, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
think that's right. He's got about 8 of them in different colors.
Well, only one color, all green. Deposited here. Total of 175, 350 more into the middle. Big card incoming, and running 5s is just what the doctor ordered for Reardon.
Yeah, one of the nice things going for Reardon on the turn was that it's somewhat unlikely Sovrel has a bigger set. I don't expect those hands just to lead out. I expect him to mostly have straights or some sort of hand with blockers in it. So he can feel pretty confident calling the turn, knowing that if the board pairs, he's going to be good the vast majority of the time. And I think you just go for it all here as Reardon. Try to make it look like you could be trying to get your opponent off a chop or turning some sort of two-pair hand. All the two-pair combos, King 10, King 9, would be reasonable bluff candidates.
If I tasked you with putting a read on what Sovrel's got here, based on cards seen and line taken, do you have any sense?
It's either some type of completely naked queen jack that just didn't want to put all the money in on the flop, or it could be some sort of bluff on the turn with a jack blocker that maybe picked up clubs.
Yeah, with the snap fold, certainly that's more in range, as Reardon didn't even need to deposit the bet declared.
Yeah, the speed with which Sovrel folded the river makes me think it was some
Maybe
sort of
on this one?
They couldn't
ace
believe
jack
that.
10-8 or something.
Okay.
Like, there's no way. That.
I just peel flop and lead turn.
Sovrel kind of making fun of himself for the line he just took.
Yeah. He's a tremendously entertaining player to have alongside you. Has some sharp needles, real dry wit.
A bit of self-deprecation at times.
Yeah, yeah. All the ingredients. Meanwhile, in the crock pot back at the feature, we find 3 players, 2 of whom have flush draws. Samau's is nutted.
Yeah, limped pot here. Martirosian has the worst of it, but he is the aggressor.
Betting 30, getting called by Lonis, who's got the 2-way straight draw and that 10-high flush draw. And Samau, with that flat behind the better, decides to shoot it up.
This is nice from Samau. He can get some ace-X to fold. He probably thinks that a lot of the aces hands that Martirosian would have raised pre-flop. He's got equity against everything, of course, with the nut flush draw, and it's a little more appealing when you have a flatter in there as well, who you can deny equity to with straight draws or whatever they might have.
So he clears Artur.
And Lonis, if he feels like Samau has a made hand, must feel like he has a decent amount of equity with his 10-high flush draw and his double gutter.
Ooh, and this is a troublesome turn for Jesse, as now he is drawing dead.
Yeah, I think this is most likely just the end of Jesse Lonis, and indeed, he just shoves himself.
Quickly double checking to see he's got the nuts, and the river will be of no consequence. It is a wrap.
Game, Jesse.
Jesse Lonis and all of the excitement that he brings to any given event are vanquished just like that. So a full day and change worth of grueling poker and nothing to show for it, as that man is out in 10th. And Samau is absolutely crushing the day.
Yeah. Yeah, he came in as one of those late regs, did he not? And now up over 2 million in
I
chips.
just bought in.
A destructive
just bought in.
force that somehow, some way, has worked itself up alongside Martirosian. Well, Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone from casual players to elite pros like Stevie Chidwick. Fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
I just can't get over
Jason,
this look of Joao Samau, Ollie. It's, what is he reminding me of? Like a
To our sniper.
Serbian basketball league professional head coach.
Brazilian snipers.
That's very specific, by the way, Alex. I don't know if that image is one everybody has on tap.
It is very specific. It's just coming to me somehow.
Serbian League basketball head coach.
Serbian League basketball head coach. I know he's Brazilian, not Serbian, but something about the look.
Well, the look in this one is limp. brought on by Samau.
Chino has the type of hand, if I was tilted
wanna make a
late
spin?
night in a cash game, I'd be
I thought
jacking
was
it
small
up.
blind for a second.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was small blind.
And making the night worse in all likelihood.
In all likelihood, yes.
Meanwhile, Jack 6, couple of clubs. Chino finds the flush draw. As we can see, it's no good. Samau, nut clubs. Nothing else to speak of. Nobody holds the jack. Jouhkimainen's 9s, technically in front, but trailing by 6% versus Samau. 3 knuckles in front of him. He'll check it back and take a peek at the turn, which brings backdoor spades. Reem now open-ended with both flush draws, still unwilling to fire.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of hand for Reem, but of course, all those properties can be dominated.
Martirosyan with a wrap. Jouhkimainen open-ended with the inferior spade draw.
Everyone's got a little bit of something, but it strikes me on this paired board that nobody's really going to want to bet. The jack is really a dominating feature of this board. So if you imagine that, you know, the jack of clubs was the deuce of clubs instead, we could see a lot more fireworks.
Well, nevertheless, a little kindling from Martirosyan.
Interested to see how Chino is going to react to this. I expect Joni with 2 players behind him is just going to fold with this week of a draw, but no. He's suspicious, and now what is Chino going to do? His hand is very weird. If the board wasn't paired, it would feel like a lot of hand. On the paired board, where everything can be dominated, it's a bit uncomfortable. You can sort of see it in the face of Chino Reem. If you call here, what do you really want to hit? I think the offsuit 4 might look like the friendliest card. The ace of spades looks all right. But you're really worried about both your flush draws being dominated, and he does make a disciplined fold.
Wow.
And sort of that reverse implied odds feeling here for Samau as well. Did one of these guys slow play the flop? Perhaps turn a full house even?
You know, one of the expensive lessons that you learn early on in your Pot-Limit Omaha career specifically pertains to chasing flushes on paired boards.
Absolutely, especially in multi-way pots.
And so he too will lay down heaps of equity, and that leaves Jouhkimainen sitting so pretty here, and he finds himself the jack high straight on the end.
And it's, you know, both players have the 10-9, so be interesting to see if either player goes for value here, and if so, what size they choose. I think if either player bets, the other will just call.
And this one of those spots where you're not looking to ever induce?
I just don't think that either hand is going to feel comfortable raising versus a bet.
Well, if Artur were to check, I'm saying, do you ever do
I
that
see.
with the intention of soliciting a barrel from Jouhkimainen without sharing the nuts?
Yeah, certainly. So I
Not
think
straight, rather.
if Artur had checked, there's some possibility that Joni would have checked back without a pair blocker. I think he still would have gone for value, though. But this is sort of the most likely result, which is just that Artur bets and Joni calls.
Straightforward exchange there. By the way, all those flush draws missed, so Chino and Zhao very much feeling okay about their decision.
Wow, dude. I would have missed, but I'm fucking folding. Wow! You guys would have beat me anyways.
Got a nut flush draw?
No, I had double flush draw, king high, queen high. And 5-7, open-ended too. But king high. King, queen high. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Oh. Penalty? That's a good place.
I'm trying to show that I'm the fucking shortest stack out of 9 left.
You know, most of the time
18
someone whips out their
blinds.
phone, takes a photo of the stack, it's glorious.
Arthur,
But
Joni,
Chino,
9 left.
on the flip side,
Away from the
documenting what has been very much a tough outing.
Is that
6
me?
doogie there
it's
for
on me.
Artur.
There you go with the mixed goggles again, Alex.
I can't stop myself.
Now, after we wrapped up yesterday, You were threatening to go over and maybe give him hell in the
Final table is
Aria
800
poker
or
room in the
7?
Pot-Limit Omaha streets. Did you end up?
I played for
Seven?
15 minutes, and then I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm tired.
The
was
old hit and run.
It was a boring. No, I lost very, very small. It was a boring game anyway.
Took your free hands and got out of there, did you?
Played a couple small pots.
It will be better.
Just wanted to feel the
800
cards
because
and the
7
chips,
in
you
the
know?
Sure. Remind yourself you're alive.
Yeah.
A little bit more fair.
Well, Samau, very much alive as he has
Can we
spun
discuss
all
this
the way
or-
up from being one of the 500 and some odd thousand chip stacks at this table
Do we have 800 or 700?
to over 2 million.
It can be better to do 800 because 7 in the money. It will be fair to play on the one table.
No, we do 7. Yeah, the 7.
Okay.
Inquiry pertaining to whether or not the table will consolidate at 8 players remaining. Paul Campbell advising no. 7-handed final table, 7 in the money. We will play 2 tables until that point. Meanwhile, Samau playing top 2 and choosing to raise up Jouhkimainen's effort.
Yeah, I think a reasonable suggestion from Martirosyan to combine at 8 when the bubble is exactly
Sure.
7, but I think also that they do a great job running things here and they have their fixed way of doing it, and this is just consistent with the policies, and of course the staff here, pretty much the best place to play poker in the world, Ali. Have you played any studio events yourself?
Studio events, no, but some cash over at Aria. Different kind of, you know, crew over there
Yeah,
for the
some
most
overlap.
part. But
The dealers.
I mean, listen, there's no shortage of varied opinions as you see Samau taking yet another pot here when it comes to even the high stakes community. Not everybody is on the same page. And, you know, a lot of people can maybe voice opinions that are self-interested and fluid. You know,
Yeah.
if they're on the other side of something, they might feel differently. But it is oftentimes an inadequately acknowledged and seemingly thankless endeavor, but very much, I think, the guys who do play here and do so with regularity very much are happy with Paul Campbell and his staff, who've been steadfast over the years in their tournament administration and receptive. You know,
Yeah.
things have evolved over those years.
That's the thing. The staff here are very receptive to new ideas, and a lot of concepts that you see being explored at other venues originated here in the PokerGo Studio.
I want to know how short I am. How short are you? How many chips do you have? 280.
Samau
Stop hiding your cards.
limping against Artur as the 2 big stacks left alone here to intertwine on a 2-spade 2-ace flop. Samau with a flush draw
Solid.
decides to lead out, and
Who's
that'll
the
do it.
shortest? 200.
Show.
I was going to show you 2 spade cards, but what's the point?
I don't think we've heard his voice on the day.
Yeah, he's been thinking up pick and rolls and what kind
Drawing
of
up
defense to
sideline
play
plays.
against Belgrade.
Does it matter? Huh?
The
Why?
one thing I'm getting in terms of his affect is that he is dialed.
They can't see
Alex,
over
and
here.
I'm not, you know,
I agree
letting
with
the
that.
fact that he spun it all the
can
way
turn it
up,
off
but
when the
he
player
is
gets busted.
very strictly business
And
right
he looks
now.
good. I like this look.
Sure.
I might not recognize him
So
next
they
time I
can't
see
leave my
him,
cards over
but
here, only
Listen,
here, you're
that
saying.
probably favors him. If you know
Yeah.
Joao Samau and you know that's who you're up
So, yeah.
against, you might have different ideas about
very
how to
true.
compete.
Time extension.
King 8-7-3 single. And Joao now applying some pressure. Martirosyan promptly into the bin. Defendable 10-6-5-4 for Joni.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he is out of position against a big stack, but he still has plenty of chips to work with.
2 away from the money.
Yeah, he does just take the conservative option.
Things
versus
get a
full
little more
pot.
snug.
Yeah, it's reasonable. It's a defense for chips, but you know, when you start thinking about the ICM implications as you're 2 off the money and covered, reasonable to play a little bit closer, a little bit tighter in those spots out of the big blind.
And note that the holding Joao opened with on the button, not that far north of Martirosyan, who was still left to act behind him. Broader maybe than he would have otherwise, but perhaps very much tethered to awareness with respect to that ICM, and he can
Exactly.
get these guys looking over at Chino's 265 and 9 players remaining, 7 paid, and thinking, I'll wait.
Yeah, I think that open would have been pretty standard against 2 much shorter stacks. I'm a bit surprised just given the stacks he had in the blinds, but it got through, and nice play. Now he comes in with a limp here with the 10-10-8-8, which is also interesting because against all big stacks, this is actually the type of hand you'd rather open and reduce the SPR, but with Chino there in the big blind, I think he wants to make sure he realizes equity. And look, Chino has a very potable hand here. Joni has also limped quite a strong hand. The ace-king 5-3 double, all 3 very playable hands.
10 seconds.
You're 190 behind.
Yeah.
Reem has been looking for a spot like this. Takes it to 60, doesn't shed anyone. And somehow tried to limp, as did Jouhkimainen. Ace 10-9 with a couple of hearts. Chino has aces up, an open ender, and the flush draw. Set of 10s for Simao.
Yeah, action
Looking at
flop here
190.
for those two. I expect Reem just to pot it. Simao could either call or raise, and then Joni should most likely fold no matter what Simao does, whether it's a call or a raise.
So Chino's remains ripped in. Zhao will, of course, go nowhere.
Yeah, very tempting just to raise this as Simao. You know that Joni wouldn't have played aces this way, so you have the best hand right now, and there's a lot you can deny equity to. Like, then again, in position, you could just call and be willing to keep some of Yoni's weaker hands in, but I think I slightly prefer raise.
Yeah, he does as well. Sopping wet board texture.
Fold.
So Yoni's decision with nothing more than ace-king made simple. And Reem's life made a little difficult.
Though he is the favorite against the set here, Ali, as we can see.
Yeah, an ace or a 9 that fills up, or I should say the ace.
The ace, the
That-
6, the
that-
heart, the jack.
Yeah, that fills up the 10s would be Reem's card. The 9 would be Simao's. But you see, still, jacks, 6s to make the straight. Hearts, it'll all work. 6% edge with 2 to come for Chino. 7. Lowers him to 25%.
Yeah, it doesn't change much. Now the chop on the 6 or the jack.
6 of diamonds, I think.
Yeah, not clean winners anymore. Those straight cards as Foxen's on hand for a peek. No longer in this event, and we can now say that about Chino Reem as well. Showered
Go ahead, yeah.
by Simao, who has been the one-man wrecking crew here at the featured table, and brings us
I think
to the
if
stone
you
bubble.
fold, I think I have to fold.
Sorry.
Boy, this is
Not happy call, but
Not happy, but
Avion levels of pure.
open for ace.
The
king
run
for
good
seven.
for Joao on the
Yeah,
day.
what a start for Joao Simao. And Ali, we're very quickly at the stone bubble. I'm a little surprised it went this fast, but
I am as well. But you know, when you front load it in terms of the expedience, now you end up, generally speaking,
Yeah.
with some really big stacks out there, and it can slow down and grind from this point forward.
it's Jared Blesnick who's the tournament short stack, followed by Sam Soverel, and then there's a bit of separation to the rest of the field.
Now,
Looks like it will be
they're going to rebalance. The racks being delivered to both Dylan and John Reardon.
Yeah, I think they're only moving 1 though, so or
right,
is it
well,
a full
hang on.
redraw?
We're going to figure it out. Paul Campbell
You want to just give me 400?
going to need a little bit of time. Some racing
Bryce.
off
Give me
The
400.
hand
is
with
part of it, but
9-6.
absolutely they're going to need to move a
King,
player
5-6-7
Trying to help them out.
with close 7.
as we're 5 playing 3.
nines and sixes.
So
My hand.
A jack, jack. nine.
TBD who's going to get high carded
Okay.
to move over to the feature and fill the void left behind
I had
by
Top and
Chino.
bottom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was smoked then.
queen, queen, jack 4 with
Jack
double
flush.
suited. But no, I had queen high flush draw.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's a brutal spot to be in the middle there.
With you behind,
Yeah.
did you smash
John,
the
I'll
board?
give you.
Queen, queen, jack.
Want to make an
4.
offer or no? 45,000 for 10%.
I'll take that if you want.
No.
All right.
Yeah, that's a. Your Sam is worth way more than that.
How much do you have now?
He's like 2.
1.95.
Yeah.
So we're going to need a moment to handle some administrative duties.
Blasted into me.
I mean, the biggest
We'll be
fold
back
of his career.
in a bit.
I can't believe it's time extensions.
I mean,
I don't know his hand.
would assume he had the
I mean, if
second
he had
best.
like,
He must have had
if he
fucking.
had like 10-10-7, it makes sense.
Yeah, very good.
Like 10-10-7 would be the hand that would be
He'd
like
call me with
the.
He'd call me with 10.
All right, well, we can hang
don't know,
out
would he?
for
I think he would.
I'm not sure, to be honest. He might not.
another minute,
I mean, if he said biggest fold of his career.
although very much
No, but I've heard he says that every time.
cards
Yeah.
not going to be
Never
in
not
the
played.
air.
He's never had one of those. in the
Blesnick, the man who
tournament. You know what I mean?
got
He's never
roped
not
over
had
to the
biggest
feature, it would seem.
We've also, him and I have played so much poker together, so there's,
So you're saying he should have folded like 2 time extensions earlier?
Can I use the restroom?
or not.
Like,
You saw the
like
hand I
what-
played. You saw the hand I played against
Yeah,
him
yeah.
earlier.
No, I didn't.
The jack.
Is this
one?
me? Yeah.
What time
Oh,
is
that
it?
was different.
Yeah. There you
No,
go.
but it's like that's how all of our hands like.
But like,
Yeah.
that's different because he's
All
the
right,
one.
now
putting
it's
in that
official. We're going to
aggression.
head to a quick break,
yeah.
just
Like the
about
jacks were a no-brainer against them.
30 seconds,
But
and
the reverse,
we'll be right
if
back.
he has jacks and it's you, it's like, oh, this is actually a decision.
Yeah. He's saying that I don't play as aggressively as Jared does in random spots.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I mean, what he does works against a lot of people.
Want to play online poker for free? With Play Poker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, Play Poker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Dylan or? Yeah.
Dylan Bryce?
Dylan, no.
No, bro.
Dylan.
I think I was big
Alex.
blind last hand, right?
Who is Romanian?
Joni.
Then what?
Who is Romanian? Except Dylan. It's only Dylan
Oh,
in
the last
game?
hand was when he bust? Yeah, that's right.
Couple people.
So there
Starting?
is Jared, parked in Chino's old seat.
What is it, 10?
Which was a tough one.
Yeah, and a tough stack for Jared here,
Yeah,
just
it's gonna be
195,000.
It's okay.
So 4 and 4 on the Stone Money Bubble here on day 2 of the
Was that a
Super
fair
High
offer?
Roller Bowl PLL.
Yeah, I think so.
Martirosian,
It was
double
exactly
suited
the number
aces.
that I
It's a
thought.
reasonable
This is the
starting hand.
dream. Yeah,
It's fair. I mean,
I'll take the over on reasonable.
Yeah.
55. 55. 10 seconds. Can you hear me?
Potting it
55.
over to Joao.
Note Joni just quickly folding the 9-8-6-5 single suited.
Yeah,
Not
so
the
I'm-
type
I'm
of
up
hand you
10,
want to get
right?
involved with at this stage. Big flop for Joao.
Yeah, 10-9-8-6. He's got the straight draw.
This, by the way, is the type of board that generally favors the big blind, but the situation's a little different now, Ali, because Martirosian with his big chip lead on the table. Oh, excuse me, Samau does have a lot of chips too, so
Yeah.
I'll go back to my original way of thinking. Let's say Samau had a shorter stack, then you
Oh,
could see it being
that's some
actually
tough
a
spots.
decent board for Artur, who'd be opening very wide. But
I ran it up
in
and
isolation, this is generally a better board for the
Dylan
big
has
blind,
such a
and
ridiculous hand.
this lead makes a lot of sense to me.
How many time backs you used?
4. I'm one-
To
five,
go
five.
with that aforementioned straight
25,
draw, of
right?
course, there's a pair and clubs.
Yeah, and just too much hand versus this size to fold for Artur. Backdoor nut
I would give
hearts.
some to you if I would be allowed. Just so you know.
Or on the turn, Martirosian picking up a wheel gutter.
Another good hand for a good card for Samau's
What?
range. He should have more 7-6 than his opponent.
Why? What do you mean?
10 seconds.
And I think this is a very nice, clean double barrel. It might look a bit mergy to people, but the idea is this is just such a good card for your range, and you bet the flop. You get to just continue to apply a lot of pressure, and given the size you bet on the flop, probably keeping a lot of overpairs in on the flop that might have to fold now on the turn. This looks like a very nicely played hand from Samau, and it should just work right here. Or not. Martirosian perhaps picking up on something, realizing how wide Samau could be betting this turn.
Especially when he's the big blind defender. He's looking up at this board texture, and he's saying, I know you're tempted to rep this. And look at this river. Martirosian has made the wheel.
Kind of a disaster for Samau because he might feel compelled to bluff now with a 6 in his hand. It's a little concerning that it's the deuce, though, because you know, his opponent could have a number of those ace-ace plus wheel card combinations.
What?
545.
25?
545.
Well, as you suspected, in comes the bluff. Full pot, max pressure application here for Martirosian. Remember, Artur potted it pre, Samau defended, and then barreled all 3 streets into Martirosian.
And he folds the river, so my inclination was that I thought perhaps Artur would make that call just because his call on the turn already indicated some level of suspicion. So once he makes the wheel, I thought he might feel compelled to call the river. But some of those semi-bluffs would have also got there on that river for Samau.
We've all been there, though, Alex, where maybe you're a non-believer versus the turn.
Right.
But when the guy follows up on that barrel, full pot, you know it's polar, but you look across and you go, no, now I believe you.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's understandable. And, of course, some of those semi-bluffs that Joao could have, those, you know, pair plus gut shot combinations would have made the higher straight on the river. So nicely played from Joao, though, nonetheless. I like the way he played that. Small sizing on the flop, keeping his opponent's range wide, and then he starts to polarize more on the turn and then finally on the river.
I think he knows he got away with one there. Left with nothing more.
And look now at the
eights.
distribution as he has over 1 million more than Martirosian, his nearest competitor.
Tough to call Martirosian's muck a mistake, you know what I mean, or a folly of some sort, though, right?
I mean, do think the turn call was a bit speculative just because the hand doesn't have very good river playability.
Who comes to Bahamas?
Samau getting after Artur, double suited with the ace.
50-50.
Covering
Probably not.
Artur's diamonds.
I hate that. I hate
As he digs in with 10s and 4 tray. Unimproved on the Jack-8-5 board. Bottom 2 for Samau.
All your friends going?
Most of them, yeah.
The fields there are soft.
Yeah, poker
Poker's
wise is great. Yeah. It's also the time of the year I want to escape Finland because it's cold and dark. So Bahamas is a decent option to trade for if dark.
Where do you fly to from here? That's back home. You have to go to LA?
I go through Dallas. Yeah, I go sometimes through LA. That's easy. We have Helsinki, LA direct, so that's easy.
You fly to Helsinki?
Helsinki, yeah. I came here through, I had Helsinki, London, Las Vegas.
Playing it as a check call. Martirosian.
There's a few options.
Somewhat ambitious, but
it's a lot with the
in position. Just sensing that perhaps if Samau had something he was truly proud of, he would have been heard from.
Watching any hockey?
I went to one game.
Has found the open-ender.
Oh, here?
Courtesy of this deuce.
You got to tell me, actually. I got the best seats here.
Do you?
So if you give me advance, I'll just give you my tickets.
Nice.
Checks it back, and now he could turn those 2 10s into a bluff if he
I got 2 seats right in the middle. Perfect. So whenever you're coming, just let me know. I'll take.
Let's do it next time, yeah?
Yeah, very
tempting. I'll just give you my tickets.
Oh, you don't want to go?
No, but if anytime you want to go, just let me know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Blesnik offering his Knights tickets to Joni.
Great show.
Listen, I'm midway through a text to Jared right now.
And Joni said, yeah, let's do it. And Jared said, no, you take it.
He's like, no, I don't want to go with you, bro. Just take the ticket. I mean, it was a little off-putting.
Yeah.
On.
I like this out of Artur.
Yeah.
Very credible. Couple of blockers. You could see a world in which 9-10 made noise on the flop. slowed down on the turn, got there on the end. And these 8s and 5s really shriveling up in the face of this action.
Yeah, typically when you have 2-pair and you're considering hero calling in these spots, you do want to have at least one straight blocker. One nice thing going for him is that he doesn't block the spades that could be bluffing, but
you raise the hands that I want you to bluff, Arthur.
he does just make the fold. So nice pickup there from Artur, getting a little bit back after their last confrontation.
And maybe we skew Artur away from the spades, just given it was a flop bet, turn check back,
That's
and
right.
then the river. So
I got lost in the action,
All
listening to
good.
the talk of the hockey tickets.
yeah.
You got 2 pairs, Arthur.
I will not tell you anything.
I think one part of the game that Artur is going to be very comfortable with, Ali, is figuring out bet sizing, understanding when to utilize pot-sized bets, when to utilize very small bets, carrying over a lot of those concepts from No Limit Hold'em.
Well, let's pay a visit to the other 4 that are lurking out there in the field. Sovereign and Yockey going to sit this one out.
Pot.
Reardon potting it with the King 10 8-4 boss stack luxuries. Weisman with the deuce to 7 triple draw hand.
A hand for hand.
3-bet, draw 1, live with it.
Yeah.
It's nice. Hand for hand actually just goes to show how much people are wasting time.
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, you're incentivized to do it.
Well, I understand, but it's just like, it's brutal.
I wish they would do this stuff earlier.
Sam,
You ever break that 8 off multi-way, Ali?
Where it is.
Go for the clean wheel draw?
You know, we play with one another often enough that I'm not sure I can tell you. It's a mixed bag, is what I'll say. Sometimes, you know,
So it's always fast.
Yeah.
I can't even tell if I'd rather 3-bet pitch 1 in position or 3-bet pitch 1 out of position.
Okay.
It's weird, right? I mean, you want position in draw
You want
games,
position in
for
general,
sure.
Yeah.
But it's so delicious to go for the wheel. And, you know, you got 3 cracks at it.
Absolutely.
Anyway, speaking
Especially
of 3
multi-way.
of something, Martirosyan,
Blesnik emphatically slams his remaining chips into the middle.
trip aces and spades. Of course, you can't play the trips. Martirosyan's 3rd ace is problematic for him against Blesnik in particular, who's a 3-2 favorite with a 9 and a heart draw.
Arthur has aces.
I got to be
9, 3, 4.
74%, probably.
No.
This was a Blez open to
Blez?
55, 3 scoop
Lower?
from Martirosyan. Blez called, and then was all too happy to get the rest into the middle. 400K
Take the
pot.
over on 68 for 5,000. I'll take the over 68 for 5,000 right now. I don't know. You want to bet?
No.
Okay.
Wow, there's 5K lost for Artur.
Yeah, way off.
Maybe he knew something we didn't know
100.
as he ices Artur. No waiting on the turn.
10.
Much to the chagrin of Sam Soverel, the short stack on the other table.
Yeah, clearly invested in the outcome there was the other squad, as they were looking to secure a min
You said over
cash.
68%?
What?
You said over 68?
What about 5,000? What do you think it is?
I think it's slightly under 500. Let's do a small one.
Lines up.
We'll check on the break, no?
No.
Okay.
Well, you had time to think about it. I'm just, it's not
I mean, I
it's like running the numbers and stuff.
You said 72 first.
What?
If you said 72 first. If you
I said 72. I said 72.
if you want to bet under 72, I call. Under 70 also.
I think 68 is a good line.
20.
I'll take under.
No, it's,
Yeah, I think under.
I mean,
64, 5.
he has the ace of hearts. That's the only thing.
Yeah, and backdoor spades too.
Backdoor spades.
Oh, you had backdoor spades?
Yeah.
Okay, that changes it. I didn't see that.
Blez, no sooner does he find the full double than the blinds move up to 10, 20, and 20.
Come on,
So
baby.
he's playing 20 bigs. Another triple draw hand on the button. Martirosyan dispensing
much?
with it. Yes, Samau dispenses 70K. Really hasn't managed to get the hang of the card scanning, has Joao on the day. And I don't think it's intentional. There have been some players over the years who people have alleged are intentionally just taking a shot at revealing as little as possible by never scanning their cards. If you ask me to, I will.
Right.
But if you don't catch it, then that's
Then
just
that's on you.
you know, competitive advantage.
It's been a bit of
for
an
me.
issue for the players, though, through the first 2 days. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
It's never 68.
Well, we're going to give one of them
Yeah.
What?
that super high roller bowl
Said I
ring
think
and a
64.
cool
I'm not sure, but I'm just guessing.
$1.25 million.
Yeah, it's like 65 probably.
I'll take
Who
over
it will be,
66
still TBD.
right now. I'm not running it. Take over 66.
Not 68, no?
Okay, we do 60. 66 is a push. 67, you win.
66 is a push.
Okay, 500. Small money.
Okay.
Okay.
Bet.
That's a free 500 for Joni there.
Yeah. And by the way, I think Joni approached that exactly right. If you come and you're like, small money, 5K.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, all of a sudden there's paranoia, even though that was the initial offer
Right.
in the moment. But I think Jouhkimainen's going to be as sharp as anybody remaining in the field when it comes to the percentages.
By the way, Martirosyan limping a hand, I might expect him to open typically, but perhaps just respecting that massive stack of Samau in the big blind.
Yeah. Right here on the stone bubble is where Samau can do max damage to someone like Martirosyan, who should be very mindful of Blesnik, who is still relatively short.
Flop Ollie.
9-8-3, the deck choosing violence. Blesnik, open-ended, nut heart draw. Martirosyan, top 2, and a heart draw of his own. Samau with the set and a 3% dog against Blez.
And Martirosyan's going to feel like he has just flopped an enormous hand, and we can see he only has 15% equity to win. He needs basically a 9 or some type of runners.
Yeah, there's no 8 available. $60K from Joao.
And if I'm Samau here, I think I just want to isolate, right? Thinking that if I happen to run into 9s for Martirosyan, it's a disaster, but some of those hands would have just raised the flop.
Yeah,
It's a little awkward.
Jared blasting off for the 340.
310.
Check that. 320 and left 20 behind, is that right? Yep. I think pot wasn't quite the full 340.
I think if you're Samau here, you just need to try to deny equity to whatever type of draw Martirosyan might have and run it against Blesnik.
Yeah, he agrees. And just think about how many hands are supposed to take this stone bubble spot into consideration and just recognize that what's appropriate is to bow out.
And look at Martirosyan now. Yeah. And he does make the fold.
Oh, wow.
What'd you have?
Begrudgingly, but appropriately,
I folded.
especially as we can see. He was cooked.
Yeah, great fold, and to do it so quickly, impressive.
That is it.
He has a set of 8s.
So Blez hunting 5s, 10s, hearts.
Huh? You've all my outs. You had a 9 too?
Yeah.
What'd you
King
have?
10, 9, 8.
Your top 2?
Top 2 and flush draw.
Wow. I guess the only good news is if I make my hand, I can win. You have a heart too?
Yeah, if you make your hand, then it's very tough to improve. The 3 is already there.
Yes.
Also
Hand for hand here. So Reardon and Weisman, along with Yockey and
They're all
Sovrel,
sweating up here. This is fucking. They're all so happy if I go broke.
able to look
So
on
happy.
and
You're
anti-sweat.
so happy if I just pair it, right?
I didn't have
The
single.
whole room's going to explode here. Laszlo's going to beat me for $1 million.
Not many pairs.
One card removed.
I have a 7. I need a
From
5,
the
10,
money.
or heart. And you had all of it. Wow.
5.
You guys can celebrate all you want.
Jared Blesnik.
Enjoy it all. Enjoy it all. You could celebrate all you want.
Blez feeling swaggy.
Oh man, I love this studio, man. I love playing poker here. You guys could take a seat, all of you. Take a seat. Take a seat.
Nice hand, Jared.
Take a seat.
Never shy of the theatrics is Jared
By the way,
Blesnik.
be careful watching your cards. I saw 2 of your cards.
When?
On the flop.
What?
On the flop, you were looking at them. I was not in the hand, so, but I still saw him.
You saw it like pre-flop?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
On the flop, you said.
I saw ace-7 of hearts when you, on the flop, you...
Well, I was all in.
No, before. When you check,
Okay.
you
All
go
right.
like this.
I'll be more careful. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I don't want to see him.
Joni advising Jared to exercise a little bit more caution when looking at his cards.
What a flop.
Wow.
Consistent with the sort of integrity
raise
that's
and you win the
surrounded him throughout his career. Well, let's get a look at the state of affairs here at the feature table. After that one, Blez climbing up to 40 bigs plus, 820K. Jouhkimainen north of him, small gap up to Martirosyan, who is certainly well off his high water mark. And the man on the day has been João Simão of Brazil.
Can you see my hands? Or?
Not now, but it's close. It's close.
Unable to bring himself and 6 others into the money despite his best efforts there with the set of 8s.
Yeah, huge pickup for Blesnik there, more than doubling up. Kind of out of that danger zone now, over 40 bigs, and Sam Soverel now on the other table is our tournament short stack. And Ali, if anyone can navigate a short stack for a long time, I think Sam Soverel is one of those guys who can just really play that small ball style.
Alex, you know, when we're here in the PokerGO Studio in particular, this name should have been at the tip of your tongue, despite surprisingly not being present. Sean Winter.
Sean Winter certainly
the stone
is
short
the king
stack
of this.
ninja.
Yes.
Sean, the absolute emperor.
Sean can make 7 big blinds look like 30.
Sean can have 1.5 bigs, shuffle them somehow,
Yeah.
and then look up at you as a chip leader and ask for a count.
You're not
That's
wrong.
my favorite.
Did he have a suit?
He's great entertainment.
I mean,
one of the best.
I know he does troll and make efforts to be funny, but beyond the borders of his intent, he's also just inherently hilarious to me.
He's great.
I mean, no one cracks me up more.
It's always that fine line. How much is it just Sean being Sean, and how much is he trying, you know?
No one knows where the line begins
Yeah.
and ends. What we do know, though, is it's time to go annual with PokerGO. Annual subscribers can win a $30,000 World Series of Poker Paradise package and 3 dream seats to the PGT $1 Million Championship. Head to PokerGO.com and use code Paradise25 for $20 off your first year.
I got 1.1. I'm not cocky. I'm
just realistic.
I'm just waiting for John.
What do you think that cashier back there is up to?
I'm gonna pot it.
Oh shit.
Well,
Let's see how
37
good my
entries.
reads
I mean, he hasn't really been busy.
Oh, what is he
on
up
the
to,
day.
the actual
Yeah.
gentleman? I thought you were talking about the till of money and chips, trying to get a feel for how much is
No,
currently
just
behind
the
there.
guy that looks bored beyond comprehension.
Yeah.
Yes, there were the max late regs, so 7 people paid him a visit. And of course, 7 more will do so, not all of whom will do so tonight, because we're going to go to a 3rd day to wrap this one up.
And a lot of the time, at least when I've played previous events in the studio, maybe it's a bit different here where this is the last of a series, but
well, there's another event
I'll
going
come
on.
the next day sometimes. Oh, yeah, there are
There's
some
a 15K.
15Ks. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's what Foxen, who came over and took a peek, is playing
I
right now.
see. Okay, so that's not part of the actual PLO PGT series, but it's just kind of a bonus event that the
You
artists
know,
run.
everybody's in town, you're hanging out.
Yeah.
Let's play a little more.
Sit and go with friends, perhaps. I don't know what they got for a turnout in that one, but
Interesting way to refer to a $15,000 investment
Yeah.
for sure. Is Soverel investing $70,000 in the form of a raise pre-flop. Weisman, the customer. Monotone 9-10 Jack is a deluge of texture.
you're right. That would be pretty boring being that cashier. You just have to wait around because you need to be available in case one of these players busts and wants their 150K min cash or their 220 perhaps.
You know, I look at it like more you have to have some really solid series that you can binge watch, you know, like 8 to 9 seasons kind of thing.
Or perhaps just be a very stoic, in touch with your inner self type person, Ali.
I
You wouldn't know
don't-
much about that.
I don't think this dude is out here Zen meditating, you know. He might be grinding Play Poker Go for all we know.
This is true. And this one's just been checked down after Soverel potted at pre-flop.
Unsurprisingly, just given what we can see. Third and final check from Dylan, who has a winner with his 10s. Sovrel so light.
It's hard for Sovrel to get to the river with a worse hand than ace-7. When that's the case, often you do decide to bet.
Here we have a bet. Nicely executed there from Sam. You know, it's been a minute since I've observed it, but it jogs my memory. There's sort of that exorcist eye thing that Sam will do sometimes before he makes his decision. You know the one.
Yeah, I saw it there. Entering another dimension of sorts.
Yeah. The demon.
The famous Clyde exits the arena. He's got his own podcast. Have you ever caught any of that, Ollie?
You talking about the dealer that was pushed?
Yes.
I have not. I don't listen to podcasts.
Okay.
At all.
At all?
No. And it's
That's
not.
interesting.
Yeah, because I know there's a wealth of like wonderful, well-produced, thoughtful, curated, you know, great interviews, interesting stories. But, you know, I'm good.
Okay, so, but you watch TV and movies quite a bit?
I love documentaries in particular. That's my genre. So I do it in video form. You know, but
you can always watch a podcast on YouTube and
Yeah.
your video component.
You know what I think it is also? I don't do the workout thing. I think a lot of people do podcasts when they're doing something else like working out.
Yeah, that could very
So,
well be true.
You know, I'm in the car. I got the music.
You don't
going.
work out at all?
My girlfriend, nah. Are you surprised? Look at the
You
linguine
look
coming
good
out
for
of my
somebody
shoulder
who never
sockets.
works out. Do you
Well,
walk
thank you,
much?
Alex?
Do you get your steps in at least?
To and from the garage, and then from
Around
the
the house?
valet to wherever I'm going. Around the house, I do a lot of walking, actually. I'm on a lot of calls throughout the course of the day. I pace. My girlfriend makes
You
fun
seem
of me
like a
for
pacer.
it, but, you know. But it isn't a nervous tick. It's just I actually want to be moving because I spend enough time being sedentary between poker, sitting in the booth calling it.
Fair enough.
Maybe my man back there in the cage firing up podcasts, you know. Maybe he's actually trying to make sure no one's watching while he slips a couple Franklins into his pocket.
He doesn't look like he's doing any podcasting. I do notice a beverage of sorts, maybe a Diet Coke, a meal.
Little Jack in there, maybe?
Having his dinner. Maybe he's a fan of Pot-Limit Omaha, just watching, looking at the flops through the window.
You ever had the late night custodian show up near your table and then kind of sweat a hand?
Not really, but
I've
sounds
seen
great.
this, man, and I'm always looking up at the guy like, what, you don't like the line he took? Like, what are you
That's
just...
funny.
Meanwhile, King Jack 6 as we focus back upon the poker here. A couple of spade draws. Advantage Sovrel in that department. You see the pair of 6s to go with the dominant flush draw.
Yockey was the pre-flop aggressor, and he does flop gutter and flush draw, but could be dominated both directions.
Yeah, you want those clean, not dirty outs to your draws.
He's also got the big stack of John Reardon just staring at him.
That stack stays dormant. And lava on the turn here, coming in the form of the third spade. Sovrel, second nuts, knuckles over.
I think Yockey's flush draw perhaps just weak enough that he'll check one more street. There is an argument for betting. Get some value against sets and two pairs, some protection against those hands. But fourth nut flush feels a little weak to be betting. And once it checks through for the third time, I expect Sovrel to want to pursue value on any non-board pairing river.
Second round of knuckles as you suspected. And this is not a fireworks river.
Sovrel does just check, however, and I wonder if Yockey will now be looking to go for value.
I mean,
after
I'm
two check
yeah,
throughs?
I'm feeling a lot better about a 10 high flush now.
And if so, does Sovrel feel like he can just raise his queen high flush thinking he would have heard from the nut flush earlier in the hand?
10 seconds.
You know, the only thing about that is you do invite the dry ace to then come back at you on a board like this.
Yeah, well, he bet 140, so Sovrel could just move in for value if he's so confident in that read. But I think given the ICM and the bubble implications, more likely we see him just call. But this would be an impressive check raise from Sam. Yeah, he does just call.
Yeah. Treading lightly and apparently not thrilled with himself.
Oh, nice call, Sam.
Getting an earful from John in the process.
I really am at more risk than you are.
Yeah, I think if we weren't on the bubble of a 100K tournament and Sam happened to take that line, he would have found a value raise on the end there.
Number 2, you know.
I remember playing a final table with you here in like the first PLO PGT series, and I was like,
Me?
him. And you'd sit there, you didn't play a single hand. You ladder like 2 or 3 spots, and then you're like, I'm just sitting here waiting for bad things to happen to other people. And then the next hand I busted with top set.
Story checks out as the West Palm Beach, Florida native, 2019 Poker Masters champion and 12-time PGT title winner. Has some pretty legendary one-liners over the years.
Nice looking hand here for Weisman on the button. Note that Weisman, Yockey, and Sovrel now all quite short, along with Blesnik on the other table.
That was a good pull by you.
Oh, well, man. Probably had pretty different cards.
Somehow has been continuing to pound his way through the feature, which we pay another visit to now.
I don't know.
Sovrel, Yockey, and Weisman, of course, very mindful of Blesnik's stack.
What do you think?
Out
I
there
think your number's like 20K.
at the feature, but Jared
I
hasn't
think it's around that.
Yeah.
spun down back of the pack, kind of away from that lower portion of the leaderboard peloton, if you will.
Yep.
It's so important
20 to 25.
to kind of keep contact with that cluster.
Smaller?
Yeah.
If you end up an outlier down there at 10 bigs, those other dudes are not going to do you any favors in terms of playing pots needlessly. Or,
Exactly,
you
yeah.
know, in the margins.
You really
Less.
put a target on your back if you are the one short stack and everyone else knows they have to play tight and wait you out. It's a good point.
Jonas has 5.
And you know, it took us not that long, Ali, to get down to 8, but this is where things tend to slow down in PLO tournaments.
Unsurprisingly, of course, Stone Money Bubble with quite a few reasonably deep stacks still lurking. But listen, playing four-handed 10, 20, and 20, 50K, every orbit shaved right off.
0.
Yeah, the big blind ante has been a great addition to PLO tournaments. They used to be played without an ante, and those
300%.
bubbles could just last hours and hours.
I remember, man.
Playing for 170%.
Meanwhile, heads up between the two biggest stacks.
Not 0 sweat.
Samau and Martirosyan here at the feature, ace-jack 6.
What's going on over there?
Didn't interact with anyone.
No, but anyone fluctuating?
Not a club to be found.
Is anyone under $1 million?
On the turn, Samau did pick up a gutter. Still
How
no
much?
action. Fourth club rolls off.
I'll give you 2 options, swap or bet more. 2 options, swap or bet more. I have 8. You have to take one of them though. So, hold on, I have 6.
Is it possible that Jared is
I got
actually
like 7,
Benjamin
I got
Button?
like 770. Swap
I
or
mean,
bet
I'm-
more, you pick.
I'm like 2 decades plus removed
What?
from the first time I laid eyes on him, and yet there are
Swap
occasions on which I
or
look up
bet-
at the image,
Or
and
bet
he
more.
seems more juvenile
5.
Yeah.
than when I first
Why
did.
would I lay a price? I mean, you can bet more. That's what you swap or bet more.
You want 5 for 20 of me? Offer is valid for 10 seconds.
No.
You don't?
I'll pay. You gotta pay.
I think it's a
dues.
fair price.
It kind of is, but it was more fair when I.
I don't know if you caught
I'll
the
give you 15 for 5%.
No.
little orange hat that
You gotta pay a little.
Les
dude.
went out and picked up when he played
Okay, we meet.
I remember
Triton
that.
Jeju, but that
Yeah.
that
That's the
really
last offer.
that made it look
I'm
like
gonna
he
look at
had
my
a
hand
stroller
now.
just offset.
Yeah.
17K.
And it looks like
17K, yes or no?
Joni and Blesnik considering doing a bit of business here.
Yeah,
17,000,
Yoni offering
5%.
5% for 20K. Jared countered at
friends.
15. Now
Okay,
they're
you
at
got-
17.
I know you're gonna.
Meanwhile, Samau has raised into a monster. And I believe we have a deal
Text me, I'll forget.
at
Yeah,
17K.
I have my phone.
All right, so 17, I owe you 17,000, I have 5%.
Oh, sorry.
And as
Our
good
turn.
as Martirosyan's hand was there, Ali, it's always just a little nice to take it down right there.
Yeah,
Fade
sure.
that flat in position from the guy who can
Just to be
knock you out of the
transparent,
tournament.
Either way, let's just settle crypto.
Sounds good.
You don't want to get down the streets against Joao on the stone bubble here. Things can get very gnarly very quickly. Meanwhile, ace, king, jack, and a couple of diamonds. Reardon with the flush draw, key, queen.
25.
Checks it along with Weisman. Yockey with top pair. Flicks a quarter in the machine.
I like that flicks a quarter in the machine.
Yeah. Reardon out of there, by the way. Again, some of the impact of the bubble being observed. Reardon reminds me of Zach Galifianakis' character in The Hangover right now. Like, he's that dude in your crew during the bachelor party that you're like, where's John? You know? And then you look up on the pirate ship at TI and he's swashbuckling with the actors.
But it wasn't Zach Galifianakis. That's a hard name to say. It wasn't Zach's character that got lost, right? It was the main guy who was on the roof.
Yeah, but the image
Sure.
is still very much, and you know, I mean, John looks like he could be the liability of the group.
Yeah, I could see that.
By the way, that TI story is one that actually went down for me one time, where everybody in the group looked around and asked, as we did a head count,
Yeah.
where an individual I'd never met who was part of the group was, and then a group of tourists were pointing up at the boat,
No.
and this dude was in his underwear, sopping wet
No.
on the 100%.
This is a friend of a friend?
He was, yeah, I didn't know this guy, and he ended up in jail.
Wow.
That was
Plot twist, you were that guy.
yeah, not me, not me. Ace, ace, five, and a couple of diamonds here. Sovril, the guy with the diamond draw, but
Very uncomfortable for Sovril.
yeah, we're not
8 high flush draw.
not so keen to
Paired
dance.
board. Yeah.
Reardon with all that ammo.
He does. Oh, he goes for a check raise. This is kind of tasty.
You know, I kind of prefer it.
I do too. And he thinks that Reardon, correctly, he believes Reardon is going to be opening very wide into this stack distribution. And he says that because of that, my range actually might be stronger than your range on this board. It's one of those flipperoos.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is you can bin a better diamond draw potentially right then
Very
and there.
true. Yeah. So nice little creative pickup there from Sovril, who his hand maybe didn't feel
Can I
good
get
enough to call, but
ice green tea with a shot
turns
of
it into a
espresso in
bluff.
But in a glass, please. And Pellegrino.
Me too? You know, you're 500?
I don't remember.
Eight Badoogie, Pat in the bin.
I remember we played one PLO tournament and we sit.
Huh?
We played one PLO tournament and
Did we?
sit like,
When? Where?
I think it was on Bahamas,
Oh, maybe.
like in 100K or.
Jouhkimainen out of there along with Blez. Double suited is Samau. Choosing to limp.
We played a lot together, Yoni. We played a lot for the amount of times like I've played. Because I don't really play much.
Archer
Yeah.
check back the big.
I always remember the first time.
Me too.
10-6
Fond
tray.
Memories.
Rihanna.
2 pair for Samau, top
Never
and
forget-
bottom.
There's certain things I'll never forget. I'll always remember us going to Brooklyn. And then in the suite.
Yeah.
I'll always remember that. You were a kid. You were a child.
Apparently a lot of history
14
between
years
Blaise
ago.
and Yoni, by the way. I
More.
was unaware
Maybe
that they're
15, yeah.
More.
kind of...
Makes sense, though. You know, both of them have been around PLO for so
34.
long.
I think I was like 19 probably. Then.
Yeah, you were a kid.
Are you born 80?
87.
87.
Artur, the aggressor here with the pair in the gutter. Now he picks up a 9 as an out to a straight. Jack 7 working with the 7-4. Second check, rather, pardon me, from Joao. You know, 2 pair, just one of those hands, in particular when it isn't top 2, Alex, that is really tricky to navigate.
Did we?
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you don't have any
90.
additional equity. I mean, he does have a very weak gut shot here with the 5 deuce.
You had a big fold, like ace, double suited ace. Yeah. You just won.
You had what?
It was exactly a year ago. You were sitting there with all the chat.
But I think just too much hand here for Joao
I folded.
You folded.
to want to fold right away. Enough potential bluffs for Martirosyan.
I haven't played a hand. It's the tightest I've played in my whole career.
10 seconds.
What do you have?
Oh, he does fold.
Wow. 90K, muscling out the 10s and
Swap
trays.
40%.
Surprised?
I am a little surprised. Again, you know, it's a bit
7-6.
awkward out of position with that hand where you don't have great river playability, but I thought facing 3/4 pot, he just had too much hand to fold right away.
You know, ironically enough,
Let's swap 5%.
Joao may be thinking to himself, Artur's willingness against me in particular to continue to deposit chips, maybe suggesting on the stone bubble that his hand was a little bit stronger than, as we could see, it
Right.
was. Play free online poker with Maria Ho this Wednesday on Play Poker Go. Hit the 10K gold. No gamble, no future sit and goes. Play with Maria and double your prize. Plus, play a single hand to get entered to win a dream seat into the PGT $1 Million
I'm
Championship.
just going to trap you every time.
Download the free Play Poker Go app or visit playpokergo.com today.
Very Phil Hellmuth
I just
style
had
over
6,
here.
10, 8.
I said a very Hellmuth 6, 10, 8. Yeah, right.
Good check, John.
Can't get paid off now. Trying to get you off a chop like I got Sam.
Just another I wish you were Foxen moment there. Would have got face 3 barrels there for sure. Like 20% pot, 70% pot, right into the fucking nuts.
10 seconds.
Single suit rundown in the bin. Yockey, serviceable. Diamonds, Broadway stuff, wheel dangler.
And again, just a testament to the bubble. Yockey not wanting to open this hand and risk a 3-bet from Reardon, just limping in.
10 seconds.
John with
Still in this tournament?
similar hand composition, 1 suit,
Me?
3 Broadway
No,
cards. His
cards.
dangler not as useful,
You busted 2 on day 1.
though it is the spade.
10 seconds.
Dude, I don't know if I lasted 2 orbits in day 1.
You did.
I didn't even know you were here.
Not for long, then.
No worries. 2 queens and a 7. Reardon all over this one.
Played a 500 big blind pot with middle set versus Dylan's 10 high flush draw and gutter.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had, Sam. That's all I had.
And then he turned a second flush draw.
Round of checks allows Yockey to pick up a Broadway gutter and an ace. Reardon also with
Very
the gut
flippy.
shot to go with the trips.
I literally think you would have played the hand the exact same way as me.
I don't
In
mind how he played
comes
it all. I would bet the
20K.
flop, but I don't think it was a bad check or something.
The small sizing
just
just designed to
follow
keep a
money.
lot of ace-x hands in.
I don't like betting the flop at all, actually. Specifically because you just have what you have a lot. And I'm just fucking like piling money and you don't get to realize.
Yockey in terrible shape against Reardon's exact hand. A 10 would fill Reardon up.
You look it up?
I don't even have anything to look at. I haven't had a computer in 5 years.
Drawn to an ace. No cider, but it's the deuce.
I could be wrong.
Now the one thing about this spot for Yockey, of course, is that he knows Reardon is supposed to be getting after it here on the stone bubble.
Right, but such a small pot. You know, it's not like Reardon is just going to try to steal every small pot on a paired board. Having said that, when Reardon bets this size, I mean, it's tough to fold as Yockey here, right? He just min bets the turn and bets a little bit under half pot here on the river. On the other hand, perhaps it looks a little bit milky. Reardon knows when Yockey calls the turn. At worst, it's some sort of probably medium to strong ace-X. And now he's betting again. What are his natural bluffs? And, oh, a nice fold there from Bryce Yockey. Realizing that by calling the turn, he's already indicating he has a fairly strong hand. Reardon now is betting less than half pot, perhaps felt that that bet size screamed value.
Yeah, a little paranoia in response to the milkiness.
Jared has
Rightfully,
slightly less than I do.
as you observe precisely why it is that Yockey is so widely respected.
Yeah, there's real money.
I'll just play it for 7th, man. We're almost there.
Suited ace. Doesn't qualify. And again, not in every situation will Yockey be finding the mug. But here, seems quite sound. Unfortunately,
How much do you
direct
have?
right
Like 2
of
million?
the big stack
Yeah,
of Reardon.
3 full
Direct
stacks of
bubble.
green.
All dissuasive attributes of the current landscape.
10 seconds.
Sovril hasn't turned to Amish, has he?
He does have a bit of a different look going.
You know, I mean, if I see horse and buggy at valet, it's this man here.
And by the way, a bit of an uncomfortable call pre-flop from Sovril. You know, with the double suited kind of raggedy hand, facing full pot on the stone bubble out of position.
But he's found top 2. Reardon deciding to check back his diamond draw. Board pairing 4, not really something we want to see if we're Sovril, just in case he's up against Jacks plus.
Yeah, against the normal range, you'd really hate that card, all those overpairs improving. Against someone opening as wide as Reardon, perhaps you're a little bit less concerned about those being a big chunk of his holdings.
That said, he's not keen to add any more biscuits to the basket. 170 static. Once more, Sovril checking, and now Reardon will lean.
125.
Buck and a quarter.
How much is there?
Always uncomfortable Sovril when you have no additional equity. Just calling and praying for a 10 or an 8 on the river, or hoping your opponent shuts down. It'll be interesting to see which rivers Reardon chooses to follow through on, and now he's made a hand he can just value bet.
Absolutely. Ace of diamonds on the end, nut flush. Third and final check from Sovril.
Sovril, incidentally, has a very interesting hand to consider. Check raising all in. I don't think he's going to necessarily do it here on the stone bubble. But if he were to face that value bet from Reardon with that 10 and 8 blocker, he could very credibly represent that he slow played the turn with a full house. 10s full or 8s full in particular.
Oh, you don't like hearing this. Full 420 required.
And now it's a bit weird because 10s full and 8s full might not even raise versus full pot. So it's harder to rep those hands.
Yeah, you could see worlds in which Reardon played aces this way and now filled up on the
Exactly.
end, so you would tread lightly on the stone bubble. And he didn't have a whole lot more back in terms of clearing Reardon.
I would have been interested to see what Reardon, if Reardon had bet something like 40% or 50% pot. If Sam, I don't think he would have gone for it, just given the moment, but kind of an interesting combo to consider it with.
Those are very real ideas, by the way, when you have the two pair on a paired flop with specific scenarios. Just convincing yourself you're full.
Right.
And more so trying to convince your opponent with the blockers. Back at the feature now. Martirosyan worked his way back up to over 2.
It looks like Blesnik has slipped a little bit back down to 24 big blinds again as he picks up a very playable hand here in the small blind, ace 10, 8-6 not suit.
Oh, sorry. You have like 450 behind?
Yeah.
Limp pot, ace 8-5, and a couple of hearts roll off. Top 2 for Blesnik, who fires 50. Somehow with a wrap. Quite content to flat with the presence of those 2 hearts out there. Make that 3 hearts. Unpleasant development for both players.
Yeah, I expect Jared to be pretty cautious on this card. He does have the 10 of hearts, which helps. If he had a 0 heart hand, I think he would just play this as pure check on the turn. The 10 of hearts could convince him to make a bet, and this might just work against Samau.
Credit to him for digging deep enough to find this second barrel off of the lean stack against Samau.
Yeah, really interesting one here, Ali, because I think if Blesnik had checked, Samau would have bet and won the pot.
Yeah, that's the issue, is when you check, you really do invite yourself to get muscled.
But Samau is floating in position with just the wrap and the 9 of hearts working.
I mean, he could be drawing dead to that straight here, but it's more about investing in determining whether or not a third barrel is inbound from Jared, and if it isn't, sensing maybe full pot clears Blez. So here he is, nothing more than jack high. He's not called the turn strictly to make it.
Yeah, I think if you call the turn, you have to have some aspirations of turning your hand into a bluff.
And there is that conversion.
And this is a really difficult call for Jared Blesnik to make, just because we would expect a lot of those straight draw hands to fold the turn, right? So when Joao does continue on the turn, you have to say, you know, I've got ace 8. What does he have? He's either got, he basically has to have a flush, it feels like. He could have something like a set of 5s, but would that not just check back the river?
Now, Blez does have 1 heart blocker. Inconveniently, he's got that 6 in his hand. He wants to assign that to Samau. As we can see, 1 lurks.
But again, we would expect a lot of those straight draws just to fold the turn. So he has to be thinking about what the weakest hands Joao can get to the river with. And I suppose it is hands like this. Straight draws, big straight draws with a heart in hand. Oh, he calls!
That is a gutsy look up there from Blez.
That's fantastic intuition, Ollie.
And the Brazilian caught with his hand in the caipirinha.
And this is the sort of thing that Jared Blesnik does that makes him such a great player, because I don't think a lot of players would have found that line. I think a lot of players would have just checked the turn. If they did bet the turn, I think they would have check-folded the river, because it's so hard to find those bluffs for Joao. But Jared sniffed it out, perhaps recognizing how many chips Joao has. He might have some additional floats there. And this is the kind of thing that Jared Blesnik shows us time and time again, and what makes him such a killer.
Visibly and understandably, rightfully, dare I say, thrilled as he hops up from the table here in this 3rd edition of the Super High Roller Bowl. Biggest ever PLO buy-in tournament. And
nice call.
Shows himself to be on form, as he was back in 2023 when he won this one. Davies, who was one of the Max Late Reg
I just told you I don't.
folks at the top of today.
I don't have any time.
Won it in 2024. Back then, the prize pool, $4.2 million. This time around, 3-7.
How many? It's 20? 20 seconds free.
Who are the most notably absent people from this year's field, if you can think of any?
Daniel Negreanu
Yeah,
would be
that
the
was top
number
for
one.
me.
Call.
I'm trying to think if Seidel normally plays this tournament. Perhaps not. He does play a lot of PLO, but I don't know if he plays the 100K.
He's got some good life poker balance.
Yes.
But yeah, I feel like if he was in town and wasn't preoccupied, he'd be likely to come down and splash.
Aaron Katz has played at least one previous edition,
Yeah,
if
the
not
Blade,
both.
The Blade would normally be in here.
Lautaro Guerra is a
all right, all-time
notable
winningest Pot-Limit Omaha tournament player.
Elis
the
Parsonen,
Spaniard.
yeah. I know both of those guys. Elis has a couple daughters, and Lautaro had a kid himself a couple years ago, so maybe that work-life balance you're referring to.
Yeah. Parsonen might be swinging the clubs.
Yeah.
Although it hasn't proved to be a mutually exclusive endeavor, as
7:35 behind.
Joni's been out there with you.
Yeah, we played together yesterday morning. And he bagged the chip lead. No coincidence, of course.
Martirosyan playing with the driver here. Aces. Got shot straight draw picked up on this king high 2-heart board.
Set of 5s for the Blez. Kind of a tricky one for Martirosyan.
It's that ace of hearts, though, that keeps you invested.
Yeah, a little bit shallower. And he could just actually pot this and go with it. But at this depth, wise to employ a little bit more caution. And now is Blesnik. Do you just pot it? Do you call, try to see a safe turn?
There's your answer. Flats the 75. Another $1.50 into the middle. And note that this depth that Artur is forced to navigate is newfound, courtesy of Jared making that big call moments ago against Samau, whose chips have been hard to acquire on the day.
Yeah, Martirosyan has a very interesting hand here. He has both nut flush draw blockers. His hand kind of likes the idea of making a smaller bet and perhaps reserving the creativity to bluff some rivers. On the other hand, you know, does he just announce pot? Yeah, on the other hand, wow.
Blez almost beats him into the middle, ripping the 660. And now it would seem nowhere to go for Artur but into the bin. Ace is really underperforming against this action.
Yet only 310K more, and he does have that gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah, I suppose the math.
And if you're up against King 9, you could hit a 4 or a 5 as well, and he does make the call.
He doesn't expect to be in front
right
in this spot. But he decides the price is the price.
Yeah, and I actually don't hate the turn pot for Martirosyan because he is going to get Jared to fold a lot of hands that have equity given the situation. He just happened to run into the top of Jared's range, and Jared made a nice just call on the flop, setting up the ability to get all the money in on clean turns.
So Jared's resiliency being tested once more. He's staved off elimination on multiple occasions, all in with his back up against the wall. That's where he finds himself yet again here on the stone bubble. Artur wants to find a 6 or an ace to burst it. And instead, it's the queen. And now, Blesnik cooking with gas.
The Blez.
Alex.
And he's just a staple in
might
these
be in
tournaments.
trouble, Alex.
Yes, he is.
I love you, but you might be in trouble. Huh? But see, unlike you, I'll take the worst of it.
Do you think
we can do something?
Jared should offer to cancel the
We can do
$17,000 in exchange for 5% of himself with Joni
What?
now? Just turn it into a pure
what?
swap.
You owe me a favor, okay?
He's always wheeling and dealing.
I have a lot more. I have a lot.
1.7 he had.
5%, you owe me a favor. Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing that I love is
No,
to
you
see
only-
that
you only-
amount of
you only did
enthusiasm
swap.
from a guy who's seen virtually everything at this point.
Yeah, very true.
Really does love the game and loves what's just happened. Double-double with Cheese, bringing him up to 83 big blinds and second place here at the feature table on day 2 of this super high roller bowl. Samau still the boss. Well off the high water mark at 2.1 million, and with the blinds always increasing, stacks do get diluted. But hour-long levels, do kind of remove some of the urgency that a speedier format might create. Now newly minted. Les will sit this one out.
You said it too. He said it when I came over here. He said I was the best. Hey, Sam, you owe me a big swap, okay? I got like 1.6. Okay, 5. I love you.
Martirosian limping the rainbow ace-high. Jouhkimainen double suited.
Yeah, in an earlier stage of the event, he might jack that one up out of the big, but here employing caution.
On the topic of jacks, that's what Joni has connected with. Open-ended as well. Heavily in front of Artur, but it is Martirosian who speaks first for 30K with nothing more than the Broadway gutter. Joni, of course, going nowhere.
What?
Well, now Artur picking up a wheel wrap.
If you're going to bet this hand on the flop, I would expect a follow through on this turn a decent chunk of the time. I'd rather have a bigger diamond, of course, or 2 of them.
50-50.
Yeah.
Pot.
Don't think you are the guy that
He
will.
announces pot, and note that Jouhkimainen holding a queen and a 9 in his hand may be skewing Martirosian more toward the paired up stuff.
Yeah, I think just top pair, open-ender. Too much hand to fold right now in position. Call, see what happens on the river.
Alan, when do you get more time bakes?
That's exactly what Joni does.
I need to know ASAP, please. What? Final table 7?
Final 5?
Oh, and the wheel rolls right off for Artur. That should be a card that in the face of another round of aggression will shed Joni rather handily.
Yeah, it would be very difficult for Joni to call. He could, of course, consider turning his hand into a bluff if he faced, for instance, a small bet. Martirosian feeling
280.
very good about his hand, of course, with the second nuts and a blocker to the nuts.
280 announced. Now, the odd thing about it is the board texture has changed where King-Queen very much making the nuts and could be a part of that flatting range for Jouhkimainen. So Martirosian's willingness to fire flop and turn, if he was in that kind of 2-pair territory, shouldn't he be slowing down now? That's kind of the calculus for Joni.
Right.
Even something like aces up gets a bit shy here.
Yeah, he's kind of polarizing himself a little bit. He could have perhaps something like a set plus straight blocker. But it really looks like he is representing King-Queen. Of course, 3-5 you just don't expect to see much of, given he bet the Jack-10-4 flop. So he's really representing a straight here.
How's the crew doing?
Sorry?
How's the boys?
Joni thinking, I don't have any diamonds in my hand and I do have a queen.
Adrian,
Does he ever consider bluff catching here? But no, he just elects to fold.
Online.
Jean didn't go as well.
You could see the incongruence was bothering Joni with regard to the line and the board development, but he does find the fold and does so appropriately as we find John Reardon on the end firing 520K. Sovereign the razor pre-flop to 70. Reardon flatted. Jack-7 deuce board. Reardon had the jack and the overpair. Sovereign sharing that jack along with a deuce. Wasn't playing the aces. John led out into the razor for 70 on that flop. Sovereign called 225 on the turn where Reardon picked up a gutter. And here on the end, he's trying to blast his way out with these queens for 520 and Sovereign in the blender.
Yeah, this is very creative from Reardon, turning these queens into a bluff, starting with a flop lead, then using the 8 straight blocker to continue barreling on the turn. And now putting a lot of pressure on Sam, who has more than just aces. He has jacks and deuces, but knows his opponent for value is repping something stronger than that.
I guess you could show me 7-7.
Time extension.
How much is in there? How much is in there? No.
This decision is for Sovril's tournament life, and it would be such a great opportunity.
I was saying how stupid it'd be if I busted the very next hand.
This is very creative from Reardon, and Reardon is a very creative player. So
I mean, 10-8's the hand that's staring Sovril in the face.
Right. But how many bluffs can Reardon find after leading the flop to contain perhaps a 10 or an 8 or multiple?
You know, it's a pretty dry flop. Granted, the 10-9-8 could be lurking. Remember, Reardon did flat that 70K pre-flop from the small.
Yeah, this is the sort of board. Oh,
Wow.
he calls. Great call.
Excellent sniff. As Blesnik, not the only man who is keen to make the big
Do me a
decisions.
favor, Jared.
Yeah, that was nice from Sam. Real nice.
My goodness. You know, yesterday during our coverage, Alex, I alluded to the fact that we hadn't seen at one point fairly deep into the day any of the heroics that PLO can offer from time to time. And here, in rather short order, Jared Blesnik and Sam Sovril grabbing their capes and doing so correctly.
Yeah, we've seen some fireworks here.
Yeah, he called and he doubled.
Right on the stone bubble. Great call there from Sam. Didn't even have a straight blocker in his hand, but just gave Reardon, I think part of that is just giving Reardon credit for being a creative and tough enough player to come up with enough bluffs there.
Yep.
How much you got now?
A lot of players would just check the flop as Reardon. If they did bet the flop, maybe check the turn, but he got after it with that pair of queens.
Yep. And listen, oftentimes you'll see people going like, what are you doing? He's probably doing the same thing that he did that spun that stack up to north of 2 million and put him in this situation. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. Things cut both ways, but don't get results oriented.
Call that shit if you hate money. At 1.8.
Sovril, boss stack in the big. Yockey continuing to spectate. Couple of mucks around to Weisman, and he too will sit it out.
Were those Badoogie aces?
No.
What do
Oh,
I
yeah.
fold them free?
No, I didn't. I was just asking. I just don't know if they were right.
Yeah, ace of hearts, yeah.
Back at the feature, it's a set of jacks for Blesnik. Simao with a 9-high flush draw, firing 65,000 after making it 50 pre-flop and picking up Jared for the ride. Blez not keen to announce himself here. King is unpleasant. Both players checking swiftly, and now it's quads.
4 jacks. Is that any good?
Simao making the 9-high flush. If you're Jared, do you like doing your own work here?
I think you can go either way, certainly. Kind of depends how likely you think Simao is to turn something into a bluff, of course.
10 seconds.
One option is to go for a block bet, kind of just representing very thin value and hoping to get the bet 3-bet in.
Well, this qualifies as exactly that sort of imagery. 65 from Blez, and Simao pays it off as things have very much turned for Joao of late in particular.
Yeah, the nice thing about that bet size is it pretty much guarantees you get called by all the flushes. It allows all of the big full houses to raise you for value, and perhaps it induces some other raises with ace and king blocker type hands.
What was that I was saying about momentum, Alex?
Momentum is real, Ali, and I know people like to deny that at points. Momentum is very real in sports, and perhaps we can call poker a sport of sorts.
Sure.
What's your take on that one?
You know, I've never been bothered by anyone that wants to call it a sport per se. I tend to look at it like a game, but more and more physical endurance and stamina feels like it plays a part in especially these grueling things like the World Series of Poker main event, for example.
Right.
Right. Or like a Triton Festival where, you know, you're playing back-to-back-to-back events across a couple of weeks plus. You know, if you're not fit, it'll definitely take a toll.
Pot.
Meanwhile, Martirosyan charging toll
I think this card
with ace-ace 10-5 double.
Second time we've seen Martirosyan get dealt double suited red aces. And look at Joni just quickly folding the ace, king, jack 5, king high suit.
Yep.
Getting out of the way, avoiding trouble.
I called him with ace-8. Joni. Double suit. Oh.
Shortest stack in the entire field right now belongs to Dylan Weisman. 38 bigs. Stuck on the stone bubble.
What a spin, huh?
Meandering over to the outer table.
It's gonna be a long bubble.
Maybe not, dude. People are calling off nothing. There's it all in 45 times.
You just get top and middle. It's all over.
Why did you do that against me? Okay, that was winning too.
Maybe the cashier's working on
I was gonna be so
an
tough.
MGM
Fucking
data
5,
hack or
7,
something.
there.
Social engineering the IT department.
Back to the cashier, huh?
You know, I'm just really
Double.
curious. I mean, has anyone paid him a visit over the last 2 hours?
Why would anyone pay him a
Not
visit?
if
over the
Right,
last 2
that's
hours?
what I
Not-
mean.
Yeah.
We're not in the money. Maybe there's some rebuys in the 15K.
Maybe
but-
on break, just take a $20 bill his way and ask him to cut it into 4 5s. Tip him one of them.
Why not 21s?
21.
Is that too suspect?
If you're going to do that, then you have to tip at least 7 of them.
How rich, Alex? My goodness.
Not rich enough. Sovereign, now with his newfound wealth, table chip leader opening this hand, and this is what you get to do when you're table chip leader.
Yeah, it's a real napkin. 8-5 deuce badoogie.
Yeah, if I was going to fold any hands on the button with Sovereign stack, this might be at the top of the list.
I mean, that's a trash napkin.
He's going to see multi-way action.
You guys like a discount, huh?
He's got some talking chips now, Ollie.
Yeah. What he doesn't have is much of anything on a Jack 7-5 board. Just bottom pair. Open-ended is Yockey. Backdoor diamonds and spades. He'll knuckle over to Reardon, who's got top pair. Backdoor hearts. Sam closing the action with a check. Now the king on the turn, giving Reardon top 2. Broadway gutter acquired for Yockey. Added paths to a straight.
Yeah, 3-way straight draw here for Yockey. Queen 3 or 8. These spots are a bit awkward as Reardon here, Ali, because on the one hand, he wants to deny equity to those straight draws. On the other hand, he doesn't want to put his whole stack in here with just naked top 2.
10 seconds.
Flat call from John. Easy release from Sovereign. Down to heads up. Very similar stacks. Very dissimilar holdings, though. Nuts on the end for John.
And it's tricky as Yockey because you want to bluff with just ace high. On the other hand, you want your opponent to have all the cards you have. You want them to have some sort of misdraw, perhaps with a pair.
10 seconds.
With the lack of any flush draws on the turn, you could see worlds in which Yockey is concerned about the king, given Reardon defending against the button open and then sticking around on that turn. And yet,
You have
Bryce incinerates 200.
Good job.
Yeah, certainly he knows it's part of Reardon's range and that those hands are never going to fold, but he's just targeting something like a 6, 7, 8.
Make sure you leave somebody with like
Something like a
20,000
queen, 10,
almost.
jack.
You still want to swap, Jared?
Queen, 10, 9, 7, all those sorts of hands.
But make sure you don't bust them. You leave them with 10,000 on the river. Just do it. Just whatever their stack is, bet a little less. Yeah. Maybe. I have Dodgers today. Whew.
You want to swap also?
I bet Toronto every
Yeah.
game.
You're in for 2 bullets.
I made the biggest fold of my life against you. I'm still in.
You want to swap? You're in for 2 bullets.
And that's a deflating visual for Yockey. The raise was always inbound. Somewhat anticlimactic finish.
And it is Bryce Yockey now, our tournament short stack.
Yeah.
By a hair.
A couple of bigs south of Weisman as Reardon begins the process of reclamation after Sovrel took a bite out.
But in theory, Ollie, this bubble could really drag on. As
No.
36 big blinds, still nothing to scoff at.
I mean, you know, I alluded to the idea that the speed with which we got down to that stone bubble, which was, you know, ahead of what the pace we anticipated would have otherwise been, would leave us in the spot.
You were correct, sir. And look at this hand. Slightly better than the deuce, deuce, 5-8 rainbow he was rocking last hand.
60.
Not the hottest take I've ever had, by the way, the protracted bubble. And red hot hand here for Sovrel, takes you to 60. Double suited is Weisman in the big, very defendable kid. Flats it.
So nobody's short.
Artwork on the board.
700.
It's all Sovrel. Goes from playing the aces to trips. Weisman knuckling backdoor clubs on the Broadway gutter. Some backdoor diamonds as well.
You're not the short.
No. I was.
Depends on his cost.
Sam.
I was until this game started.
Going to get a little sneaky, and in doing so, allows Dylan to bink the Broadway. Note that Sovrel has picked up nut hearts. This is now a much spicier dish than the bland one we saw a street ago.
Yeah, this is very interesting here. As Weisman, again, you want to pursue value.
10 seconds.
But no pair blocker.
Credit to Sovrel for finding the check back, and the very innocent looking 6 allows him to find the winner as he makes a boat.
And it really looks to me, if I'm Dylan Weisman, like Sovrel has something that he's just trying to get to showdown. Maybe some type of ace-queen hand, some type of aces, maybe a very weak king some of the time that he didn't want to bet the turn with. Very tempting to go for value here as Weisman. And
Yeah. He does so modestly, half pot. Very, very thoughtful player is Dylan.
And Sovrel's hand, of course, very underrepresented at this point. Kings full of 6s. Knows that Dylan can be going for value as wide as a straight.
And this one's going to get a little weird when the raise comes in for Dylan, because Sovrel is the chip leader at the table now. Raised pre-flop, could have a fairly wide range. Check back 2 streets, and now all of a sudden piles another 275 on top of us.
Yeah, I'm going to say just from a population standpoint, I feel like this is one of those somewhat underbluffed lines, Ali, when the preflop raiser checks back flop and turn, and then in this very small pot now pounces with this big raise on the river. Not to say, of course, Sovrel's not capable of... Oh, and Dylan does call.
Yeah, and he didn't take a whole lot of time to do so. Thoroughly deflated by the idea that it wasn't a trap on the turn, but rather that 6.
350?
that
Right.
gave Sovrel the winner.
And he did block the 6. I think Dylan expected if he lost there, it was going to be to something like King Queen or
Yeah.
King Jack that
Yeah.
just slow played earlier in the hand.
Well, we might have to run some SPF 50 out there to Sovrel because the sun is shining down on him. 2.2 million plus in his stack as both he and Blez earn their way up their respective leaderboards. And Weisman has earned short stack duties once again. Just 16 bigs in the aftermath. Pretty one for Reardon, content to limp. Weisman
You have 300, right?
accepting the invitation
Yes, a
with
little
Ace
more.
Queen 8-7 Rainbow.
315.
10 seconds.
No taxation from Sovrel. 9-3 deuce, pretty raggy looking texture. 2 pair for Sovrel, out flopping the 10s. Sam clears Weisman with the 35K. Reardon sticking around to see what's what. Second spade on the turn. Nobody with the ace or the flush draw. Sovrel slows it down. Reardon doesn't get frisky. And now Sovrel really is on fire. Already had the best hand, but finds the best card. Trying to make it look as though there's some deliberation required. Slam dunk hand.
45.
Cheeky size.
Yeah, and I think just very difficult for Reardon to come up with too many hands he can beat after Sovrel leads the flop here multi-way and then bets this river.
185.
150 is in there, I think.
Oh yeah, 150.
Boy, credit to Sovrel for finding this size, which has kept Reardon potentially interested in a bluff catching effort. And he does
call.
pay it off.
Okay. So well done from Sam. I think a bigger bet there certainly would have just received a fold.
You know, when you end up paying that one off, you feel used. You feel a little bit like you need a shower, don't you?
Yeah. I know what you mean. The price was right, but the price was wrong.
Yeah. That must be what a mouse feels like. You know, when they walk up to this strange wooden board with some metal and springs.
Yeah.
That delightful piece of cheese. Something feels off, but let me go ahead and slam!
Yeah.
It's a wrap. By the way, if you ever find yourself frustrated, unable to catch a mouse in the house, I did cut class for about a week in college on a mouse hunt of my own. And I found that peanut butter wrapped cashews, really, that's what brings them out.
I'm sure you could tempt them with many things.
No, but that was the winner.
That was
I
the
experimented with
cheese.
a whole host of offerings, and that was your winner. But the little guy wasn't heavy enough to trigger. He was walking up and licking the peanut butter.
Really?
So I actually had to drop a nickel onto the trigger
Oh,
mechanism,
no.
and that it's not pretty.
No.
Sorry about that.
Yoni, I
The
can
visual
afford
our
to swap.
viewers
It
did
was,
not need.
I'm playing for like 100.
Yeah, I was in the couch in the
65. You know what I mean?
fraternity house
So,
living
like,
room.
it's
and
fine. That's what I don't.
I was
Those were the days.
all of a sudden like, shh,
Because
everybody,
of my
shh, nobody
situation.
move. Caught a glimpse
just
of him,
wondering-
came up,
what?
started licking,
Yeah.
didn't trigger it, and I was like, that's how you keep getting away with it. And then just had to
And you had to
line
say
it up,
kaboom.
man.
I don't know if I could do it.
I know it was a little savage, but it was very satisfying at the time.
I'm sure it was much needed in a
Yeah.
sense, but
Yeah, actually, it probably wasn't. I mean, I don't know
Pesky
what's the
little
worst that a
creatures.
mouse. What was he doing?
Yeah.
He wasn't really causing much harm. But they, they can be.
Do you lose
dirty,
sleep over it still?
No. I'm good. I've moved on.
You've moved on.
Yeah, I'm an animal lover for sure.
You mentioned that earlier.
I've
but,
evolved.
but not a vegetarian.
No, I didn't eat the mouse.
Not that they're
either.
mutually exclusive.
Boy, we got a lot more mileage out of that anecdote than I intended us to.
Well, the action's at a bit of a lull. We've
Yeah.
been sitting in the booth for
It's my time to shine,
almost
Alex.
3 hours now without a break.
Well, listen,
We're
if
on
you
break?
think it's rough on us, it's pretty rough on them too. And no sooner do you mention the word break than the players too, recognizing it's been a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, it does feel like they had a very small break perhaps when we went to commercial. Just I remember Reardon wanted to use the bathroom. There was some table changing happening.
Works for me.
But this will be their first official break of the day coming up.
Looks like the secondary table is going to be taking that break along with those uninvolved at the feature, which do not include Samau and Martirosyan. Intertwined here, pre-flop action, 60 to skate, flat from Artur, 8-6-4, 2 spades. Samau, top pair, nothing further, more than we can say for Artur, who just has the gutter. Board pairing 6 now rolls off after it goes check, check. Artur, little sprinkler. This visual here, Alex, further reinforces the assessment from earlier about how dialed and strictly business Joao is right now. Break is going on. A lot of times you just spin it, move on, small pot, but he's in here fighting for every single chip.
Right, you are.
And unfortunately, the fight now.
Well, he's got the
For,
kings
oh,
and
yeah,
eights.
he's got
Ali.
kings and eights. Forgive me, I knew Martirosyan had the king, but it could be trouble for him.
Yeah, perhaps Martirosyan deciding if he wants to value bet now, given how small he bet on the turn. Flop went check, check. Does he want to try and target something like 10s through queens?
Samau treading lightly, of course, given that some sort of 6 could be lurking across the way. I don't think this is with the intention of trying to shovel chips into the middle in the face of a barrel.
No, but I think once you check call flop, of course, Joao looking to check call this river.
140.
The question is, does Martirosyan go for value? And he does, and I expect just a pretty quick call here from Samau.
Yeah, 140 sizing. Where else are we going to go other than to the break with a helping of Artur's chips?
I guess you could give small credence to turning your hand into a bluff and trying to get a 6 to fold with the king and the 8. But really, you're just going to beat enough hands that I think calling feels like the more likely option here.
And he agrees.
King, queen.
As the flat leaves Artur announcing his hand in a somewhat proud manner, but as we can see, Not going to cut it.
What is it?
King 8.
Martirosyan now 815K, shortest of the stacks at this feature, as it is break time here at the Super High Roller Bowl PLO. Just about 6 minutes, and we'll be back to Vegas with continuing coverage of day 2 on the Stone Money Bubble.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPokerGo, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPokerGo lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPokerGo on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
30 some odd bigs in a Pot-Limit Omaha tournament is a depth these guys are all going to be very comfortable navigating.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. They're just going to have to employ a bit of finesse. I expect we'll see some limping, we'll see some pot-sized opens, and we'll see some tighter folds. Usually when you do get shallow, you want to choose between limping in or raising to the full pot, trying to deny equity to your opponents.
Well, one of those 30 some odd big blind stacks has chosen to open. It is Simao. Potting it to 55. Once more jacks, this time double suited. Martirosyan finds a flat. Queens try suits. Some interactivity for Kuhn here in the small.
Yeah, this is the type of hand that starts to get a little bit marginal as we near the money bubble. Definitely perfectly fine to continue here, given he does have some connection, but you know, if he had maybe a weaker version of tri-suited queens, I could see him just pitching it. And then Chino should just complete the action here 4 ways.
10 seconds.
Ace, king, 10, 6. Do not know yet what Simao is cooking up. Now the dealer asking him to spread his cards, scans the ace, king, queen, 5 with spades, which show up here. Martirosyan with top set. Simao with the nut flush.
Look at this, Simao playing it coy with the extra spade in his hand, queen of spades as well.
Martirosyan in a 4-way affair, content to check. 4th spade will help Simao further conceal that ace-high flush. With 3 spades in hand, 4 out there on the board, you really begin to doubt that anyone else has an inferior flush at this point.
Yeah, at the same time, I think you just want to start betting. You don't have any pair blockers, which means that the sets and 2-pair combos can all be out there. And you can't really expect anyone to do your betting for you when you only have 1 player left jack behind you.
Action paused upon him, and now he does reach out and fire. 120. Not a forceful sizing. And if you're Martirosyan, of course, you're not going to find the fold.
Yeah, I think just pure call here. Note that he could have bet his hand on the flop. It's kind of a slightly mergy bet that can get some weak flushes to fold, can get some worse sets to continue, can deny equity to straight draws. But checking's certainly fine as well, and we're going to see a river here, and it'll be interesting to see if the river does brick off, if Martirosyan ever finds a hero call with his 3 jacks. Pretty unlikely without a spade in his hand, but not out of the realm of possibility. And he's actually improved to a straight here. Not that it helps him.
9 on the end, failing to pair the board and give Artur a winner. But effectively, he's playing the guessing game as to whether or not Simao has the flush. Are you more inclined to feel as though this man is using the dry ace as a pre-flop opener that checked on the flop, or do you give credit here, especially given the all-in for 345?
Look, a quick fold here from Martirosyan. I think I like the fold, again, with no spade in his hand, and you just have to ask yourself, would Joao check the flop with just the naked ace? I mean, in theory, he should be a little bit balanced with both combos, sometimes with the naked ace and with the nut flush. He needs to be betting and sometimes checking. The other thing to keep in mind there is that Joao could also be playing that way with the king high flush. Once it checks around on the flop and he only gets called in one spot on the turn, he could shove the king high flush on the river for value. So it opens up a few more value combos that he could have.
On the topic of opens, aces and hearts, Martirosyan shoots it to 40. You make anything of the choice to raise to 40 as opposed to full pot?
Yeah, so this is something you're often going to see from big stacks when you have a lot of short stacks who have ICM pressure on them. Basically, the idea is that if you pot it, you do allow the short stack to repot and create a very shallow stack to pot ratio where they can just stick the rest in on a lot of flops. When you make a slightly smaller raise like this, it makes it a bit more awkward for them if they have something like a weak to medium kings or some hand like that. They may just end up calling those hands instead of 3-betting them. And you're still going to apply a lot of pressure. It's still hard for them to defend super wide out of the big blind. So
just affords them less leverage.
Exactly, yeah. You're saying, I don't mind if you come along for a cheaper price. I'm going to have position on you, and you've got ICM pressure and I don't, and I'm willing to play poker with you.
Somehow defending his big blind, fresh off of the pickup, and now he's found queens up versus the nut flush draw and the aces.
Yeah, these sorts of hands are always very awkward, the one that Samau has, where you have two pair that you feel maybe ahead right now, but once a bunch of money starts going in, you don't like your hand that much. So I expect him to just check call if he does face a bet here.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Super High Roller Bowl PLO from Las Vegas, Nevada. Ali Najad and Alex Livingston back with you as the money bubble has proven to be a thick membrane. Still trying to open up this purse and hand out 150K. 8 remaining, 7 paid. There are the payouts, $1.25 million, and that beautiful ring awaiting the eventual champion who will be crowned not tonight, but rather tomorrow. Still playing 5s and 25s. Deep structure. Something that I have to imagine when you're spending 100K on a poker tournament, the players appreciate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hot.
That's one of the nice things about these Super High Roller Bowl tournaments. They differ from the regular PGT events. 3-day tournament, even for just a field of 37.
Blez announcing pot, courtesy of Ace King 10-6 double.
And Samau has a new look. Did you see that?
So, what is it?
I didn't clock it.
He ditched the hoodie.
Nice.
He's gone back to his more usual look.
Anything to maybe stop the onslaught from Blesnik. Now he's more recognizable.
Very
Ditched the
much so.
shades as well as the
May not
hoodie.
have even been him, that first frame.
For 50, he's gonna peel all the time, man. You want me to go 50?
Maybe.
I would appeal.
Everybody knows you're supposed
That's what I'm saying. I'm fine with a fold, even if I do have double suited aces.
to. Les would be min raised.
Save your money.
Secondary table, the only other one in action. Weisman 275. Very much the nub out there. Ace 9-8 tray and 8 high diamonds doesn't qualify. Folds his small. Salvo continues to compile.
Here I'm going 55.
50, 50, baby.
You could be like Jared. Let's try something. 40 more. All right.
Back at the feature now. Hooks and spades for Artur. Gonna limp it. Joni out of there.
Note that Joni had a hand he would ordinarily play, but when both blinds cover him, And he knows how short Dylan is at the other table. He's just employing that caution. Does Joao want to put a little pressure on these two stacks? He does, and you can really see how these stack sizes are influencing the plays of all these players.
As to be expected, tournament tacticians maintaining awareness.
Martirosian getting sticky.
2 features, please.
Wouldn't have been a crazy hand to consider just limp folding, but of course, when you start doing that, you invite your opponent to start isolating even wider out of the big blind.
Yeah, one of the issues with making a habit out of allowing one of the big stacks like Samau to muscle you around. Overpair on the 10-8-4 board. Pair and a gutter.
Yeah,
for
Samau has enough interaction with this board that I'd like to see a bet in a spot where he doesn't expect to get raised a ton given the ICM pressure of Martirosian. This is nice, and notice he just goes with a big sizing, which puts a lot of immediate pressure. Certainly Martirosian's hand is going to have to fold, but it puts pressure on a lot of hands going 3/4 pot.
Joni.
Check.
Looks like Joni was on hand to soak up some of what was going on at the outer.
It's so fucking dumb.
And the 8.
It looks like Weisman had the best of it on the flop here. The third 8 appearing on the turn.
Yeah, to counterfeiting that 9, not playing the full house any longer. And by the way, I don't know that I've seen his lug nuts that loose in the past, you know, so effing dumb declared, you know, not necessarily with venom, but he's frustrated and you get it.
The frustration is evident, certainly, yeah. And he did save himself 10K. It looks like maybe he went for a bluff on the turn there or something like that, but in any event, he does have 10K back. We've seen people spin these stacks, but certainly the pressure is on Dylan Weisman, and nobody else is going to want to play a pot on that other table. Certainly nobody who's covered.
In it goes. Might this be Dylan's last stand? Just half a big blind.
80?
Still 20 to go. Sovrel providing isolation and some insulation, unclear what's prompted him to do that.
It's interesting because Sovrel actually
I've
wants
never
to keep
seen anyone
Dylan
do
around,
that.
Ollie. When Dylan is this short, Sovrel can really put a ton of
never
pressure on
happened.
the other stacks. And look at Sam Sovrel's stack, by the way. He's up to 2.8 million.
It has been all Sovrel of late. No, Reardon hanging in here. Monotone 10 high board. Sovrel with the spades. Not looking to bet them. Main pot complete. Active side where the bulk of the chips lie between Sovrel and Reardon. John picking up a gutter to go with 4s. Nothing thrilling as monotone board textures do tend to freeze action.
10 seconds.
Healthy side pot here to play for.
Goes check, check. Now the spades no longer as cozy as they were a moment ago. It's going to be the end for Dylan Weisman, as we know.
Yeah, he probably figures he has a 5 to 10% chance to have the best hand here with those 2 6s.
Yeah.
Maybe even less than that.
Check.
It's always painful when you're sitting there trying to keep your poker face when you know you're about to be hitting the rail.
In all likelihood, and especially increased likelihood when we see Sovrel barrel the end.
By 100.
And this is a very brutal feeling. Not so much the one that Reardon is experiencing as he waits to find the fold here. Maybe keeping an eye on Sovrel with that King 4. TBD. Got milked by Sam en route to the 2.8.
Time extension.
Boy, he's got non-believer vibes.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he, Ollie? Just the 4.
10 seconds.
Oh my.
Wow.
Now Dylan certainly knows the 6s are no good. GG's issued as the bubble bursts, and so do the hopes of Reardon.
And by tournament rules, Reardon has to show his hand. Look at Sam having a look at the 4 cards. That was a wild call.
Played it perfect.
As we see Dylan quickly exiting the arena.
By the way, brushing shoulders there with Campbell. Careful, you pick up a technical foul.
That's true.
You know.
Yellow card issued.
I get it. It's painful. Dylan, ferocious competitor, just couldn't really get a whole lot going on the day, and the difference between 150K payout and negative at least 100,000, what he's dealing with.
Yeah, he'll be back, Ollie. He certainly always shows up for the biggest buy-in PLO tournaments. He often carves out space for them in his summer schedule, taking days off.
Go based on chip stack. Oh wow! Okay, so you're guaranteed 75,000.
You win the side, plus you might bust him. Like it's like
After
really
you
hard
care.
to hold on.
Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Artur Martirosyan has himself top pair and a queen high flush draw, facing a Blesnik 420K.
It's totally different.
This coming courtesy of the wheel, which Blez filled in on the turn. Artur using some time banks here, wants to mull it over.
420.
And he is going to make the call. Has some outs.
Told you it's different.
Big one taking shape here. Just 90 left for Artur.
Yeah, this is a big call from Artur with the non-nut flush draw and just one pair.
Oh, and he makes that flush on the end. Doesn't hesitate to put in the 90.
This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's the worst.
That really is a horrendous card for Jared.
Stupid, man. Dylan just cost me so much money. How much is it?
90.
He's saying Dylan just cost me so much money because, of course, if Dylan had tripled up there, then perhaps Martirosyan wouldn't have called the turn here, of course.
Yeah, feeling a little bit more inclined to take a shot on the inside of the bubble. And
he does flick in the call.
Yeah,
big double up for Artur Martirosyan.
It's stupid, man. It's good.
Pot just laying Jared too much.
I mean, it's just fucking dumb, man. I mean, it's just like, it's just so stupid.
Well, lucky for Jared Blesnik, his frustration doesn't come with an exit.
This is true.
I was dead right, too.
And I suppose we will be combining to one table of 7 here momentarily, Ali.
It is that time. As Martirosyan finally putting a positive foot forward after coming in with the lion's share of the chips at the feature table. So as we take a moment for some administrative affairs, we will step aside, but we'll be back in about 7 minutes with more from the Super High Roller Bowl.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPokerGo, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPokerGo lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPokerGo on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Note here that with Artur in the big blind, Jouhkimainen just elects to go for full pot, trying to just deny some equity to those hands that Artur might have in the big blind, and not as much fearing that 3-bet because they're so deep that it's not like the previous example.
Yeah, his stack definitely must be respected by Martirosyan, in particular as they have drawn much closer to one another after Samau snacked on Artur. He now has 7 figures plus. breaking free of that log jam down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Reem has called, has club coverage, double suited.
Yeah, Martirosyan has a huge hand here, and if I was playing a cash game, I would pot this all day, and he does just pot it here.
You surprised by the choice?
I'm not shocked, but I think that calling is at least worth some consideration, just given how deep he is with Joni.
Reem's flat, perhaps making it a little bit more attractive, able to squeeze.
No, very much so. It allows you to raise to a bigger sizing, and usually, you know, the player who flatted is going to have somewhat of a capped range, so you know you're pushing equity against those ranges. And Reem now really doesn't love this spot because he probably feels like his hand might be dominated a fair chunk of the time. But double suited, closing the action in position.
270.
He wants to see a flop.
Yep, and this is a big investment. 270 back, 10-7-5 and a couple of diamonds. Not what he had in mind.
Not what either player had in mind.
Now, once Cheem flatted and then calls that 3-bet, not that it's deterred Martirosyan, do you kind of range him toward a hand that is likely to continue on this board?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Martirosyan there, I'm probably doing what he did and just sticking it in and just praying my opponent folds because the stack to pot ratio is so low. And it's such a big result when your opponent folds, but you're not excited about it at all. And Chino is also extremely unexcited. We can see he actually has 79% equity.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1 favorite.
He has the backdoor clubs. He has the pair. From a pot odds perspective, he probably needs to call here, but he's also thinking about the ICM considerations, staying in the tournament.
Unfortunately for Chino, what he doesn't have is a whole lot of chips.
And if his opponent does have aces, of course, he's in pretty bad shape. Those aces will often contain the ace of diamonds, which means sometimes a flush draw with them.
That's one of my outs. If you just have those, it's not so bad. If you have that with that, I'm not in good shape.
Chino utilizing multiple time banks. This would be such an incredibly delightful revelation if he found the call and saw what he was up against, but can't fault him for struggling.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, but the fucking price.
Will the math keep him intact?
From a pot odds perspective, only needs 25% equity to break even on this call.
Tough not to have that much equity in Pot-Limit Omaha. But he bins it. He's a tremendously entertaining player to have alongside you. Has some sharp needles, real dry wit.
A bit of self-deprecation at times.
Yeah, yeah. All the ingredients. Meanwhile, in the crock pot back at the feature, we find 3 players, 2 of whom have flush draws. Samau's is nutted.
Yeah, limped pot here. Martirosyan has the worst of it, but he is the aggressor.
Betting 30, getting called by Lonis, who's got the 2-way straight draw and that 10-high flush draw. And Samau, with that flat behind the better, decides to shoot it up.
This is nice from Samau. He can get some ace-X to fold. He probably thinks that a lot of the aces hands that Martirosyan would have raised pre-flop. He's got equity against everything, of course, with enough flush draw, and it's a little more appealing when you have a flatter in there as well, who you can deny equity to with straight draws or whatever they might have.
So he clears Artur.
And Lonis, if he feels like Samau has a made hand, must feel like he has a decent amount of equity with his 10-high flush draw and his double gutter.
Ooh, and this is a troublesome turn for Jesse, as now he is drawing dead.
Yeah, I think this is most likely just the end of Jesse Lonis, and indeed, he just shoves himself.
Quickly double checking to see he's got the nuts, and the river will be of no consequence. It is a wrap.
Good game, Jesse.
Yep. Jesse Lonis and all of the excitement that he brings to any given event are vanquished just like that. Awareness with respect to that ice. Consolidation at long last here in the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl PLO. Day 2 coverage under darkness. Here inside the PokerGO Studio, Ali Najad and Alex Livingston back with you. And the final 7 are all smiles. Monkey off their back, 150K locked up. That the min cash. As only 7 places paid. Jarrett Blesnick fighting his way back up into a very playable stack, looking to claim his second ever Super High Roller Bowl PLO title. Won it back in 2023. Sam Sovrel looking for another feather in a cap that contains 12 already over the course of his PGT career. He was outperforming at the outer table and sits north of 3 million. Burst the bubble by eliminating Dylan Weisman. Zhao Simao second, as all parties enjoy 7-figure stacks other than Bryce Yockey, who inherits the shorty. And as you look at the state of affairs and those payouts, current ladder 75K, what do you anticipate, Alex?
Well, I think, everyone should be a little bit more freed up now, Ali, having survived that bubble. The pay jumps are pretty small for the next little bit. Of course, they do get very big at the end, but I expect to
I'll
see
tell you what, if you want,
a
I'll
little
give
bit
you
more
one for
free
25
poker.
championships.
The big stacks won't be able to
You
be
can take them all.
quite
500,000.
as aggressive.
Cover you?
I don't know. Oh, it's a tie.
Well,
By
I
one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Fuck.
I can
I'm covered by
officially-
everyone.
Got some big brain thinkers over there, huh?
Whenever you get one of these
officially say I'm the only person
situations
that
where
finishes
one
to win
stack
all
gets
3
quite a
years.
bit shorter than the others, there
Okay.
will be that kind of mini bubble. Yockey
Congrats.
does have a bit of
Yep.
separation from the rest of the
I
pack,
don't
so
think
let's see how
anyone-
All I
those
had
mid
to take
stacks
was winning 3
navigate.
all ends of the bubble.
By and large, the short stacks
Let me tell you
performed
something,
quite
man.
well over the course of the last couple of frames.
Let me tell you something.
Let's hear it.
Resilience, the order of the day.
Tell me something.
Sovrel getting after it.
Seven-handed now?
Yeah.
No takers.
There's no one that has a better track record than this one. I submit.
Are you in for 2 bullets every year?
This year I am.
Didn't you win
about
and
other
get
people?
second or something?
What?
You won and got second. What are your places?
There's no one that has a better record.
He said 4th.
Well, you won the first one.
The second.
One first, fourth, and
First, fourth, and to be determined.
It is quite the track record, Ali. 3 for 3 in cash is a win and
Well,
a
everyone has
fourth
a
so
tournament they're
far.
good in, you know?
We'll see
This
what
is
he
a good
does
one for
this
you.
year.
Seriously.
Nose for the
Really good one,
FT.
good.
He's running bad and he still cashed all of them.
Somehow continuing to demonstrate the difficulty of scanning the cards as a habit.
But he's back incognito, Ali. It was just that quick frame after our first break where we saw him in his usual look.
Just looking to authenticate.
Right,
That's
yeah.
all it was. Meanwhile, authentic Queen 4-4 with a suit and now with a set on this ace-queen tray board where Joni defended his big, has found top pair, wheel gutter.
Backdoor spades to boot.
Checks it over.
food available or
How
not?
many hands we play?
Food?
How many hands do we play?
It's 5 minutes left, so we'll play JG.
Oh, I don't know. They probably draw right after.
Yeah, they did. So my bad.
Feels like just a pure call for Joni here.
If they did, I missed it too.
agrees. Another 170 into the middle and another path to a straight, courtesy of the 7.
Yeah, facing an inevitable second barrel here, it's going to be hard for Joni to fold. Of course, picking up extra equity. 6 or a deuce gives him the nuts. Ace-king could still be ahead, of course. Samao could be just blasting on this board that favors his range. Let's see what size Joao comes with here.
10 seconds.
Anything up to full pot seems very reasonable.
260.
He does go for about 2/3 to 3/4 pot.
$260. The 7 obviously making it a bit more tempting.
10 seconds.
Deuces, 6s, all clean outs.
And he does make a very disciplined fold, so credit to Joni there. Would have been tempted to make the call, but he probably figured if he didn't river a deuce or a 6, he was going to face another bet a lot, and it's very difficult to call down with just one pair. Tricky spot.
Do you mind?
When in doubt,
Do you mind to don't do that? It's
keep it clean, I suppose.
in the middle of the
Today's coverage brought to you in part by Oats Overnight. And when you're as good at the game as Joni is, and I pointed it out, I believe in reference to him yesterday as well during our coverage, and you avoid a spot that maybe is a little bit marginal, you know, observe that if you're out there maybe in the earlier portions of your PLO career, and recognize that if that guy, as well as he can swim, does want to hop in that pool, maybe I shouldn't be hopping into that pool either, you know.
Right. And I think the tournament considerations coming into play there for sure, Ali. Knowing that he still has a very workable stack, probably perceives himself to have a skill advantage against some of these players.
Sure.
I didn't even realize.
You really don't want to play the 15K, huh?
No, I'm not playing that thing no matter what.
Wow. Don't say that. We might both play it.
You're on your own. If we both bust, we can go grab dinner instead.
Button in the blinds, book a trip to the ace-8-6 board, limped one pre. Joni has 8s and a gutter, knuckles. Sovril does as well with the jack-high flush draw and top pair, leaving Martirosyan with no more than a pair of 6s to deliberate. Closes it with a check back, and now it's trips for Sovril. Heaps of hand.
Yeah, definitely both checking and betting are reasonable here, as Sam could check just because his range is very weak overall, but betting makes a lot of sense.
Just 30K, hoping to lure Joni into a continue. The price is attractive even if the holding isn't, and yet Jouhkimainen avoids the murkiness. Tell you what, Sovril with a boatload of chips on the business end of this one is going to be something to witness. Well, now's the time to go annual. Well, no, you know what it is? Through October 31st, it's the time to pick up 150K gold coins for 30 bucks using bonus code PGTPLO30 over at Global Poker. And in the process, get a free SC11 Eagle Cup entry and a free 30 sweeps coins. Start playing today at globalpoker.com. Although, to be fair, it's also the time to go annual.
It's also the time to go
with
annual.
PokerGO.
Why not?
Okay.
Very nice looking hand here for Blesnik. Sovril, of course, very playable in the small.
Time to go to the flop for him as he flats the doogie for Reardon. And for those wondering what is that ghastly word that we've uttered on a number of occasions, Badoogie, a game where the object is a triple draw lowball game. The object is to make
About $1 million.
4 unique suits to produce a Badoogie. So
And you might pitch the king in a lot of situations there, try to catch an even lower spade.
you might pitch the king. Jack 8-6 board here.
Look at this flop.
Yeah, top 2 for Blez. You got the wrap and 10s for Sovril. First to act here. And he's going to lead right into Jared.
I think if Jared had more to go with his Jack 8, he might just raise right now, but without a straight draw to go with it, I wouldn't hate just seeing him call. His hand plays really well in position. He's got the backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, backdoor Broadway prospects as well. He agrees with your assessment. Smoothing the 60. And now finding not just the straight, but a redraw to a better straight.
No straight for
Oh,
Jared.
no straight. Sorry. It's Sovril that finds the straight. Forgive me. Blez the one who finds the draw to Broadway and diamonds with his jacks up. So let's see what Sam cooks up now.
Yeah, kind of one of the biggest action cards in the deck.
225.
Pot.
And Jared just snaps as pot, and Sam's going to just stick this in. And
Well, he's nutted, but Blez with an opportunity to take a big bite out of Sovril here. 2.1 plus.
And we've seen this before from Jared Blesnik, hands that other people might just call in position. He takes this aggressive semi-bluff line with.
Good luck.
He's got 15 outs.
Jack, 8, king, 9 would chop it. And then the diamond, of course.
4 of those outs busy, by the way, so 11 in actuality. Actually, more than that, forgive me. Looks like 6 of those outs are spoken for at the top of your screen. The cards grayed out in the shadows. Not available. Kings, 9s, diamonds. 8s. Is any of it there? No, it isn't.
Jared.
A 4 on the end, and a swift exit for Jared Blesnik, improbably given the ICM of that Yockey stack.
Yeah, our 2023 champion there. Could have just called that in position, decided to go for a semi-bluff, ran into the nuts of Sam Sovril, who now is our overwhelming chip leader, and we say goodbye to Jared Blesnik, but impressive showing once again, his 3rd consecutive cash in this event.
Sort of a play for the win decision there?
I think so, yeah. Notice the speed at which he announced pot as well.
But do you think when you jam it that quickly, we know that Sam had the nuts and it didn't necessarily have an impact in this spot. Doesn't it to you feel a lot like a guy with a world of outs but not a made hand?
Yeah, it kind of has that feel, certainly.
Seldom do I feel like that money just hurries in there when you're nutted.
Yeah, and he also just had a hand that feels like a very natural call, because Sam is kind of repping 10-9 for his value combos, and if he doesn't have 10-9, you might actually have him in bad shape. Nonetheless.
Yeah, the action rolls on absent Jared Blesnik. 225,000 now on lockup.
And this is where, with Sovril's lead expanding, he might look to open it up a little bit more.
He
As
has
you see him
flatted.
flatting
Yeah,
the double-suited Drugel here on the button.
The Drugel?
The Drugel,
Alex,
a Halifax home game term.
Okay.
There was a player whose real nickname was Doodle, but our friend Sonny Gupta pronounced it Drugel. This friend played about 95% of hands, so we came to refer to the bad hands as Drugels, and the 2-suited Drugels, as we called them, were always hands I like to play in my home game.
Could be worse. Martirosian squeezed out of there by Samau's bad aces.
And I'm definitely taking a flop here if I'm Sam. In position, live cards, kind of a sneaky disguise type of holding.
You know, if I had to guess, those Drugels very much find their way into pots against aces and
oh yeah,
probably have generated a story or two.
Absolutely, and that's the thing is when you win a hand with You win a pot with a hand like this, kind of feels extra good.
It's going to be tough to do it on this board, though. Big whiff for Sovrel. That said, you know, certainly plenty of holdings that would call the 70 and then hang in there that contain a queen.
Yeah, these sorts of spots you often see just a very small bet with full range from Samao. Aces is going to want to make that bet, but of course he can have a queen himself.
175, very much in line with your assumptions.
And this is where Sam has to decide if he wants to play some street poker. Not this time.
The answer is no. Somehow just a little bit too deep to maybe want to tussle with.
Yeah, and his backdoor is just a little bit too weak. Perhaps with some stronger backdoors, maybe a pocket pair in hand where he could turn a full house, he might have considered peeling such a small bet.
You play enough PLO, by the way, you'll be on the receiving end of beats with aces on a flop like that where someone does take it to the streets and goes runner-runner.
Oh, yeah, it could definitely
And it
happen.
always stings.
I was the big last time, right?
You bluffed me?
You look up at the board, then you furrow your brow, then you look at the hand that's been produced, and you look at the guy. You look back at the board again. You know, a little bit of a hand funeral situation. You're like, nice.
Those are probably the biggest hand funerals you see are when somebody floats you really wide with something they're not supposed to call with, and then they turn something that now is a reasonable draw, and then kaboom.
Just randomly produces fours full on the river.
Right.
You're like, oh. Oh,
How
yeah,
did
that's
that
where I
card
had
help
you.
you? Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's nice hand. Nice hand.
Yeah.
Nice hand. Well played.
It's a test of the receiving player's mental game, really, how well they can take that.
You know, you tell yourself, don't discourage someone from such behaviors because statistically speaking, it's favorable for you for them to do these
tap
things.
the tank, they say, Ali.
Yeah. But maybe sometimes a well-placed spear gun into the tank. Just, yeah, you know.
Oh, what did go up in the big
Is that over? Is that overdoing it? Maybe that's overdoing it.
Thank you.
Maybe empty the tank and watch the fish flounder.
Huh?
That might be overdoing it.
Up we go to level 13 now. 15, 25, and 25. 65,000 per orbit.
Right again.
And that orbit now lengthier than it was for quite some time on the stone bubble when we played 4 and 4.
10 more. 10 more.
Six-handed action. Blesnik, the first casualty in the money moments ago.
The 10, 15 blind level.
Joni binning a Drugel?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm getting it now.
A rainbow Drugel.
Yes.
Typically, we look at those two-suited Drugels, as we call them. Those are the ones you can play in a loose cash game and not feel too bad about it. Jamel's got a two-suited semi-Drugel. Lets it go.
Martirosian defending is big. Some coordination, but a lack of positive developments on an ace-queen-5 board where he's got bottom pair, nothing further. Knuckling over to the mystery man, Sovrel, who hasn't scanned his holding.
Mystery hand for Sovrel, certainly a range advantage, opening hijack into the big blind here.
C-bet and take it there for Sam. Touched on his bio on a few occasions. 27 million plus in career tournament earnings at 34 years of age. I think it might be 35 now.
Yeah, chess player as well. I've actually played a little bit of chess online against Sovrel back in the day.
Used to play some StarCraft as well.
He's a gamer. Does a lot of sports betting these days.
In particular, UFC betting.
Yes,
as
I think
understand.
that seems
really
to be
likes
his
the fight sports
area of expertise.
Back to work goes Sam. Once again, keeping us in the dark.
Yeah, we'll see if he's told to scan his cards at some point, if it becomes a habit.
10 seconds.
We'll run down here. Samau,
Note that
single
with-
suited, gets in.
Yeah, with Yockey still lurking, it does put a lot of pressure on Artur, Joni, and Reardon to have to play a little bit tighter, which is kind of nice for Sovrel and Samau.
Yeah, sort of shackled by the
Still is.
dynamic.
What a flop.
10, 9, 3, and clubs. Sovrel, pair, and the flush draw. But just look at Samau.
Yeah, Samau is the type of hand that would be a favorite against two pair, but against Sovrel's hand, he's actually a dog because his clubs are dominated.
Yep. But open-ended, wrapped rather, with a pair and clubs. You could very much see Samau looking to get chips in the middle here, as Sovrel did not follow through.
And he checks. That's
I
a
like
little
those
bit
sunglasses.
surprising to me, Ali.
Thank you.
But
He
they
just
make it
has
look
such
like you're
a
gonna
big
steal
hand.
something.
And that hand gets bigger on the turn.
Blasio Bandit, like the biker guy back in the day.
Yeah, queen high straight now for Samau.
You touched on those dynamics, though, just a moment ago, Alex. You know, Joao doesn't want to get into the weeds against Sovrel in particular. His stack's so precious right now, with $1.25 million up top, just 225 locked up.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, where they're over 100 big blinds deep, he just has so much hand. I would expect him to want to start building a pot on the flop where he does have those nut outs on the straight side. You know, his clubs are dominated in this case, so he made a perfectly fine check. Once Sovrel leads here, now I expect somehow just a call.
Yep. King, queen.
Yeah, the primary hand that
Yep.
Sovrel will be repping for value.
That's the concern. 8 on the end, 4-liner on board.
And pretty tempting for Sovrel to keep bluffing here just because he doesn't make it here with too many worse hands after playing check, flop, bet, turn. One pair of nines is about as weak as he can get, but he does check, perhaps just deciding that there's too many straights in Samau's range at this point when the 4-liner comes on the river.
What's in the middle?
And usually,
475.
when you have this many possible combos of the queen high straight, I wouldn't expect to see a super big bet for Joao with this hand. I think if he made a
No,
big
check.
bet, he'd really be repping king queen.
I think it's 505, or is it?
225 plus 250.
Oh yeah, I don't, never mind. Yeah, I'm wrong.
Time extension.
I mean, you should restart, right? Because I need to know how much is the pot.
No, they come from the 47.
Yeah, but like he said that it was wrong, so I need to think if it's right or not and decide my action, right? So I shouldn't get only 3 seconds.
Let's decide after if you owe one. Let's just play the hand for now. You can start the clock and we'll figure it out after, I assume.
Yeah.
So he asked for the 475, but they thought about it.
We disputed it. She was right. Does he owe a time extension?
It was right, the 475.
He said that the pot was wrong.
So there was a dispute while the clock was running.
Yeah.
We're going to excuse this one. Go ahead.
Thank you.
How much time does he have? He's 2 minutes in.
You got the rest of this one. Go ahead and restart the clock now. 10 seconds from now.
10 seconds. 95.
That was a good quip from Sovrel.
Yeah.
I like that. How much time does he have now? He's 2 minutes in.
That's pretty impressive there, Joe.
He managed to get 3.5 minutes
Doesn't know.
for the price of free.
That's a good deal.
I just
Sovrel ended up shutting it down, and somehow enjoys the pot. Well, if your poker hasn't been that enjoyable, the results aren't there, Octopi Poker has got the solution. They're the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. Fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
It was on the river. Huh? On the river, I'm saying. I had no... nothing. I couldn't win.
I could.
You have number one?
True.
Huh?
True.
That beats fucking nothing.
I was hoping you had kings and trying to bluff.
Kings.
Yockey getting whittled away.
That king of clubs.
Huh?
It's a bare king of clubs.
10 seconds.
I have flush draw.
Me too.
Unlucky for one of us.
I had everything.
Me too. I needed that to not be the river.
Salvo getting a walk as he and Samau engage in the post-mortem. There's a look at the payouts. 75K once more. The gap between rungs 6 and 5.
I thought about it a lot, and every person I asked told me I was an idiot.
Hey,
I
didn't say that.
I really like it.
I'm the one.
There's no hands besides a 4 that you
Well, I think you might have like just nothing, but I think you might bet like king, queen, or better on the flop. Definitely all the aces, all the like pocket 3s, 7s, whatever.
I see the call. I see the merits.
You're saying I shouldn't use so many time extensions.
I thought it was a pretty easy call.
I honestly did too, but I was like, I'm gonna look so stupid.
Somehow shoots it up. 3 broadways, hearts, Jouhkimainen tri-suited with 3 Broadway cards, and the ace was
People make
suited,
the call when the cameras are rolling.
and he bins it.
Yeah, and again, he's just showing some respect to the ICM considerations here.
You think it's good?
Also, Samau opening an early position.
He didn't say that.
Ace check 10 deuce nuts
You
so
like
can be
this.
dominated.
He does respect it though.
Like you like, it's entertaining.
Yeah. I don't hate it by any means. It's an interesting spot.
I made sure all the people that fold a lot, those were the people I asked. And they all were like, what are you doing?
You should ask the hero callers.
How much you had it behind? Like 130, something like that.
155?
And we were like 4
60,
left.
60 on the flop, 155 on the river. And I had nothing.
And the second charges had what? How much?
You. It was like 7 million, 2.6, 2.9. You had like 2.59 or something.
I think it was a good call.
If you're limping in there with that, it was a great call. Unless you just always bluff the flop for one big, but I don't think you know what I mean? That would be crazy.
That's a reasonable point, but maybe I'm the one that don't want to double you up, right?
Of course, that's exactly. You don't want to, but you really want to bust me. But it's hard to bust me with 10, 9, 8, 7 on 4, 4 deuce.
Pretty one for Joni.
Not easy.
Huh?
90,
Pots it.
90.
Nice looking hand here for Reardon. Double suited, double pair, connected.
One of those sneaky ones
That's 90.
that doesn't interfere with legitimate hand class in terms of Jouhkimainen's open.
Yeah, deeper stacked in a cash game actually makes for a very nice 3-betting hand. Is happy to call a 4-bet. You want to reduce the stack to pot ratio with these types of hands when you're quite deep. Here, call makes a lot of sense.
Do need to tread somewhat lightly against that pre-flop opener when we do make some of those flushes. As you can see, the hearts smothered here.
Ooh.
5 in the window. Bottom set up against top pair.
Now, not automatic that Yoni's going to c-bet this board, by the way.
Especially with no heart on board.
Exactly. He may prefer to just check this back. If he does turn a 10-jack or queen, he's going to think it's an excellent card for him. But of course, Reardon would still be well ahead with his set of 5s.
Only we know this. So Jouhkimainen with different ideas barrels the 75.
Yeah, and with no backup to go with his bottom set, it's also not automatic that Reardon just wants to raise here. Though he is shallow enough that it's certainly on the table.
John choosing to flat and now filling up on the turn. This will leave Jouhkimainen drawing dead.
Yeah, this might save Jouhkimainen some chips. If the turn had been a queen, jack, or 10, he would have turned 2-pair open-ender, and I could see worlds in which all the money would have just flown in. Here, check back makes a lot of sense. Or perhaps come with some small bet and then just fold to further aggression. I could see anything up to about a third pot here. Or a check back. Does bet just under 1/3. And as Reardon, I think we just keep calling here. You want to keep in those hands that you have drawing dead. And you don't want to build a massive pot if Joni does happen to have kings full.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
And now for Joni, things getting a little dicey.
Yeah, I think Joni's plan here was just to check back pretty much every river. You do get a little bit of value and protection on the turn against straight draws.
Check. Boat.
Surprise. And Joni ended up being the one doing John's work for him.
Yeah, set his price though. Went just about 30% pot. Still a bit of a hit for Joni, who was just under $1 million.
For a tight fold over here.
Yeah, it's like the silver lining, weird type of W when you get the L hung on you is maybe feeling as though you escaped with less damage than you might have had you not seized initiative.
No way.
I would have fucking beat kings.
No way. Wow, you're in bad shape. Oh, wait.
No, I thought I got there.
Yeah, I believe Sovril had pocket sixes.
I guess so.
Would have made quads.
Another mystery hand for Sovril.
Yeah. You know, 12-time PGT title winner, Alex. He's been on these tables before.
I think he knows how to scan the cards.
You think there's intent here?
He may be choosing
a sporting aversion?
Selective
85
scanning.
Maximum.
Clear call here from Yockey. Just call, try to flop a set, get the rest in if you do.
Already a couple of blinds invested.
That's not what you said, John? Oh.
These double paired hands, known in the Halifax home game circles as Kevin's.
You're really trying to get me to take this trip out to Halifax.
You're welcome anytime, Ali. We've got a seat waiting for you.
When we talked about the fresh seafood, I didn't know you meant the people in your home game.
Yeah, there's plenty of both, my friend.
2 sevens and a king. No 6, no deuce. However, Yockey, unbeknownst to him, has the best hand. Going to be tough to get to showdown if Sovril makes noise.
Sovril meditating.
Visiting another dimension, perhaps. And how about
look
the
at this
alternate universe here for Yockey, where Sovril picks up the diamond draw while he fills up and leaves Sam drawing dead.
Unfortunately for Yockey, unlikely he makes much money out of Sovril. But this is the only way to do it against Sovril's hand. And Sovril could be tempted here now, picking up a 6-high flush draw, being at the bottom of his range. Credible that he could check back and now value bet some King X type hands. This is crafty from Yockey. And if you do play it this way, I like just calling. Instead, he comes with a raise.
Well, manages to chisel 95 off of Sam's stack by checking, but is all done monkeying around.
This is kind of an interesting play. He's saying he's very polar here, and if Sam did check back King X, pocket aces, some type of hand like that,
Nothing.
putting him in a tough spot, perhaps.
Queens.
You forgot.
Kind of clicked it, just in case Sam was tempted.
Yeah, leaving some room. Arderosian's been very quiet at this final table. Almost forgot he was here for a second. Again, he has that stack that sort of lends itself to being quiet.
Yeah. Spectator mode engaged for him and Joni and Reardon as it stands, although Yockey trying to loosen his collar a little bit. Nice pickup there at the expense of the chip leader.
Of course, card distribution probably as big a role as any in that. Arderosian, not usually the guy that shies away from a conflict.
Really world-class tournament player in general, and I think that skill set is one that transcends whatever variant or discipline of poker you happen to be playing.
Completely agree.
You can always tell a guy that doesn't play a lot of tournaments and plays cash if you're in any given event just by the approach that he takes to certain spots with certain hands. And while it may be very much the profitable one beyond the borders of tournaments, within them it's a different story and a different approach, and the adjustments need to be made. Sovereign back on the uptick. You know, I can't help but think about some of the other faces that surrounded Sam when he was cutting his teeth some time ago here in this studio, and I'm reminded of Jake Schindler and Ali Mshirovich, both of whom had a fall from grace with some unsavory allegations surrounding them separately, you know. But, I always felt as though the two of them were quite clearly really talented players.
Yeah.
And, you know, what they got mixed up in, whether it's true, false, whatever it was, it would have been tremendously unnecessary.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
mean, I agree with that. And of course, you know, I can't speak to what happened online because I really, to be honest, I'm not super knowledgeable on the particulars of it. I never saw much in the way of evidence. I just heard
I forgot
rumors.
more than I remember.
I suspect that they weren't cheating live, and they were certainly some of the best live players.
Pot.
But once you cross over, if indeed what they were alleged to have been a part of was in fact true, and I don't know that it was ever decidedly adjudicated, perhaps someone out there knows these answers, and by all means, Alex and I have our Twitter pages open if you do want to weigh in. But in any case, no such matters
Oh, this card's marked, by the way.
enshrouding
Nice
this crew.
takedown here by Yockey,
Yeah.
by the way.
Rising up.
Ace, Queen, Jack, 9. Non-nut
saw it
suit
coming in.
comes with the 3-bet.
Yeah, showing some fight there. Three-time title winner this year, with 4 others enjoying that
What's the
honor,
card?
including
Queen of
Lonis
clubs.
and Sovril, who were both part of this. Sam's still
As
in
were
the hunt.
Foxen and Reem.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Alex Foxen, I should say, as Kristen Foxen's name also appears on that list.
Good point. Don't believe Chrissy played this one, did she?
No, she doesn't play as much PLO.
Well, I jumped the gun on this directive a little bit earlier, but now is the time to go annual with PokerGO. Annual subscribers can win a $30,000 World Series of Poker Paradise package and 3 dream seats to the PGT $1 Million Championship. Just head to PokerGO.com. Use code Paradise25 and nab $20 off your first year. See PokerGO.com/rules for terms and conditions. You ever set foot in the Polo Towers, Alex, that was in the foreground there?
I'm not familiar with the
This
Polo
building?
Towers, no.
I can't imagine anything above board goes down inside the Polo Towers.
Yeah.
There's also the Jockey Club.
That one I've heard of. I know that a lot of people used to stay there, like, for the WSOP, for instance. They get a roommate, stay at the Jockey Club.
Kind of bargain monthly deal there.
I think the deal's pretty good. I think you get a little kitchenette. It's more like apartment living, but in that sort of hotel apartment hybrid style.
You saw the movie Up, right?
I did not. I'm not much of a movie guy, Ali. I don't know if you've picked up on this. You've
That's why you're so
thrown
good
a
at poker.
few my way.
Yeah. Well, famously in this film, the Pixar animated deal, there was a man who didn't want to sell his home to a big development, and so they built around his house.
Okay.
The Jockey Club, I believe, similar in that it was kind of ensconced by the Cosmo.
Right.
It's just there.
It's just the holdout of a different era, perhaps. I know it's been around for well over a decade, maybe a couple decades.
The views were deeply compromised.
Right.
Meanwhile, 6, 7, 8 board here with a couple of clubs. Sovereign with the only flush draw.
Yeah,
Nobody
not
with a straight.
much going on here for anybody. Of course, Sam does have clubs and a weak gutter, but not the board anybody was looking for. Reardon, in particular, couldn't have missed more. Diamonds and spades, no interaction.
Hearts showing up. Jouhkimainen's got him. Nutted.
Kind of an interesting one where the equities run close, but nobody loves their hand.
4-liner on board. Don't expect to see anybody making noise.
Reardon will be shocked if the river bricks off and he just wins with unimproved queens here.
Second 9 rolling off. The queens holding on somehow on this board.
And it's very difficult to bluff these boards because there are so many combos of the 10 high straight that can call you. 10-8, 10-7, 10-6. They could have all checked at some point. There's also the 9 high straight. Looks like it's just going to check around, and Reardon's going to be very thrilled to win this one.
7. No good.
That one's not going to make the highlight reel. Reardon, by the way, north of $5 million in career tournament earnings. 33 years of age, also hailing from Florida. A lot of professional poker players cut their teeth down there, especially with so many big tournaments. Paying a visit to the Sunshine State. Now lives in Vegas, dropped out of University of Florida. Father of 2. 5-time WSOP circuit ring winner is Reardon. I don't want to call it the minor leagues, but in a way, you know, the circuit is where you can really kind of hone your craft before stepping up.
And I think it's a great thing that they do with the WSOP brand. You know, those circuit main events can get huge. $300,000 sometimes for first place in the circuit mains.
And the buy-in's not massive.
No, I think $1,700 usually. And one thing that's nice about those circuit venues, and I haven't played many circuit events, but I know they always have a PLO tournament. They always have a mixed game tournament, whether it's horse or something like that.
Sure.
So it's nice to see those other games getting a little love, which you don't always see in some of the smaller circuits. Martirosian this time with the mystery hand. Sovereign just on the basis of his big chip lead, making a bit of a loose call out of the small blind.
Somehow his hand is the one that scanned in this three-way affair, and the other guys have not.
So he's figured it out.
90 a man as they book a 3-man cruise. The flop, the first port of call.
Does feel like there's been more scanning issues in this tournament than I can recall in some previous ones. I don't know if it's a different technology or.
I don't think it's the tech. I really just think
decks.
people, you know, when you got 4 cards out there,
Yeah.
you got to fan them out.
Yeah, it takes
allow
a bit of
them
effort.
to be, yeah, scan uniquely.
Martirosyan's still unscanned.
How much in the middle?
Asking for a count here as Sovrel and Reardon both checked it over. John's got the open ender. Nothing more than 7s for the time being for Sam, and they do face follow through.
And 2 backdoor flush draws to boot. John's not going anywhere yet.
Every time I see this visual, I feel like John's just going to start ripping a harmonica. Classic rock enthusiast, so would check out.
Is he?
Yeah.
You've been studying those bio sheets.
Studying's a generous way to describe it. Leaning on them more as the 6 rolls off and gives Reardon a set.
Yes, gives him a set, but not a card he's going to want to lead out on. Of course, has to be a little bit wary of the possible straights. Spade's now present.
Check back from Artur. 4-liner on board now as Reardon makes the 7 high straight.
Yeah, and once his opponent checks back the turn, he can be pretty sure. He certainly doesn't have a 9 high straight. Could maybe have an 8 high straight some of the time, but I think I like just pursuing value here as Reardon unblocking the ace, just trying to get aces up to make some type of call. One tricky issue here for Reardon is that when he does bet, it's going to be a little bit hard to figure out what his natural bluffs are. When he called the flop and the board rolled off this way, but still.
Can I sit 2 Pellegrinos?
This bet looks really nice to
2
me.
Pellegrinos?
Martirosyan making the call here. Unclear what he had. Feels like some aces up.
Feels like an aces up of some sort for sure, yeah. Potentially even a set.
Straight, right?
Yeah.
Even a
Is it
set of
gonna-
aces could be in there.
Is it going to get scanned? Appears not. Already into the bin. As that one proves painful for Artur. Some cannibalism in the midfield.
Thank you. Is there another one?
Thank you.
Reardon looks like he could be a high school narc. You know what I mean?
Kind of a cruel accusation.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that's the spirit within.
Right, just
but
the
the
look.
visual, you know what I mean? Hey, man, you know where I can get some bud? No, dude. No one calls it that. All right,
Make sure I
cool.
don't hit my head again. Thank you.
You get the high school narc and the Serbian basketball coach.
John's got a great sense of humor, by the way, definitely.
We're going to need to find alternate career paths for all these players, perhaps.
One of my favorite things to do, by the way, historically, is just come up with some inventive backstory that holds no water.
I can get on board with it. I'm sure the later the night, the more you lean into that,
yeah.
Ali.
Loopier and loopier.
Mr. Schulman has had to endure this for
Sure.
several years.
Yeah. I mean,
Notice he's not
right?
in the booth as much anymore.
Lifespan shortening
No,
exercise for him. He's too busy making the Hall of Fame and winning bracelets, my man.
Yeah, he's been on quite the run.
Martirosian back in the saddle, looking up at Queen 7-5 Rainbow here. That's top and bottom pair for Samau. A whiff. Promising holding pre.
$150.
Artur. 150 the follow through. Into 220. Healthy sizing here. And given that he doesn't have a ton of chips, obviously that's meaningful from Samau's perspective.
Dodgers game 6-1. I'm so
And there are better spots, says Joao.
Nice pickup there for Artur.
Sure.
I guess that's, you can't see that, right?
Trying not to lose contact.
Yeah, we see this pack of three now. Yockey, Martirosian, and Jouhkimainen, just under $1 million in chips.
The Russian, Martirosian, a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, 6-time PGT title winner, #1 on Russia's all-time money list, but that's tournament-wise. I suspect #1, if we're going to loop cash into it, is one Timofey Kuznetsov.
I think you're right, but, you know, Artur, only 28 years old, to already be #1 on Russia's all-time money list for tournaments, very impressive.
Yeah. His experience certainly defies his age. He's packed in a lot of hours, online and live. Plenty of frequent flyer miles and passport stamps. Played under Marother 1. First appearing on the scene in 2017.
Mystery cards again for Samau here, calling out of the small. Expect Yockey to complete the party here. Take a flop with this hand.
So Sovrel picks up both of the blinds. Doesn't pick up much to be excited about on the 7-5-3 board, though. 10s and overpair.
Yockey, on the other hand, double gutter. Board that very much favors his range, calling out of the big blind. 2-6 working with the top pair blocker. Looks like a nice hand to lead. He does elect just to check. Perhaps could be going for a check raise here also if Sovrel does stab.
Which he does not. Free peek at the turn. Backdoor diamonds and a king. Unclear what Samau's got under the hood, whatever it is. Not inclined to bet it.
And I still like leading here as Yockey, having not taken that option on the flop.
He's with you, Alex. 100K. Straightforward exit for Sovrel.
Samau makes the call. We don't know what he has.
Might it be backdoor diamonds?
Certainly possible with Yockey holding a couple sixes, which block another candidate, the 8-6. Could be some type of kings up. A lot more difficult for Yockey to follow through on the river now that the nuts has changed. His sixes not as powerful as they were, and instead, Samau not giving him that opportunity.
And with nothing more than sevens and full pot in front of us, nowhere to go but out for Bryce.
Wasn't 4-6. I don't discuss with you anymore.
You need the river, right?
Boy, the efforts to extract information have been robust on the day.
It's not the diamond, it's the heart.
Compliance, on the other hand, is not.
Right.
Jared Blesnick, the only man to be punched out in the money thus far. 75K ladder earned by the remainder of the field, 225K locked up, 300. If you're part of the final 5 here, as you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by Global Poker. Samau working his way up and over 3 million to keep Sovereign company at the top of the leaderboard. Jockeying effort down in the bottom 3. 10 blinds separating that crew.
Oh my God, this guy is so good.
You know, if this final table thing doesn't work out for Reardon, he could drive into a quiet community and burglarize. You know, he's dressed, he's ready for it. Just gloves. Go with the gloves.
How do you know he's
don't
not
want to
already
leave
planning on doing that tonight?
I don't.
Making a lot of
Just
assumptions.
the facts are that I don't.
Right. A lot of sunglasses at this table. Jouhkimainen comes in with pot-sized open.
100% of it, by the way, is not just trying to avoid anyone from being able to see your eyes, but truly the amount of light focused down upon any of our feature tables in this studio and elsewhere in streaming productions over time really does take a toll.
And I know a lot of people who say they don't want to be on the stream table, you know, in tournaments where there's one feature table just because of that, because of the lights. There's no real way around it, of course. You are effectively in a TV studio.
10 seconds.
As far as studios go, the PokerGO Studio has always felt like such an impressive production quality, you know, in terms of all the cameras. I remember the first time I walked in there, kind of marveling at the setup of it all.
It's all duct tape and bubble gum, Alex. Make no mistake. I'm only kidding, of course. Martirosyan defended his big blind against Jouhkimainen's open. Legitimate holding for Joni. Top pair.
Nut flush draw here for Artur as well.
Yeah, Broadway gutter. Martirosyan.
I said check, yeah.
Reaffirming his choice to check for Joni.
Yeah, rapid top pair here for Joni. Backdoor hearts, range advantage.
Worth a little shy of half.
Yeah, I like the play, and I think as Martirosyan, you really just want to come with call here. Unblocking the ace and the king, facing an early position open, your opponent's going to have a lot of sets of aces, sets of kings, and ace-king hands. You don't want to just be piling the money in here. Maybe if you had something like Queen Jack 10 with diamonds, it's a bit more reasonable, but still, probably just electing the call.
In comes the diamond. No waiting for Martirosyan, who now leaves Jouhkimainen drawing dead.
And I think as Artur, you can mix here. You can definitely play some leads on this card, where your opponent is going to have a lot of those flop-made hands. And you expect aces, and kings, those hands to check back turn a lot. Unblocking all those pairs. I like this lead. This is thematic. And for Joni, just not enough hand to continue with no outs against a flush.
Little snack there for Artur. Studied economics in school, showing high aptitude for math and chess. Tends to be a high prevalence of such things here in these high-stakes streets. Really some extraordinarily brilliant people wind up being high-stakes professional poker players, understandably, obviously. And then you have some
I was just gonna
some
say,
true apes as well.
there's the other end of the spectrum too. Let's not make any pretenses.
But we call them unprofessional poker players.
Right. Yeah. Nice looking hand here for Samau.
Double suited. Up we go.
And for
Kings and
Martirosyan,
clubs.
yeah. Probably not quite enough to want a 3-bet. A very nice hand nonetheless.
Joni contemplating here.
The
We can
price
see-
is good, yeah. Samau raised small, but the problem is his hand is just so dominated. No nut features. He and Yockey now the two clear short stacks.
Ace Jack 9. Not the board Artur wants to see. Checking over. Now will Samau dip his quill into some ink?
Yeah, when you get called by the small blind, you don't have quite the same range advantage you have as you get called by the big blind. Small blind will have a lot more of the hands that connect with these boards. Still, he feels like his jack blocker, 2 backdoor flush draws, enough of a hand to want to put a bet in.
Always relieved when the 90 gets through.
One thing you want to think about when you're deciding whether or not to c-bet is, am I going to be upset if I have to fold this amount of equity to a check raise? And there, where he just had middle pair, no immediate straight draws.
You want your big, Sam, or you want to wait?
It's not going to be too big of a deal if he gets check raised and has to fold.
Sure.
Also, you're not going to see as many check raises in this tournament situation when you are the covering stack, so it allows you to c-bet a little bit more liberally.
Top heavy payout structure too, so obviously players really cherishing their chips, although we see different approaches. You know, Blesnik with the go for the win sort of jam against Sovrel.
Yeah, the snap jam, that was something. He was just in and out of there. In the pot and out of the room in a matter of seconds.
Out of there is Reardon.
Yeah, Reardon had a pretty decent hand
Yeah,
there,
I
but
think so too.
you know, he does have Sovrel in the big blind and Samau directly to act behind him. Just employing a bit of caution with these short stacks lurking. No caution here for Martirosyan.
Unnecessary with such a strong one. Pot declared. Sovrel, spades, jacks, and an ace dangler.
Interesting combo here for Sovrel. I expect he just calls, but it's reasonable to consider 3-betting a hand like this if you think your opponent's getting out of line on the button. Does just come with call, the more conventional play for sure.
Two kings, two hearts. All Artur. Sovrel slips it over. Versus the right size, Sovrel could stay curious with the jacks.
Yeah, definitely, especially if Artur comes with something like quarter pot, which would make a lot of sense on this paired king-king board.
And of course, we're comforted by that ace of hearts in hand if we're Artur. So able to downsize to 70K, knowing that even when the heart rolls off, we can rep the flush, and we can always fill up in reality.
Sovrel does stay curious, as he should, facing this small of a bet.
Backdoor spade draw shows up for Sovrel.
These spots are always interesting if Artur bets big again here because, you know, Sovrel called the flop, partly hoping that Artur shut down, but also partly hoping to improve in some fashion. And he has improved in the sense of picking up that jack-high flush draw. But in the face of another big bet, he might still get away from this hand. So a lot of the reason you're calling is that you know that you're protected by having some king X in your calling range there. So your opponent can't just blindly fire
240.
turns and rivers.
240. A lot more meat on this bone now. This thing's getting serious.
And it's a bit awkward as Sovereign because against somebody who you think might be a little bit overly aggressive, you know, you do have a lot of hand. You're going to be well ahead of a lot of the bluffs. And even against the king X, of course, you have equity. But he does make the laydown.
Yeah, and you know, in particular when Martirosyan is showing that aggression with an ever-dwindling stack, and obviously some ICM, it does allow you to make assessments that suggest there's higher levels of credibility.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think, again, just remembering that you call the flop with plenty of king X, so Martirosyan can't just blindly bet everything on the turn. So once he comes with that 2/3 pot bet, I think just understanding Martirosyan's stack size, what the action on the flop indicates, and it makes a good prudent fold there.
And I think you got to have that kind of self-restraint too. If you are going to peel on flops, even when that pleasant card rolls off, you do always need to reserve the right to reassess.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's in particular where those players who are willing to kind of get down the streets tend to excel. It can get very expensive if you start doing a lot of peeling, because oftentimes you'll find yourself getting there and then losing even more. Not exactly the belle of the ball here, 6-5-4-4 rainbow, but Sam laces up. 75K, Reardon. Kings and clubs will defend. Ace, Jack, 9. Sovereign has purchased the right to rep this part of the board. Unclear if he intends to.
He has, but again, you know, where Reardon has that ICM pressure with that sort of middling stack, with some separation between himself and the two big stacks, it is one of those spots where the script gets flipped a little bit, where Sovereign can have some weaker hands, and Reardon can also just flat some stronger hands than he might otherwise 3-bet. So,
well, in spite of that, Sovereign finds the C-bet,
yeah,
and forces the Broadway draw and kings
just
into the muck.
with a big bet there too, Ali.
Yep.
That was kind of cool, just saying, if you've got one pair and a weak gut shot or something like that, I want to just get you off right away. A bit unconventional, I'd say, to go with such a big sizing there from Sovereign, but I can see the merits.
Artur limping. This sort of hand class, we want to have the opportunity to get to the flop.
Exactly right. Yeah, wants to limp and be able to call a raise, doesn't particularly want to raise and face a 3-bet. Same sort of situation with Jouhkimainen, and perhaps Sovereign will just follow suit here.
Yeah, double suited.
He does have the type of stack where he can kind of get after it a bit, but and he does.
Wow. Leveraging perhaps that second limper to look a little bit more credible, but under suspicion just given his frisk of late on the button with all those chips. Back around to Artur. Tend to think he's in there, and once he is, tend to think Joni will be happy to close the action, and we'll take it 3 ways.
I suspect you're right, Ali.
First piece of the puzzle complete.
Jouhkimainen always sporting a golf ball with his stack, sort of his signature move.
Can you ever get crazy here if you're Joni?
And just,
Wow.
and he folds.
That isn't what I meant by getting
yeah.
crazy, by the way, but
I see what you meant, because if he goes all in, then Sovereign can isolate. You've got Artur's dead money in there.
yeah.
But instead, he just gets out of the way. And one thing he's hoping is that now by getting out of the way, they've got this 370K pot. Perhaps there's something called the collision effect. He allows himself out and perhaps
allows Artur to hang himself against the covering stack of Sovril. Now, Martirosyan backdoor spades, inferior top pair, gut shot, slips it over to Sovril.
I think Sovril is considering just betting the pot and being willing to call it off. The stack to pot ratio here is just under or just over 2.
Didn't take long for him to bring that single syllable.
Closer to 3 actually, but still, this seems very reasonable. It's congruent with what he would do with a lot of aces combos. And it just applies maximum pressure to both Martirosyan's full range and his actual hand.
Such a big part of Pot-Limit Omaha, Alex, is knowing when to invoke equity denial.
And look at this. You know, Martirosyan folds a hand that versus a smaller bet would have certainly at least peeled.
Really nice procedures there from Sam. Martirosyan very much
Ace King 10, he said.
found the kind of board where he'd like to stick around, especially given the pre-flop investment, but not at that price.
Yeah, that was nice execution there from Sovril.
Maybe aces.
Well, if you want the chance to play poker with none other than Maria Ho, it happens this Wednesday on Play Poker Go. Hit the 10K gold, no gamble, no future sit and goes, and double your prize. Plus, play a single hand to get entered to win a dream seat into the PGT $1 Million Championship. Download the free Play Poker Go app or visit playpokergo.com. Artur choosing a different approach this time. As opposed to the limp of PokerGO, he brings 90. Pausing upon the small blind of Simao.
Another scanning malfunction here from Simao.
Leave the end.
No takers. The Twin Tiger Gucci hat. It's one that's been with Artur for a while now. Like Talal's red hoodie. That one's a staple.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kind of forgot about that one. Talal was in here earlier. Played this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yesterday.
Also in the room, you caught a kind of glimpse over him. Once we take this shot of Simao, you may see him in the background. There he is, just at the top right of your screen. That's Griffith Jones.
Okay.
Pot-Limit Omaha man who max late regged this
playing the 15K.
Super high roller bowl, yeah. Didn't make his way all the way out to Vegas to be one and done.
Might have to see how many people that 15K got. If they're doing it, are they doing reporting on that one? Let's find out.
If they're not, you can always just run out of the booth,
yeah,
Alex.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to leave you for that, but
yeah, that's dangerous. I wouldn't leave me alone in the cockpit. Things can get turbulent.
Dangerous. I'm only seeing 13 entries. Talal among them.
Okay.
Griffith, Pugh Jones, like you mentioned, Sean Raphael, and Stephen Chidwick is atop the count. So they're four-handed now. 13 entries in total. As VK, who was also in this event, was in there. Alex Fox and Isaac Caxton.
Veselin Karakatukov, the VK we speak
Oh,
of.
now you can say his name. Yesterday it was VK because it was too difficult. Now you're just rolling it off the tongue like you've been studying it all night.
Because it was too mouthy.
Okay.
You know, I'm doing
Karakatukov.
people's ears a favor. But that was me flexing my memory.
But it's Chidwick with the lead over Talal. Four-handed, only 2 spots pay, 136,000 up top.
Only 2 players involved here. Martirosyan with the better of the 2 top pairs, king kicker, but note that Simao Had the open ender. Actually, it's jacks up for Samao. I apologize. So Joao continues to have the best hand. Artur has picked up the backdoor diamond draw. Does not hit that flush draw, but does hit kings up on the end, while Samao winds up making the king high straight. This one was 65 pre from Joao. Defense from Martirosyan. Check call the 85. Knuckle on the turn, and now Artur wisely opting to check.
Kind of realizing that even though he's improved to top 2 here with kings and jacks, it's kind of a scary card. He doesn't have a queen in his hand. He doesn't have an ace in his hand.
Yeah, no 9 either.
And Samao just going for all of it, targeting hands like top 2, targeting sets. And this is difficult as Martirosyan because on the one hand, you feel like you've slightly under-repped your hand, not going for a blocker bet for value perhaps on the river. You get here with a lot of worse hands than this. At the same time, you don't have any of those removal effects, having any of the straight blockers in your own hand. If you had something like King Jack 9-9, it would be a much easier call. As Queen 9 is a hand, as we can see, somehow has it, that can go for this size for value.
Full pot. The polarity not lost on Artur, nor is the unblocking effects of his holding.
One thing Artur might want to consider is if my opponent has aces, does he feel the need to go for this value or for this bluff? Maybe aces feel like they might have enough showdown value just to check back, so that could reduce some of the combos if he can somewhat discount some of the ace-ace combos. And nice fold indeed.
You know, having those 2 diamonds in his hand as well, you remove the busted flushes in part from range. And it's no ace, no queen, no 9 in hand also.
Yeah, that's, I think, the big consideration there. You can be a little bit more choosy about your calling candidates when your opponent sizes up to full pot like that.
Up on your big blind, Sam. Rough.
Whatever. That's my best position.
What's your worst?
Under the gun. Not even close. I'm definitely losing under the gun. I'm not gonna close. In every game, probably.
Reardon appears particularly tickled by Sovrel's quips.
It was a pretty funny comment. But yeah,
What's your best and worst position?
They share a sense of humor, it seems. Kind of that dry sense of humor appealing to both of them.
Oh, for sure.
65.
You know, it's worthy of mention because, Alex, you and I have the opportunity to hang out, you know, just between the passive opportunities as a result of playing, but also some of the friendships that we've put together throughout the course of our careers, player, commentator, and everything in between, with many of these players. A lot of personality out there, not always brought to the forefront, you know, for those watching at home, but
very true.
Really some very likable characters.
Much?
They're all very locked in right now, of course.
Yeah, very likable. Ace, king, king, deuce with diamonds. Smacking up this 65K from Samao.
Yeah, this seems like the type of hand as Samao that is all right with raise folding. Very disjointed pair of 10s there.
Well, that's going to be the final hand before the players head to a break. Still plenty more of day 2 still to come, but that level in the books as you get a look at the chip counts. Alex and I will step aside, but we'll be back in about 6 minutes with more from the Super High Roller Bowl PLO.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPokerGo, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPokerGo lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPokerGo on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Yeah, and a tough stack for Jared here,
I'm
just
just gonna go
195,000.
It's okay.
So 4 and 4 on the Stone Money Bubble here on day 2 of the
Was that a
Super
fair
High
offer?
Roller Bowl PLL.
Yeah, I think so.
Martirosian,
It was
double
exactly
suited
the number
aces.
that I
It's a
thought.
reasonable
This is the
starting hand.
dream. Yeah,
That's fair. I mean,
I'll take the over on reasonable.
Yeah.
55. 55.
10 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Potting it
55.
over to Joao.
Note Joni just quickly folding the 9-8-6-5 single suited.
Yeah, so
Not the
I'm-
type
I'm
of
up
hand you
10,
want to get
right?
involved with at this stage. Big flop for Joao.
Yeah, 10-9-8-6. He's got the straight draw.
This, by the way, is the type of board that generally favors the big blind, but the situation's a little different now, Ali, because Martirosian with his big chip lead on the table. Oh, excuse me, Samao does have a lot of chips too, so
Yeah.
I'll go back to my original way of thinking. Let's say Samao had a shorter stack, then you
Oh,
could see it being
that's in
actually
tough
a
spot.
decent board for Artur, who'd be opening very wide. But
I ran it up
in
and had
isolation, this is generally a
such
better board for the
Dylan
big
has
blind,
such a
and
ridiculous hand.
this lead makes a lot of sense to me.
How many time backs you used?
4.
To go with that aforementioned straight draw, of course, there's a pair and clubs.
Yeah, and just too much hand versus this size to fold for Artur. Backdoor nut
I would give
hearts.
some to you if I would be allowed. Just so you know.
4 on the turn. Martirosian picking up a wheel gutter.
Another good hand for a good card for Samao's
What?
range. He should have more 7-6 than his opponent.
Why? What do you mean?
10 seconds.
And I think this is a very nice, clean double barrel. It might look a bit mergy to people, but the idea is this is just such a good card for your range, and you bet the flop. You get to just continue to apply a lot of pressure, and given the size you bet on the flop, probably keeping a lot of overpairs in on the flop that might have to fold now on the turn. This looks like a very nicely played hand from Samao, and it should just work right here. Or not. Martirosian perhaps picking up on something, realizing how wide Samao could be betting this turn.
Especially when he's the big blind defender. He's looking up at this board texture and he's saying, I know you're tempted to rep this. And look at this river. Martirosian has made the wheel.
Kind of a disaster for Samao because he might feel compelled to bluff now with a 6 in his hand. It's a little concerning that it's the deuce though, because you know, his opponent could have a number of those ace-ace plus wheel card combinations.
What?
545.
25?
545.
Well, as you suspected, in comes the bluff. Full pot, max pressure application here for Martirosian. Remember, Artur potted it pre, Samao defended, and then barreled all 3 streets into Martirosian.
And he folds the river, so my inclination was that I thought perhaps Artur would make that call just because his call on the turn already indicated some level of suspicion.
Super high roller bowl
Said I
ring
think
and a
64.
cool
I'm not sure, but I'm just guessing.
$1.25 million.
Yeah, it's like 65 probably.
I'll take
Who
over
it will be
66
still TBD.
right now. I'm not running it. Take over 66.
Not 68, no?
Okay, we do 60. 66 is a push. 67, you win.
66 is a push.
Okay, 500. Small money.
Okay.
Okay.
Bet.
That's a free 500 for Joni there.
Yeah. And by the way, I think Joni approached that exactly right. If you come and you're like, small money, 5K.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden there's paranoia, even though that was the initial offer
Right.
in the moment. But I think Jouhkimainen's going to be as sharp as anybody remaining in the field when it comes to the percentages.
By the way, Martirosian limping a hand, I might expect him to open typically, but perhaps just respecting that massive stack of Samao in the big blind.
Yeah. Right here on the stone bubble is where Samao can do max damage to someone like Martirosian, who should be very mindful of Blesnik, who is still relatively short.
Flop Ollie.
9-8-3, the deck choosing violence. Blesnik open-ended nut heart draw. Martirosyan top 2 and a heart draw of his own. Simao with the set and a 3% dog against Blez.
And Martirosyan's going to feel like he has just flopped an enormous hand, and we can see he only has 15% equity to win. He needs basically a 9 or some type of runners.
Yeah, there's no 8 available. Back inside the PokerGO Studio for the final frame of the evening. 2025 Super High Roller Bowl PLO coverage. Ali Nishad and Alex Livingston back on the comms, and this 6-pack of players absent. Only one who made the final table, that being Jared Blesnick. Back with the cards in the air shortly, vying for that ring, which will be slipped onto a finger tomorrow. 150K slipped into the back pocket of Jared Blesnick, 225 on lockup, another 75K ladder. That which is on tap. ICM been playing a part in what we've borne witness to for quite some time now on the bubble and through to this point. 15, 30, and 30. Level 14. Who's been most impressive thus far across not just today, but 2 days of play of those that you've had a chance to really sink your teeth into for you, Alex?
I feel like Sovral's played really well, and it's easy to say that when he has such a big stack, but that hero call he made for his tournament life with the jacks up, it comes to mind as one of the plays of the tournament so far.
And that was a critical step toward the stack that he has now.
Exactly. So I'd say he's been maneuvering really well, and I've liked what I've seen out of him. I mean, of course, you can't go wrong with any answer. Everybody's played great. A lot of the toughest PLO players in the world have made it here for this tournament, and the final table, no exception.
And by the way, just because they're sitting with 600 and some odd thousand in chips, you'd be very ill-fated to count out Yockey or Jouhkimainen, as it was off of kind of 30-ish bigs that the huge spin-up for Sovral, and for that matter, Simao, transpired.
How about you, Ali? Who have you been impressed with so far?
It would have been my pick as well, and I'm not just kind of piling on because I don't want to, suggest anyone else. Samao's looked tidy. I do think card distribution-wise, it's had more to do with, his good fortune on the day than perhaps for Sovral.
Yeah.
And we do see Sovral in the saddle here against Reardon behind with a jack on a very dry board. Reardon with the aces took us to 105 pre. Sovral climbed aboard. No post-flop betting. I like this check back from Reardon. He does happen to pick up queen high hearts on the turn.
Yeah, I think typically on these paired boards, you do some mixing with your overpairs. Reardon really doesn't want to play some sort of massive pot with Sovral. So taking a street of pot control.
Make that 2 streets of pot control. Jacks and 3s now for Sovral.
Sovral pulls ahead of ace-jack, but still loses to all the overpairs.
Got to appreciate how tidy he's been here post-flop.
I think as Reardon, now we go for value after checking flop and turn. Sure, it looks like you have kings and aces a decent chunk of the time, but you can also have some air that just goes for this double delayed river bet.
Gotta like that sizing too.
Yeah, and I think your opponent is going to think, well, this looks a lot like kings and aces, but if John had an air type hand, this would be a very cheap bluff, and with jacks and 3s, I think Sovral's going to be inclined to pay this one off, of course.
Yep. Shears 100K off of Sovral. All these guys so well balanced.
Yeah, balanced and also very aware of the tournament dynamics. Reardon choosing to pot control flop and turn to ensure that he doesn't have to play a big pot later.
3,500.
Yeah, 30, and then if you raise 500. That was a bad play.
Sovereign saying he could have gone for the 30K min bet and then facing an inevitable value raise from Reardon, made it 500 over the top. That's what he was saying there with the 3,500. Actually would have been kind of a cool play. The initial 30 could get called by some worse hands, and then he could induce queens plus to value raise, and then he's got blockers to go for the bet 3-bet. Have to run that one through a solver later, Ali, but it's kind of an intriguing idea.
And intrigued is Martirosian, courtesy of aces and hearts. Samau
10 seconds.
opening to 75 in front of him.
Yeah, off this stack depth, all combos of aces should just be potted for Martirosian.
270.
Time extension.
He concurs.
Perhaps we'll get Samau to scan his cards here. Curious what he has.
You have what behind?
Joao asking for a count here
735.
before making his decision. Very relevant is how much upside there is to plunking in the extra 195.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Joao chewing on this one. With a couple of aces and a king busy in Martirosian's hand, sort of skews Samau more toward that queen high rundown business, maybe some middling stuff.
Could also be some type of ace-X hand that feels like it's dominated against the aces.
Yep. That's the thing about blockers, you know?
Yeah.
In
There's
deuce
still two
to
of them.
7, it's my favorite where you're like, I
Yeah.
saw 3 sevens.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, how many
the
are
other
in the
guy
deck?
shows you number 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Bryce Yockey looks very stoic right now.
Looks very much like a Sith Lord, actually. You know, I guess you did see those movies, did you?
No.
Alex? You didn't see the
Wait.
the Star Wars movies?
I honestly, I watched a couple of them when I was younger, but I have definitely not seen
So the
full
new stuff?
catalog. No, I've not seen any of the new stuff.
But you knew what Sith
I'm not
Lord
a-
was.
Well, I've heard the term. I'm not a big science fiction guy, to be honest with you.
So what's going on? What do you?
It's unclear. It's unclear what's going. I like to watch golf. That's
I mean,
my
Alex.
favorite. My favorite thing to consume on the screen.
Watch golf?
Yes, indeed, Ali. Do you play? You don't play golf at all, do you?
I don't play
You
unless
can't
there's a
appreciate
motorized
the
clown's
beauty of the
mouth.
game.
You know, I get it's a nice outing with friends.
I'm just not a
Beautiful
big screen
kinda-
watcher in general, though. I like to do things. I don't like to watch things.
Yeah. That's the Nova Scotian in you.
Perhaps it is. As
Your
Yockey,
screen is just your window, you know,
Yeah, I
right
mean,
out onto the world.
this shift we're having from, you know, doing stuff outdoors to everyone being on screens all the time, and you know, I'm guilty myself. I'm on my screens more than I'd like to be, but
Sure.
I think it's a bad shift. Especially,
Yeah.
you know, you see kids these days, they're on their iPads instead of being outside in nature.
I think the most disheartening thing I ever saw was someone handing a fairly young infant their first magazine. And that child had spent so much time on an iPad that she tried to swipe the page of the magazine.
Now, when you say infant, Ali, certainly
I mean,
you're
like,
using the term.
couple years old, maybe
Yeah.
under a couple years old, you know, not old.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
It's bad.
I'm not sure if I have any kids, but if
No,
I do,
listen, all the brains are rotten.
I
you know,
plan to have a rule. You know?
Enjoy what's left of this planet while it lasts. It's curtains, man. You know, we're running out of air and water and people who know how to think critically.
Well, after that 6-7 meme we
that
got
one
into
is
last
just that one for
that
me.
might be the world ender.
You know, you want to argue with me on my, you know,
I had to
kind of
look it up
apathy?
online today.
Just go and look that one up, and that's how you know
Just
we're
a
effed.
kid in the stands at a basketball game just said 6-7, and somehow that became a Gen Alpha meme. I don't know. I can't.
Is that what we're on, man?
I think I sound
Alpha?
like a boomer here in the box.
It's all right. I've never.
I identify with the boomer
Well,
era
yes,
in many ways.
100%. I'd rather hang with boomers than Gen Alpha. There may be some Gen Alpha pirating this stream right now, by the way. We know they're not paying for it.
10 seconds.
I'm not suggesting anyone else do that, by the way. I don't even know if that's possible. Meanwhile, Sovrel.
quick subject
Yeah.
change to Sovrel. Opening mystery cards.
Trying
Quick
to help
9-5 deuce.
Yockey walk the plank.
Sovrel getting after it here.
Yeah, very much so. 7-4 trade. Couple of diamonds here. Yockey playing the jacks. Links up with the 7. Sovrel's found two-way straight draw and a diamond draw. No pair at present, but plenty of initiative available.
Yeah, and Yockey may be thinking that this range can favor that big blind defense, but not great interaction. Yes, he blocks top pair. The 10 Jack-Jack cards you'd want in Sovrel's range, and as Sovrel, I like just potting it here off of this stack to pot ratio.
The other issue for Yockey, of course, if he does choose to lead,
But he
even
does
full
check.
pot with 555 behind in total, as it does go check, and Sovrel gets there, you're just not going to shed Queens Plus from Sam if it happens to be across the way. So not having the amount of fold equity that you would maybe need.
Right, I agree, and I think if you're not going to pot the flop, I also like check as an option because there's a bit of deception value on all the cards that improve you.
10 seconds.
And indeed, Yockey may be taking the bait here, putting that Jack of Diamonds to work, but he's run into it.
That he has.
Sovrel just going to call this one and try to induce a bluff from Yockey on the river. I would think.
Well, he's trying to think about what is the most efficient way to try to get all of Yockey's chips. And I tend to lean toward his decision, like yourself, Alex. And now Yockey makes a set of jacks on the end. You could feel like this is good against a lot of Ace X plus.
Yeah. This is a really weird card for Bryce. Of course he knows that Sovrel can check back some flush draws on the flop. He also knows that when he bets that small on the turn, Sovrel could call with potentially just an ace with a diamond block, or certainly all the aces up. It wouldn't be crazy for Yockey to want to pursue value here in the form of a small bet, most likely, but he does just check, knowing that there are some flushes in Sovrel's check back range.
And this is where Sovrel could make it very weird. Gonna double check, make sure those diamonds are still there.
With Sovrel, I think we just go full pot here. Maybe something like 2/3 would be reasonable.
10 seconds.
Pot.
That's 395.
Wow.
And it's a weird spot for Yockey. Now he has to figure out what Sam's natural bluffs are, and I suppose they would be some floats that contain a big diamond, given the size. The thing that could talk Yockey into making a call here is the size he bet on the turn being so small, 75K into a pot of 245, which could invite some lighter floats. He also, of course, has the Jack of Diamonds in addition to his set.
10 seconds.
He's not going to beat any value for this size. That's one thing we can say with confidence.
Time extension.
Really interesting spot here for Bryce. Has to try to piece together how his bet size on the turn impacted the range of hands that Sovrel arrives at the river at, then figure out where he is in his own range, what Sovrel's value betting threshold is for this size, and what available bluffs he has, and try to figure it all out.
Time extension.
This is painful. Just 480 back, 395 of it requested. This call, critical juncture for Bryce. And having a 7 in our hand, having that set of jacks, kind of removing some of the hands. Not that full pot aces up is there. You know, we know the story being told is better than that from Sovrel.
I think if Sovrel's betting aces up for this size, it would really be more of a bluff. It would be something like ace-3 with a big diamond, and even that seems a bit unlikely.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. Needless is the right word. So you kind of have to try to find the floats that Sovrel can have on the turn that are now just one pair or worse on the river. Could Sovrel ever float just some sort of naked king of diamonds hand?
Bryce working through his time banks and working through this pot where Sovrel opened to 100. Yockey defended it. Went check, check on the 7-4-3 board where the diamond draw was there. Then Yockey on the turn decided to lead for 75. Sovrel flatted with the queen high diamonds. And here we are with Yockey having improved to the set of jacks. A lot of hand, but now facing full pot.
Yeah, another thing that Yockey has to ask himself is, would Sovrel bet this size with all flushes?
Yeah, that's a fair point too. And he's got that jack of diamonds to interfere.
With some of the good ones, yeah.
Would a set of aces ever do this?
I don't think so. I mean, it would be...
Again, somewhat needless?
Yeah, I mean, if you're betting this with a set of aces, it's so mergy, right? Like, sometimes you see these weird computer moves where they'll bet this...
Oh.
Yockey calls.
And this is one of those situations where everybody that's played enough with Sam knows he's shown up there with less.
Absolutely.
And with that data set in the back of our minds, we're a little bit more compelled to keep an eye on him, in particular in this spot.
I'm pretty sure you have exactly queen 9 on diamonds.
Which lends itself so nicely for Sovrel to be kind of bobbing and weaving, doing a little bit of dancing with all those chips, all that leverage.
Yeah, and not that he did anything wrong on the turn, but I think the size of the turn bet there from Yockey might have inclined him to think that there could be some lighter floats in Sovrel's range than ordinarily. Like if he had just bet 2/3 pot on the turn and then faced that all in on the river, I could see him, or that pot on the river, I could see him getting away maybe.
You could also see why he didn't want to bet that much though, given the lack of chips.
Right.
It was just a
And I think the
a
sizing
cheap
was
effort.
completely fine. I think it's actually good sometimes to use those small bets, especially on monotone boards. You do keep your opponent's range more wide, and then you can sometimes decide to go for an additional barrel. But that might have ended up being the reason that he ended up calling the river. Able to come up with more natural bluffs for Sovrel.
Yeah, he's 105.
10 seconds.
Sovrel, continuing to get after it here with King, Queen, 6-6.
Delighted, of course, by the presence of Yockey with 85K. An arresting reality for the remainder of this field. Yockey all in now.
Martirosyan has a weak hand, but he has to decide if he wants to call and try to help eliminate Yockey.
Yeah, kind of a tandem effort with Sovrel, but the trouble is he could end up in the crosshairs himself.
Exactly.
So he does bow out. Sovrel will pull back. 230K. Quadruple up effort here from Yockey. Is Sovrel going to finish what he started? Roughly a coin flip. Slight edge to Bryce.
I think I'm going to win this one. We'll be even.
I hope we chop it up, man.
Uh-oh.
Deuce, 3, 4,
Yeah, 5 and a
sixes.
6 of clubs.
Still in front.
Sweat.
As long as there's a 5, too.
11 outs with just 8 of them live. Board
Okay,
pairing
one more 6
4 does produce the club draw now for Yockey. He expands.
You can have the whole deck.
You're going to have an overpair of 6s. It's going to be a 3. You're just going to have 6s on the river. And they're going
4s. I can make a boat.
Bryce lacking optimism, and for good reason.
Yeah.
6s holding on as Yockey's grip on this year's High Roller Bowl slips.
Yeah, another strong showing for Bryce Yockey. He's got a good record in PLO tournaments, 6th place, 225K. As we're down to 5 here, Ollie.
I don't think anybody was going to be doing any better than Bryce did for the most part. Parked in kind of the seats that he occupied with his card distribution. Really just failed to get much of anything going. And, you know, to be fair, he did make efforts at times. We saw the 75K on the turn just now, back when he was two-tabling four-handed. I think he took some swings in some spots over there, which is compulsory. Playing four-handed Pot-Limit Omaha, if you expect that you can sit back, produce the nuts repeatedly, and make that the path to glory, well, it's seldom the way it goes down. So
yeah, it's an interesting format they have where it ended up paying 7 spots exactly, and you had that 4-on-4 battling. So now it's Jouhkimainen on the short stack. Martirosyan not too far behind him. Or in front of him, I should say. Perhaps a better wording.
Joni, jacks, spades, connectivity, finally an opportunity to get in there. He's 6'4" and a couple of diamonds. Pretty deflating vista for him.
Nice looking flop for Soverel. He's got the ace of diamonds working with the open ender.
Joni's checked it over. Sam sizing up the stack, 540 back.
10 seconds.
Departure imminent. Man, Soverel running away with this thing. This even somehow not able to keep contact. Well, now through October 31st, head to globalpoker.com and purchase 150,000 gold coins for $30 using the bonus code PGT PLO30 and receive a free SC11 Eagle Cup entry and a free 30 sweeps coins. Start playing today at globalpoker.com.
Is that a beer by John Reardon? No, surely not. Drinking at the table has just gotten so out of style in the past 5 to 10 years.
I tend to think that may be like an Arnold Palmer.
I think so too, or an iced,
Yeah,
an
like
iced
just a
tea.
straight iced tea, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think that's a beer.
Or a severely dehydrated, sort of relieve yourself into a glass situation where, you know, kidney failure certainly is in range.
It did look a bit like it could be one of those funky sour beers, but I don't think that's what John's got on the go right now. Unclear what Soverel has on the go as he checks his option for mystery cards.
He and Samau competing for fewest scanned cards
We
on
should
the
have
day.
we should have a running count. We should get our graphics team a running count of unknown mystery hands from
Right.
each player.
Queen 7-6 as Soverel does scan. What he doesn't do is pick up more than the bad side of a gut shot here.
Top pair, nut open ender for Reardon.
Yeah, prettiest of what's around. To the turn we head free of charge. Third club arrives. Joni now with another gutter.
Nobody with too much incentive to bet this board.
As evidenced by the two checks in front of Reardon. He does have that bottom wrap to go with the queen now.
Yeah, he may just feel like he has almost a little too much hand to want to start bluffing right now.
He agrees. And he gets there, does he? No, the 8-9 not present.
Yes.
Oh, the
he
9-10,
does-
sorry.
He does get there. Jouhkimainen also makes a straight, but with no club blocker and the second nut straight, I think far too thin to go for value. If you do, maybe just something like a min bet. Yeah, the min bet makes some sense. And the min bet probably ensures that Reardon will just call.
Nine five.
That's exactly how it goes down. Joni effectively setting the price. And that 30K means a lot more to him than it does to Reardon. As Joni now slips sub $500,000. Call it 15 bigs, 16 rather. Martirosian in particular, the player most disincentivized as it stands to do anything other than await Jouhkimainen's fate to come into focus.
Yeah, certainly true. And you know, the shorter Joni gets, the more Martirosian has to be thinking about that.
So now,
seven
activates.
doogie here.
Yeah, oh yeah. You know, on the end when you get raised with that Pat 7-6-4, you know, that's...
I mean, if I'm dealt the 7-6-4 Pat and I get raised on the end, I'm still feeling all right about my hand. Cause
Are you? You got the guys that are putting in the raise with the 8 against your Pat hand?
Yeah.
There? I got a few players that I know better than to put number 3
No,
in.
that's fair, that's fair.
Just
Number what?
Show me the better 7.
Number 30,
you know? Oh, no, I didn't know
okay.
the...
I thought you
number
were,
third bet
oh, I
on
see,
the end
third
is what
bet,
I was
right.
referring to.
Yeah,
No, I don't know what 7-6-4 ace is.
Very reasonable.
8-6-5 all diamonds somehow flops the flush here despite having 3 diamonds in his hand. Reardon has flopped a pair and an open ender here.
Yeah, interesting for this price. Reardon may be tempted to continue. He's got the open ender with that straight flush blocker. He could also just go kamikaze. Check raise, bet. I'm mostly being facetious, but you could apply pressure with that straight flush blocker.
10 seconds.
Boy, it would seem quite cavalier.
I don't think it's something you really see much of in practice.
So he plunks in the 50K. Needs to pick up a full house draw, which he does on the turn. Now a 5 or a queen would give him a winner as he goes from 3 to 8%.
Yeah, and if this goes check, Reardon has the type of hand that, well, I correct myself, given he's got the 2 queens for a bit of showdown value, but imagine he had some king, queen, 7-6 type hand with the 7 of diamonds. He might have the type of hand that would want to turn itself into a bluff.
10 seconds.
Even with the queens, you know, you could. But instead, Samao firing again. Probably intending to check back a lot of rivers. This is a little bit bold from Samao in the face of the board pairing 5. But again, he did bet so small on the flop that expands Reardon's flop range a little bit.
Time extension.
And Reardon does bow out in the face of the further aggression from Samao.
You keep not, right? You didn't keep my ant, right? Good.
Joao, 36 years of age, civil engineering major in school. Enjoys wake surfing, mountain biking, tennis. Feel like that's all stuff you can get behind, Alex?
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of, was the first one wake surfing?
Yeah.
Haven't done a lot of that. I've done a bit of mountain biking, love tennis. Wake surfing sounds fun. I just,
You know,
I
Bill
don't have great
Perkins,
balance.
Bill Perkins is always posting videos of wake surfing.
Is he?
Yeah, it used to be wakeboarding where you'd have an actual line that you
Okay.
hold the entire time. Now there's these special boats that create a little bit of a surf wake, and then you
Okay.
can actually
You
just
just hop
ride
in there?
that
That
the
sounds pretty
entire
fun.
time without a tow.
Have you tried surfing at all?
Surfing I tried once. I lost my favorite pair of Oakleys and got a mouthful of sand. So there was
And that was it.
And then wake surfing I tried once, and it differed from wakeboarding to the point where I couldn't even get up. But granted, I was like 15 years removed from when I'd successfully wakeboarded, and it may just be that I'm old and brittle and
You know how much to play?
need to just stay on the boat.
Water
you know?
skiing's a lot of
Think just
fun.
over
I
4.
tried.
Is it?
Yeah. But I'm a skier, not a snowboarder, so.
Me too.
3.3.
Okay,
I think.
so you should try water skiing.
Could be a very big pot.
It's a lot of fun.
Water skiing, man, that really is. That's going back.
know
That's a
this word?
throwback
Gargantuan?
water sport there.
It's definitely a little
So
bit
you
of an
know
old
this
school
word?
sport now, isn't
Gargantuan?
it?
That ain't what the cool kids are doing.
No, you're right.
Sovrel getting after Samau here. 2 big stacks with a rare collision. Booking an appointment with Ace King Trey Rainbow. Samau with a pair. Broadway gutter. Sovrel, same sort of stuff. Note that despite Sovrel having the better of the backdoor spade draws, along with backdoor hearts, the significance of that queen in Samau's hand creates huge disparities in equity.
Very true.
10 seconds.
2 backdoor flush draws, though, for Sovrel. Let's see if he can turn any sort of improvement.
Right on cue. In comes the second spade and second tray. Both players picking up that backdoor spade draw. Samau once more checking with pace.
And kind of an interesting card for Sovrel. He could consider betting here to try to pressure some weak ace-X, but instead just checks back. Probably just a little too much showdown value for either one of them to want to turn their hand into a bluff, I would guess.
Does feel like just taking showdown here would be cozy, but maybe Sovrel wants to clear an ace. Instead, he does check back, and it's that queen kicker that leaves him slightly breathless and slightly behind.
Don't show me an ace now. Victory.
Oh, I really made you upset that one.
Ooh. There's nothing I love more than these guys with the incredulity on the showdowns.
Yeah.
A lot of posturing on that one there.
There's been a lot of postmortems and discussions, facial expressions.
Sure.
I think that my favorite was when Reardon made that call with the pair of 4s and Sam leaned over.
He stood up.
Stood up and winced his eyes as he tried to get a
cocked
better
his
look
head.
at the hand. Yeah.
Was like, wait, maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong angle. Is there something there?
To be fair, it was a wild call into a fairly small side pot, if I recall.
Credit to Sovrel because he created the conditions to get those calls.
Nice looking hand here for Jouhkimainen. Certainly not what dreams are made of, but off 15 big blinds, plenty of hand to open under the gun.
Sovrel disgusted by the trips in hand. No disgust here for Samau, but that 6 and tray offsuit, not interacting healthily enough for him to call Joni, especially with that capped upside. Jouhkimainen in the shortest stack, and obviously there's going to be a number of situations in which he's going to be prepared to blast it in there and should have a fairly tight range.
Yeah, and I think Joni's been on the more snug side throughout the tournament so far, and particularly with this stack size kind of forcing him to play that way. So the ace-king 6-3 is just going to be dominated a lot there.
Yeah.
Out of the small blind. Not really what you're looking to play. Note that Joni's golf ball is actually a PokerGO golf ball.
Yeah, I didn't clock that earlier. I didn't even know we made those.
I wonder if he put in a special request or if he brought in a Titleist and they said, no, 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 you can have a golf ball on the table, but it has to be stamped with our brand.
Maybe it's an exploding golf ball.
Perhaps.
In which case, you know,
Not get an
exercise
option.
care.
Yeah.
Sovrel carefree with that 4 million plus double suited.
Maybe our graphics team has just inserted the logo onto the ball, and I don't think so.
I
don't
think that's ambitious and
that's ambitious.
expensive.
Yeah. It's like, you know, you watch basketball these days and you're trying to figure out which
To give you a good deal.
of the ads are actually on the court and which ones have just been imprinted onto the
We're on
court.
the same team.
You really hate to see it, Ollie. I hate seeing all the ads on the jerseys. And
Yeah, me too.
you know, I know we live in a capitalistic society, but it feels like it's gone a little over the top.
Don't disagree with you there. Inflation in this one coming courtesy of Sovrel's 60 pre. Jouhkimainen comfortably defending, although it's pricey for that ever dwindling stack of his, which has picked up the gutter and a pair of 8s. Sovrel, two-way straight draw, checks it back, and now the 10 slides right in to
What a
Joni's
card
hand.
for Joni. And I think with all these draws available, probably just wants to pursue value right now. Bet something on the turn that can set up a river shove. Instead, he checks, giving a little bit of rope to his opponent. Maybe just looking to check shove the turn.
It's dinner time ASMR with Artur Martirosyan taking place.
And this is going to work out well as Sovrel, middle pair, gut shot, takes a stab.
Anyone else there?
Food? Can I order food? Can I get
Oh, good luck.
steak piccata and also a
The second chip.
chicken quesadilla?
Flat
Both for
call
Mariners?
from
Yeah.
Jouhkimainen.
Thanks.
Yeah, really disguising his hand, making it look like he has some type of draw. Maybe a
Tens.
set, something like that. But his
Ten.
Sovrel has just picked up enough showdown value
Yeah.
to check back.
10s and 6s on the end with a 4-liner on board, and
Number one.
Sovrel enthusiastically wrapping the felt.
Nice check.
Yeah, a bit of a change up there from Joni.
Nice mini raise. Save it, man.
No, he folds pre, right? For pot.
Yoni, you fold brief for pot? Can't tell you that. Secret.
Yeah, Jack 9 8-3.
He had a suit.
Double suit.
It's a big hand.
Double suit.
But you had middle pair and a gutter. He might not have called it off on the flop. I would have shoved. Definitely would have shoved flop.
Is it my straddle?
Yeah. That might have been a bad play. You had hearts?
No.
No. No hearts. I would have felt better about your call if you had hearts, though. Like for me, I think I made a really bad bet. Is that 625 in green?
Yeah.
Folded around to Joni in the small. Round 2 available. Choosing to limp. Similar composition for Sovrel as they both have a suited ace with a 3. King 9-8. 2 clubs. No flush draws. Gutter for Joni. Slips it over to the 9s. Sam promptly checks back.
Sovrel sort of oscillating between this meditative eyes closed state and a stare down of his opponent.
Still no betting on that arid deuce. 7 sliding in on the end to give Joni the gutter.
This time I think he's just going to go for the value, not play it coy. One thing that's nice for Joni is unblocking all those board pairs. And 2 pair is going to be one of those combos that can call here in a check down pot, especially if it contains any type of straight blocker.
1 pair, however, 2nd pair at that. Well, certainly not.
Joni shows the 10.
Pretty good random card.
2 for 2 against Sam.
That was a random card? Wow.
I could actually beat the random cards. Not a king.
Any predictions, Ali? When we'll see our next elimination, who's going to win the event? Anything?
Look, right now, clearly, it looks as though a Savril Samau showdown is going to go down. But when you look at the stack depth of Reardon, he could very much change the fate of either of those guys were they to get on the wrong side of him.
Yeah, not to underestimate our short stacks either. As Martirosian looks down at a suited ace. He's taking a few hands off to enjoy his meal.
I'll tell you what, the one thing about Joni that we know is he's not going to put a foot wrong. He's just so solid. 26 bigs deep. He's been down this way before with all manner of stack depth, and his patience, if card distribution rewards it, could very much leave him in the hunt for the title.
Yeah, I'd say his mental game, you know, among the best in the
Yeah.
high stakes tournament community. And
Just unbothered by the swings of PLO. He's just
yeah,
seen
he
it
is.
all.
He's quite zen, to be honest.
Of course, on the golf course, a different story. He's an absolute savage. No, I have no idea. 2 diamonds, 2 fours, and a 10 here. Rolling off, 105 ahead. The price charged by Artur. Reardon checking after defending.
He hits it pretty far in the golf course. Sometimes he's hitting it into other fairways, but he's hitting it pretty far.
Yeah. No, he found the green. Unfortunately, the wrong green.
Yeah. He made a real nice par from the neighboring fairway against me to win a hole the other day. I didn't love it.
Through the tree line or what?
He over some trees, blind shot, couldn't see anything, hits it to 30 feet.
That's strong.
Tidy 2-putt.
He didn't take a drop?
No, he didn't need to take a drop. I mean, he had a clean lie, and he had an angle. He just couldn't really see what was going on. And he had to make sure he got over the trees, but he's played a lot of golf. He was telling me that was something like his 37th or 38th round at the Wynn that he's played in the last few years.
Okay, so home course advantage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a home course situation. He said he's played more at the Wynn than any one course in Finland because he plays all over when he's in Finland.
They still got that waterfall out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty course.
It's a nice course.
I've only ever seen it during the concours that they have.
I said
think
yes
it's
to that
coming up,
rather
though.
quickly, but I can't specifically picture the waterfall, but I assume it's there.
I mean, it is a pretty course.
The course is pretty. There's trees. There's water features.
There's fairway villas as well.
Yeah. And I guess they're doing some type of car show there.
Yeah, that's the concourse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a precursor to the F1, and it's just interesting picturing a bunch of Ferraris and Lambos lining the
A
fairways.
few Bugattis out there, too.
Yeah, no doubt. A limp here from Jouhkimainen.
Yeah, not quite a Ferrari, but definitely a reasonable vehicle. This King Jack 8-6.
Sam chucks in the call and gives a bit of a shrug to Joni.
10 seconds.
Playful facial expressions often on the face of Sam
Oh,
Somerville.
yeah.
What was the buy-in on this tournament?
Almost a family buy, man.
Sovereinism's engaged.
If he wouldn't have the food, I think it would be.
Simau's participation involuntary.
decent point from Joni that since ordering the food, Martirosyan has seemed to be
MIA.
MIA from the pots.
King 5 tray, Jouhkimainen. Far from MIA. He's got top pair and the best spade draw.
Yeah, nice looking flop for him. Gut shot, weak spade draw for Samau, top pair for Sovereign. Technically a little bit of something for everyone.
Sam with the better kicker. Chips precious, but the hand's strong enough to warrant a few 50K deployment. Sam, comfy call.
And I think for Samau, just too likely that your flush draw is dominated when it goes bet call.
So the field paired in half. Queen on the turn now, providing a Broadway gutter to Sovereign. Joni really taking his time here before declaring 160 into this 250. If Sovereign makes this call, Joni will have left himself just shy of a full pot size bet on the end.
He does make the call.
Joni's going to need improvement, and he finds it, and does so in a manner that gives Sovereign top two. With the board texture changing so considerably, is the man that fired flop and turn better served to fire once more and create a bit of confusion, or better served to check and perhaps induce?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because Joni maybe repping more of a made hand by betting flop and turn. Of course, he can have some draws too, but he does go with check here. I think the idea is that Sovereign can also have some hands like 4, 5, 6, 7. Sovereign does just check back, and Joni's going to win this pot.
Oh,
but
number one?
Yep. Sovereign may jam all of his flushes for value. I think he would. So Joni's going to win the maximum off of those hands anyway. And then perhaps he induces a bluff from some of those low wrap type hands. So it makes some sense to me in a spot where he's probably only going to get called by flushes anyway. And if those hands are going to jam their
enough checking,
jam themselves, then you know he induces some bluffs perhaps this way.
Well, Joni's saying enough checking with number one, as Sovereign's checkbacks may have cost him some profit. He draws a level with Martirosyan as you get a look at the chip count. Sovereign off his high water mark. Now neck and neck with Samau and Reardon in midfield. I wouldn't go playing that music if David Peters was out there. Because I don't know if you're aware, but Peters on the dance floor, a beast.
I've heard a bit about his reputation, yeah.
He's got this like sequin deal too that I saw him getting down, and it very much like a Disco Inferno kind of rug cutting effort from D. Pete's. Haven't seen him By the way,
No,
not a PLO
well,
player at all?
I don't think he plays
No?
PLO. No.
You got me with a sick turn bet for value.
He's been playing some of the Hold'em stuff. He's been a father for maybe a year, a little over a year.
Yeah, congrats to him and Haley.
Fuck.
Pot.
Martirosian wagging his finger at Samau's limping effort.
I have no spades left there.
Okay. Just try kings. Top set.
I was trapping your ass. I didn't think you'd bet that on the turn. If I knew you had a king, I would have just fucking crammed
60K
it
in taxes imposed and paid.
Also flip. Well, not a flip.
2 clubs, 2 deuces, and a 10.
I didn't put you on kings. That's why I bet.
Advantage.
Bottom 2.
Samau now.
Everything was good. The 6 was good. The 8 was good. Whatever cards you had, everything was good.
I put you on bottom 2, actually.
Actually, I did. I didn't hand it. Probably should have potted it pre.
After raising pre-flop.
So steamed that.
Very reasonable to bet this board at a high clip.
I think I had ace, king, jack, 9.
Did you?
Yeah, I swear I think that's what I had. To the king.
70 into 210. Third pot exactly.
I really can't even remember. So
Yeah, we'll see it later.
Still. My brain turned off when you said number 1. I didn't even believe you.
Samau gonna peel here. On the
Such
hunt
a
for
spicy
something
river with
interesting.
ace of spades too, because like you can't have enough flush draw.
That doesn't rank among the interesting options for his hand. Also, not a favorable development for Martirosian, who has no club himself.
Yeah, neither player likes the look of that card. It's harder now for Martirosian to rep some of the hands he's repping on the flop, where he can be betting aces and kings.
Nuts on the river so many times in this tournament, it's embarrassing. Next time I'll definitely bet. Just so you know. No more trapping.
Appreciate it.
I thought you had nothing too. I thought I was gonna win. The 2 pair.
Action
Can't have jack blocker.
frozen.
Can't have bluff you off a
Not
straight.
sure that this ace on the end will thaw it, but Artur does find the best hand.
Yoni's playing the
Barring
game.
some type of Samau bluff, I
Yes,
think
he
this
is.
just goes check a
160
lot.
he hit me with. This criminal. With nothing to.
King 10.
You see Samau shaking his head. He actually had Artur's hand in pretty bad shape on the turn.
Chipping away, chiseling, grinding.
I have only like $1 million.
Very much something Artur's
Yeah, a little over.
comfortable doing.
$1,080,000.
You have 850 in green, right? Or no?
Yeah.
What's the over-under on the cost of Artur's hat,
Right here.
Ali?
I want to say 380 USD.
I feel like I want the over.
You want the over on that?
It looks like it could be some sort of limited edition design.
I haven't been into Gucci. This is I almost don't want to admit this, but Tom Ford used to design for Gucci way back in the day. That's when I was a Gucci guy. He moved on, and then it became a little bit more of that like Shinjuku sort of design aesthetic that didn't really line up with me.
Got it.
So I bowed out of those streets. And this concludes Fashion Talk with Alex and Ali.
Right.
Reardon, concluding pot is the path forward for Ace King 10-6 single. Samau up to the challenge on the puck with queens and clubs. Joni will sit this one out. So out of position against the covering stack is Reardon here, looking up at the Jack 7-5 rainbow board. Jack of hearts, the focal point for him. Samau still playing the queens.
Yeah, kind of difficult for him to want to bet this board with such limited interaction.
Total had like no chips when there were still many people left, like dust, like fucking.
No, his lady.
60. I don't know. I didn't see he was still there. Oh, I thought there was 3 left.
10 seconds.
Reardon.
I think there is actually.
Check folding uneventfully as Samau's queens take the initiative and take it down.
Even post.
3 more hands, guys. 3 more hands at this level.
Oh, they're on the bubble.
Yes, I think it is.
We might have to get this scanned for a device. If you can value bet King Jack.
Like that.
Not like this. Okay.
How many hands?
How many did we do?
3 hands.
Did we do it yet or not yet? You all right?
I think they did.
It's 3 hands confirmed.
Hey.
You didn't give me one more card. On me.
Arthur double suited here.
You want a 5th one?
Not exactly dessert.
Yeah, what happens if he had 4 already and he didn't see it? His hand's just dead?
Sort of a textbook double-suited Drugel there, Ali. This one, no Drugel.
No, but very much a textbook open. Joni electing to limp, looking perhaps to lure Sovrel into some trouble.
Yeah, he could be going for a limp re-raise here. He's been very trappy in this last hour or so.
Yeah.
Play soft for 2.
And kind of suggested he was all done trapping.
Yeah, and then maybe a little reverse psychology there. And he flops the absolute world.
King 10-4, Broadway wrap with diamonds and a pair. Sovrel with paltry 4s here, facing 40K. Cannot indulge.
I'm wrapped around the 4.
That's a sick hand. Ace, king, queen, check, double, flush draw.
You tried to fuck me?
Joni telling the truth.
Sovrel realizing that Jouhkimainen was lying in wait, looking to ambush. Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. Fun to use, affordable, and full of features that'll help you ambush the competition. Head to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
Okay, now I play serious.
I'm playing the game. Just keep checking back dead.
Nice looking hand here for Samau.
Here comes Brazil.
Raise 75,000.
Versatile hand, good in the
Yeah,
08
he's got
streets
tripping
as
chips.
well. What's your game of choice, Ali, among all the mixed games? What's the one you like seeing the plaque the most?
I like the double board games. I like double board Omaha High and
Yeah, that's fun.
Best in particular.
I don't think I've played. Maybe I've played a few hands of Best. It's not typically been in the rotation.
No, it's a little bit more exotic, newcomer of sorts. Nothing exotic about Samau's choice to raise, let alone Martirosian's to flat. Sovrel on the set mining expedition. Disjointed, double paired, and rainbow. See the 6s busy elsewhere. Ace 8-7, no suits. Reardon evolving into eights, nothing to get excited about. Gutter and top pair for Samau. The party starter, 2 checks in front of him. Same gutter for Martirosian behind.
I think this bet is partly just on the strength of his stack size here somehow, knowing that he's not going to get raised as wide by Reardon or Martirosian as he normally might. He also has 2 backdoor flush draws, nut gut shot. This is very, very loose.
10 seconds.
I would say maybe even just a bit inexperienced, in my opinion, from Martirosian. Floating the flop with 2 players left to act behind him with just the backdoor flush draw and the nut gut shot.
Well, he does find Count Rapula on the turn.
Were you waiting all night to say that one?
With the queens. That one's been in the repertoire for a while, but yeah, first deployment on the evening.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to float this hand on the flop, that's, you know, an excellent turn card.
Note somehow has picked up the heart draw, though, so not all of those straight outs are clean. Joao's going to pump the brakes now.
Double gut shot, flush draw, and top pair for Samau.
Tidy check back there from Martirosian. And a far from exciting 3 of clubs on the end for him. Samau still with just 1 pair, ace-jack.
Yeah, feels like too much hand to need to bluff, not enough hand to value bet. Check and see what happens. Looks the most natural to me.
First part of the puzzle complete. Now let's see whether or not Martirosian feels compelled to try to shed an ace.
The thing is, yeah, I like this check back.
It would lack credibility.
It would lack credibility, and also he still is going to beat some of those hands, right? Joao can still have some 8, 9, 10 stuff, some Jack, Jack, 10, 9 type hands that he's going to beat now with that queen. But the flop float, I think, just a bit too wide with just the nut gutter, backdoor draws, just given especially that he had 2 players left to act behind him.
Well, Artur trying to get something going here. Instead, slips back into Jouhkimainen's territory as the 2 of them occupy the bottom of the leaderboard.
You got my answer now, right?
Is Javier's? Can I get the poblano mole? And like grilled vegetables or something?
Thank you.
Just like a side of grilled vegetables?
Sure.
Pretty one here for Artur. He's going to choose to play it as a limp. Certainly ready for anyone who wants to get after him.
10 seconds.
Pot.
Sovril potting it. That's not going to be enough to do away with Artur.
10 seconds.
And this is a big hand for Martirosian. Double suited king, queen, jack, jack. If he thinks that Sovril's isolating wide, he can even consider limp raising this hand.
Yeah, I
but
was
doesn't
thinking the
like
same
just to
thing.
call.
Obviously, that jockeying bid with Jouhkimainen right now may be skewing him more toward the conservative approach, as you did get a quick glimpse there at Sovril's hand, which isn't interacting with this board in near as healthy a manner as Martirosian's is. Top pair and hearts. Does keep with the flow of play by knuckling.
Backdoor spades as well, though those would be a disaster for Artur.
Sam getting a quick catnap in.
Again, alternating between kind of an intense stare down of his opponent and this catnap that you mentioned.
He might have got a REM cycle in.
Yeah, he looked like he
beneath
sort
the
of
lids.
startled himself the way he.
He's like,
woke
"What is it
from
on
that
me?"
Stupor. And look at this card. Martirosyan now picking up a set of jacks to go with his king blocker, his queen high flush draw. Not much for Sovereign.
Broadway gutter. But in the face of aggression here from Artur, it would be an ambitious call.
220.
Yeah, that's healthy enough, I think, to do away with Sam. Sure enough, short order.
Nice pickup there for Martirosyan, putting a little bit of separation between himself and Jouhkimainen, sneaking up on that 1.6 of Reardon.
That was number 3, yeah.
Blinds are up, Ali.
Bad news for the short
679
stacks.
with hearts.
You can't imagine what I have.
King, king, queen. No, king, king, 9, 10.
Big blind.
With 9, 10 of hearts.
Better.
Better? Fake news. Better.
Not better, almost the same.
40-40.
Yeah.
What is it? 20-40?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm blinding off.
It's tough to make chips when you keep getting show number 1.
10 seconds.
I have run in number 1 a lot in this tournament.
Yeah.
Blind versus blind limp pot here. Somehow. And Martirosyan. King, queen, tray.
I need Dylan Weisman back
Artur
in
does
here.
link up
Flipping
for
me off
second
with
pair.
chips left and right.
Mystery cards again for Samau. Takes a stab.
25,000.
Kind of an awkward hand for Martirosyan, but facing such a small bet in position, definitely thematic to continue. Does have backdoor spades. You never like when your 2-pair outs, in this case the jack, could complete a straight, and we see in this case it would, as Samau has the 10-9-5 deuce, which now picks up a double gutter and a flush draw. So he was betting the flop very liberally, but now picks up a lot of additional equity here on this card.
Backdoor heart draw, plus the gutter.
Double gutter now in total. And he does come with the bet, which makes sense.
And looks like Martirosyan didn't waste any time bowing out, so nice activation there from Samau, throwing his weight around.
They made you see, there's no way you can flop with that.
Second time.
Also sort of exploiting that
I
jockeying
couldn't believe
bid
I potted it against him.
that Martirosyan finds himself in.
Cards.
Alongside Jouhkimainen.
Ace, queen, queen, queen. Rainbow.
Well, there's a look at the chip counts. Joao Samau on top, $500,000 north of Sam Soverel now. The two of them very steadfast at the top of the leaderboard. Reardon lurking not too far north of the two shorties. Things could shake up in a hurry here. Although these players doing everything that they can to avoid some sort of free fall down the leaderboard.
And Samau and Soverel have been jockeying a bit at the top. Right. Samau now with a bit of a healthy lead over Soverel. Joni certainly more than enough hand to defend to this 2.5x open of Samau.
Is it 10 stacks?
Yeah, I have like 1,070,000 to start the hand. 170 behind.
It's amazing.
Kind of a sneaky flop for Samao, who flops top pair, but also that wheel wrap.
Joni checking it over to him and gladly depositing some chips. Is Samao on the heels of the 100K Open, comes 90. For Joni, kind of a where am I looking to go from here situation. Did see Sovril do something interesting, and it's so funny because I promise you I didn't know that Joni was going to go this route, but the longer he chewed on it, the more I felt like a flat doesn't feel like something he wants to do here.
So this is a thematic idea, Ali. Taking that queen blocker, which blocks a lot of Samao's value combos, queen, queen, and ace, queen, also using those two jacks, which can serve as future blockers on straightening cards, and also blocking some more of Samao's continues that would contain those gut shots or those wraps. So,
and that is demoralizing to hear, as Samao doesn't even use a time bank to pot it. But you're right, the thematics there, you know, Jouhkimainen mindful of having the right kind of hand composition to pull that check raise off against an ace that didn't have as much backup as Samao's did.
And note that Samao's pot there is not necessarily the most conventional either, but the nice thing is, if Joni, for instance, had instead of the queen jack jack, something like the ace jack jack, which you can also see make this play at some regularity, then he would just get that hand to fold right there, and a hand that would have him actually in kind of bad shape. So nice execution from both. Joni just really running into a pretty strong hand there for Samao. Another idea there is that they're shallow enough that Joni's going to be happy to stack off with a set of queens, especially with Joao opening on the button. So, you know, there are definitely, he could be check raising ace, queen, queen, queen for value. Then he can have some bluffs like that. Queens with the right type of properties. The hand doesn't realize very well in the call line. Samao now quite the chip lead with 4.3, just over around $1 million more than Sovril. And he continues to flex with that stack and a very strong hand, ace, king, queen, 4 nut suit.
Scan Sovril, defense is big.
Gargantuan. But I don't like, that was unlucky for me.
Gargantuan.
Jacks again, out of position against the open of Samao, and here a jack appears on the flop. Sovril flopping 3 jacks.
Big hand. Slipping it over to the gutter.
Samao's hand, you know, could do a little bit of both. It's the type of hand that he might want to check back and just realize his equity, and he does with the nut gutter and the nut backdoor flush draw. It's a little sad if you bet that flop and have to fold that type of equity right on the flop. And Sovril, who may have been inclined to check raise the flop at least at some frequency, now on this 8 of diamonds, exercising some prudence. And now does Joao decide to activate perhaps with that queen of clubs blocker? You can't just bet every time you have a blocker, and indeed he does check back. You're going to have so many combos of hands that contain either a 10 or a queen, so you have to be a bit selective about the ones you use. The board has run out very ugly for Sovril. Just hoping to hear a knuckle back and flip over those black jacks.
No knuckle back inbound, though, after 2 streets of checking. Samao activating, but just 85K.
And while you typically do want to have some type of diamond to call, Sovril might rightfully think that he's quite under-repped in this line. He might also expect straights to bet the turn at a very high frequency. So really, Samao just representing a flush only for value, and versus this size, Sovereign does indeed flick in calling chips. One thing I'll say about these types of spots, Ollie, is I think that weaker players underbluff these spots. When it just checks down to the river, I don't think that weak players think about what type of hands they need to be using to turn into bluffs. And so if a weak player bets the river against you there and you have a set of jacks with no diamond in your hand, you can probably just let it go and lower stakes.
You had a 7 as well?
Yeah, you can get really myopic into a few things.
That's the only reason I paid.
One is sort of that monsters under the bed disposition whenever the board dynamic changes.
Yeah.
Without being mindful of, well, how plausible, how probable is it that that board development based on the action to this point, pre and post, syncs up with that particular hand, and does the story check out? Also, let's not focus too much upon what we actually have in terms of our hand, what we actually have in terms of the attributes that our hand contains and the impact that that has on the opposition. Also something to be mindful of. And that's where all of the nuance of PLO, you know, kind of gives players a lot to sink their teeth into. You know, it can seem like a game where you're just looking to find excuses to pile chips into the middle. And in cash, as we pointed out yesterday, different animal.
Yeah.
But in tournaments, you'll see a lot of thought, a lot of care. That check raise from Jouhkimainen moments ago, even though it didn't work out for him, really illustrating some of the depth, you know, the layers of the game.
Yeah, definitely. All these players have a very strong technical understanding of the game. Being able to maneuver at different stack sizes. So we see Reardon here defending the nut suit.
Somehow starting to show some abusive tendencies, although double suited and
double suited.
some interactions could be worse.
Pretty connected. Definitely going to open that one up.
Not
with
so
the chip
connected
lead.
with this particular board. Does have the wrong side of a gut shot. Couple of back doors.
You want it?
Same gutter shared by Reardon, who has a deuce and little else.
I don't deserve it.
No follow through from Samau, who does pick up the club draw.
Picks up a club draw, adds a double gutter to the single gutter he had. Or improves to a double gutter, I should say. And Reardon just lacking interaction with this board. No club in hand.
10 seconds.
I like a delayed bet here as Samau picking up this additional equity. If he fears that Reardon is the type of player to get fancy with a lot of check raises, though, then he could consider just checking and realizing, because facing a raise when you have such non-nut equity is never a fun prospect. He does indeed knuckle back. And will anybody bluff at this pot, or will John Reardon just be able to win with ace-deuce? Surely one of them will go for it.
He's certainly not looking at that deuce and thinking showdown value on this board.
The only problem here for Samau is that he just lacks any sort of blockers to the nuts. Even though he might have a range advantage raising early position, he also has the chips to be raising a wide variety of hands. And he does go for it, though.
Undaunted by what you were mentioning. That is just brute force on display.
It's really hard to play the 8-7-6-3 double suited under the gun and then just decide to check it down all the way on that board. So, you know, I respect Joao for going for it there on the river.
And you could see worlds in which ace-queen was there.
Absolutely.
As played.
Oh, for sure. Your opponent has done nothing to indicate that they have any sort of strength either.
And what an incredible upswing here for Samau. Kind of the second wave. He had that initial surge at the top of the broadcast today where he took the chip lead from Martirosyan and then kind of had some attrition. And then once more working his way onwards and upwards. Joni.
10 seconds.
Chewing on a suited ace. Spits it out. Not the first time we've seen him lacking the, third card interaction and just deciding this isn't enough ammo.
Yeah, very true. And he has, ironically, a little less ICM pressure now that he's the clear shortest stack. It's really Reardon and Martirosyan who have more pressure. Because Reardon has a very strong hand here in the small blind, but this is an example of the ICM pressure. He is just going to come with the limp. And Samao surely can isolate with a hand this strong.
What?
Reardon will go nowhere.
What he's trying to do here.
And Reardon is going to play some traps here with some very strong hands that can limp re-raise as part of a balanced strategy. This not being one of them, not quite strong enough.
.280 in the middle. And the double suited ace doesn't look up at the prettiest sight.
No, a bit of a whiff from both. And we've seen this a decent amount tonight, Ali, where both players just completely miss the board. And
yeah.
Who bluffs? At some point, usually one of them does.
Does skew in favor of the player in position who sees his initiative and, of course, has that big boss stack. On this occasion, Samao. Deuce on the turn doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, you'd really rather have at least one club in your hand to start wanting to put chips in the pot, at least on the flop or the turn.
Still no betting. Fourth straight card.
Reardon's hand now quite a nice candidate to bluff, given he has that 7 blocker. 7-8 and 7-3 both coming home on this card. You can definitely check some combos of 7-8 on both flop and turn.
You feel the courage kind of percolating beneath the surface for Reardon, but he does wind up checking it. His hand a winner at Showdown if he's permitted to get there. Last time he booked a date with Samao, that opportunity was not afforded him.
Yeah, and for Samao, his cards are just really doing him a huge disservice here. With no interaction to the board, he does check back, and Reardon's going to win this with ace-5.
And you hear Joao, of course, knows ace-5 could have been tossed with ease. Sneeze and take it sort of situation for him.
I hope I didn't scan my cards.
What happened?
A thankful button.
So a merciful opportunity for Reardon to pull one in. Most cashes this year on the PokerGO Tour. Chino Ream and Reardon neck and neck with 28. Shulman been busy. 25 cashes for him. Foxen and Jim Colopy just a tick behind at 24 apiece. Putting in the work. Doing so quite successfully. I gotta say, Alex, it does feel like all of the various plights that have been endured, if that's even a way that we can describe Sovril and Samao, although Sam wasn't always sitting this pretty, have been navigated with, you know, real precision by these guys. I don't want to make a meal of it because this is what we would expect when we look up at these names. But
what sort of plights exactly are we
so
referring
for
to?
example, you know, Joni on this short stack.
Yeah.
Right? He's dealt with that situation. You know, he's declined entering the pots in
Right.
spots marginally because he knows how precious those chips are.
Yep.
You know, Martirosian as well, when the shackles have been on him, or Reardon for that matter, with midfield stacks, they too have shown restraint. And then conversely, when Sovereign was spinning, he was making the most of it. Snowball effect. Samau's done much of the same.
I think all these players have such impressive tournament records. You would expect them to have those sort of navigations within the stack sizes, but you're right. It's been quite the show.
Yeah. Multi-geared transmissions. They know how to kind of get around all the track.
And that's been true ever since the early days of poker, right? You need to know when to switch gears. It was sort of done and thought about in a different way back in the Doyle-Brunson era, but it was still happening.
Yeah. I think table image was one that people used to pay a lot of attention to.
Table image and advertising.
When you're bruised out there, you've had a few L's hung on you, whether it was because you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar or, you know, just running bad even. You know, they smell a couple of drops of blood in the water and the sharks will circle.
Yeah. And if things get real bad, you just pull your gun out from your holster at the saloon, and or am I going too far back now?
Or, you know, it's taped underneath the table generally back then, you know.
Yeah. Samau with a beautiful looking hand here. These double suited rundowns, always a pleasure to see. Joni with the double suited Drugel in the big blind. Getting a price here, only a 2.5x.
I do feel compelled for those that may be looking to adopt the Drugel into their own poker lexicon. You are going to be looked at
60 behind.
real weird in the casino if you say it. It's specifically the Nova Scotia home game for Alex where this plays.
I've been saying it in this tournament for 3 years running, so, you know, at some point, you know, language has to start somewhere, Ollie. It might have originated in Halifax, but the Drugel could be a thing in card rooms across America within 5 years.
And we trace the etymology right back to you. And
certainly the dirty diaper has,
Nick Rigby,
you know,
famously gave us
had
that.
a lasting effect.
Although he was on the World Series of Poker main event deep stream.
This is true.
And a legend.
But surely more people watch the $100,000 super high rollerable Pot-Limit Omaha edition than the WSP main event.
I don't know if that's true. What I do know is that Jouhkimainen.
One can dream. Jouhkimainen 3 5s after defending this hand.
Got way the best of it.
Absolutely nothing.
Shoots 90 with the air ball.
And check raise is sort of a nice idea here as Jouhkimainen. You can definitely find plenty of bluffs that make this line. And
190.
Right.
And you don't expect your opponent to fold any over pairs, certainly not immediately.
He shares your sentiments.
But of course, he's just run into the absolute nothing of Jouhkimainen. This is going to be a very difficult hand for him to continue in any capacity.
Jig is up. Unless, of course, something very exotic.
He's considering a zone defense.
Triangle offense?
Yeah.
You watch international hoops, Alex?
Not often. I'm just telling you, I think Samau looks like a Serbian basketball coach. I can't place it.
To me, he looks like
an assistant coach, maybe. I think the head coach would be.
I'm putting Vegas
wearing a
goggles
suit.
on it. To me, he looks like the guy that's a high-end bottle service customer that defies the dress code. You know, sir, no baseball cap. Do you know who I am?
You know who I am. And,
you know
and really
what my minimum is tonight?
Yeah.
Step aside.
Do you know who I am? I'm the former #1 online player, Joao Samau, right?
You know, there was a guy who was clubbing and was going off at XS not that long ago, and got kicked out. And I mean, he had like 6-figure tab.
Okay.
And he got kicked out for getting a little bit too frisky, handsy maybe.
With the waitresses?
Yeah. I
Somebody.
would assume.
Yeah.
But he was so thrown by it that he then walked across the street from the Wynn to Resorts World, where he went off for even more, but demanded that that his name be placed on the entirety of the digital billboard on the outside of Resorts World, where he called out the guy that booted him from XS. And note that XS has a view across the strip of Resorts World. So he was basically communicating. Yeah, and he had some choice words for that guy on the billboard.
They did this?
Bro, he went off for like 220 or something like that. I mean, he really.
At the club.
Yeah. And by the way, he booked a charter flight that he missed the next day and forfeited that.
People love to throw their money around to.
That wasn't. Well, that was more of a
peacock
torching. Yeah, it was a real legendary evening of debauchery and fiscal imprudence.
Yeah, that's
nines and a 6 here.
Nicely tidied up. As I forgot, we have a Pot-Limit Omaha tournament on the go.
Yeah.
Not a big one or anything, just 100K.
Well, listen, not every one of these hands can be winners. I'm not talking about earning chips, but rather making kind of the capture our attention cut.
By the way, Martirosian limped this hand on the button. Sovereign potted out of the big blind, and now has decided to check the 9-9-6 flop. Martirosian just coming with a small bet here. Can actually just get some protection against some ace-X holdings, perhaps like the one Sovereign has. A little bit surprised Sovereign didn't c-bet this board after raising it out of the big blind, but certainly plenty of 9X in Martirosian's range. And look at this. Sovereign had other ideas. Check raising.
Taking a page out of the Jouhkimainen book. His effort looks to be more fruitful than Joni's before him, though. Martirosian being disciplined.
Martirosian trying to piece this together.
Yeah, 6 just lacking future on a club-free board.
Cool play from Sovereign, who again continues to impress with his array of tricks and his real range of play.
I mean, that's what it's going to take. You know, the Sun Run, while we all dream of it, tends to be the less likely path. Got to earn a few here and there.
Sovereign also strikes me as one of these guys who, you know, the bigger the buy-in, the more ready they are.
Sure. Rising to the occasion.
Rising to the occasion. Fierce competitor. Might skip some of the 5 and 10K buy-ins here at the studio, but loves these 25K plus events.
You know, if you go back and you watch the tape, as perhaps Martirosian or Sovereign will, if they wind up making it to tomorrow, not far removed from now, by the way, we'll be calling it a night. And you see a move like that, you think back to all the pots you played with that guy throughout the session. You're like, I wonder how many other ones you nabbed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I wonder how much studying of film these players will do when they get home to their hotel rooms tonight.
It's a time-consuming process, but it is definitely one that gives you a competitive advantage.
It is, but it's, you know, it's that fine balance too, Ali. Sometimes you can overdo it. You've been playing all day. If you go spend another 2-3 hours looking at film, running sims, you might fry your brain a little bit. Sometimes it's better just to get sleep, maybe a workout in the morning.
Yeah, you can do it tomorrow. You don't have to do it tonight.
Is the time.
But just doing it in general, better than not doing it, unless you end up leveling yourself into being so pigeonholed into some of what was deployed, you know, on film, that when you go out the next time and face off, you neglect to give a man credit for adjustments.
Right.
Meanwhile, Queen 6-4, Count Rapula for Reardon. 6s and 4s for Samau. This one was 100K ahead. Joao keeps his foot on the accelerator as the pre-flop raiser. Follow through figure. 155.
Reardon has, you know, full wrap with a pair of 5s, backdoor clubs. Expect to see a call here.
10 seconds.
Problem with raising is he probably doesn't want to commit all of his chips, and raise folding feels like wasting a lot of equity. He does come with just the call. And Samau is the type of hand that really wouldn't have wanted to face a raise on the flop, but did want to get some protection value, clean up some equity.
Ace on the turn now, giving Reardon clubs to go with that wrap. Still just playing a pair of 5s at present versus a pair, or 2 pair, for some out.
And as Reardon here, you have to really know your opponent. If you think your opponent's the type to bet the turn super wide, using that ace as a scare card, Reardon's hand actually makes for a really nice check shove, because if you have any amount of fold equity to go with the equity you have with that wrap and flush draw.
Well, listen, dissuaded by the presence of Artur and Joni with those shorter stacks and those big pay ladders, which ultimately lead to $1.25 million up top, Reardon obviously wants to treat the chips with respect, but I hear where you're coming from. You got to balance those initiatives.
It's kind of a leveling war, right? Because he has to know that Samao knows that he's going to have to play this spot a little bit more passively. So that allows Samao to bet the turn a little bit more liberally. But now that Samao is betting the turn more liberally, you have more fold equity on the raise. So there's kind of a little bit of back and forth going on there, but he does elect just to call.
And he does it quickly, too. 700 more flowing into the center.
Samao's
Big river
hand.
incoming, and the club rolls off.
And Samao's exact hand, of course, would have folded the turn to a raise. Now does Reardon just check? I think he will. I think when you're facing this sort of ICM pressure and you make such a weak flush, I don't want to continue to predict every spot, but you know, there's some arguments both ways here.
Sub 1 SPR.
The argument for just betting out is that you think your opponent has a lot of ace, 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 queen type hands that were going for value on the turn and are going to just check back the river. Samao can actually beat some hands still. He can still beat some spade combos.
Yeah.
Some 5, 7, 8s that didn't have the clubs to go with them.
Unclear if he feels compelled to turn it into a bluff, but he doesn't really have a great hand with which to do that, given that he doesn't have any clubs. Only the king interferes with the Broadway.
Right. And the fact that he has some showdown value, I think, will incline him more towards a check. And he does. And a nice pickup there for John Reardon.
Up and over the 2 million chip threshold at the expense of Samao goes Reardon, and Sovrel inheriting the chip lead. Key pickup there for John. Boy, if Samao had just gone ham on the end and asked Reardon for all of it, it could have gotten a little awkward. I mean, you know you didn't come that far to make the flush and then go away, and yet you do need to consider that Joao could just have it, and you've got enough chips to fight on with, and Martirosyan and Jouhkimainen there kind of in your territory.
Yeah, I think, though, when you do check river there and those backdoor clubs come in, you're just a little too under-repped, and I think you're just a little too high up in your range to ever want to fold. But I can understand what you mean.
Gotta
in the
live with
moment, facing that pressure, certainly not super exciting, not going to beat value.
There have been so many times where I've told myself, I know what I'm going to do if this happens.
Right.
And then it happens, and all of a sudden you're so unsettled by some aspects of the way it goes down that you're left really leveling yourself and questioning whether or not that instinct, that blink moment is the accurate one.
I think that really is where the work away from the table, and I mean both from a technical perspective and from, you know, the working out or whatever you do to sort of get your mind calm and at ease to perform. I think that's where that comes into play in those high pressure moments, because it is easy to level yourself or go the other direction in those pivotal junctures.
10 seconds.
Reardon allowed to slither in from the small here, courtesy of a Sovrel button limp. Surprised that Sovrel would limp 10-8-6 deuce on the button.
A little bit, but again, he still does have a lot of chips. They're quite deep.
He's got a lot of pairs too. Bottom 2 to be exact on a 2-club board where Reardon has top pair and inferior clubs. Samao with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, something for everyone here. Sovrel does have bottom 2, but nothing with it. I like this check. It is also nice to be able to make some full houses when you check back flop.
Now top pair for Samao.
Still not a ton of incentive for anyone to bet here. Yes, Samau has top pair and nut flush draw, but the ace completing that king jack, his kicker is very poor. Suspect this one just checks through again.
Sure enough. Tens full for Sovrel on the end to create some relief.
Yeah. Will he get a customer, though? A little bit unlikely. Perhaps Samau could keep him honest. But Reardon hasn't done anything yet. No, he does check. I think I like just going big here as Sovrel. Polarizing.
10 seconds.
Boy, and while Reardon not so much, especially with a player behind him, you could see a world in which Samau gets curious here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of these pots in this tournament where it just checks down to the river and somebody bets on the end, and then, you know, we know all these players are capable of finding bluffs.
100, right?
Looks like Samau is going to keep Sovrel honest here.
Show me. Don't show me that. Take the money.
Again, these lines that might be under-bluffed by the general PLO playing population are not getting under-bluffed here. And because of that, we do see, you know, hands like Samau's keeping an eye on Sovrel's river bets there.
Yep.
As Sovrel expands his lead, back near that 4 million chip mark.
I remember a sort of a simplified piece of advice somewhere along the way during my early poker years I got, where it's, you know, sometimes you're so concerned about being caught bluffing, you're not bluffing enough. And it was, you know, if you're not being caught bluffing, then you aren't bluffing enough. In fact, you know,
yeah, very true.
You've got to be out there getting after those spots. And, you know, it does all come back to you, because there are players that both you and I through the years have played with where when their chips get turned in there, it goes 1-1 on the end, they're in position. If they're betting, they made the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they're not bluffing the pair.
And sometimes you look at somebody's hand, somebody on the other end of the spectrum, and you'll say, oh, that's a weird play, or I want to play with this guy. But then you realize, like, you know, it doesn't have to work that often, those bluffs that might be in the weird line. And you do probably just auto-fold those spots sometimes, and they only needed to win that pot 8% of the time to get the required equity there. Those limit games get pretty weird when the pot gets enormous and someone just throws in 8 chips. You can see all those chips in the middle. Samau is a hand that, and he actually does go for the 3-bet. I was going to say that Samau's hand is the type of hand that in a cash game or a lower pressure tournament situation makes for a very nice 3-bet. I wasn't confident he was going to do that here.
But
just
Sam's
given
the guy
how
to
deep he
target.
is.
You know,
True.
Sovrel's range is going to be broad enough to have some raised folds.
I think you're right, and it's nice for Samau also to have a hand like this in his 3-betting range. You don't want to just have aces and have it be very face-up. This gives him a little bit of board coverage.
Yeah, it's a hand that's got a good amount of reach.
But I would say that this is something we haven't seen yet at this final table. Somebody 3-betting out of position in a big stack versus big stack affair with a hand like this.
Flop comes ace-8 tray with 2 clubs. Sovrel, pair and the flush draw. You see Samau also with an 8. Better kicker, but less equity.
And on this ace-high board, given how tight we expect Samau's 3-betting range to be, I would expect him to bet almost all of his hands, if not all of them. He does have an 8 blocker here. Just goes with a small size. This is congruent with what he might do with a set of aces. Sovrel, of course, going to play for a turn in position here. A 10 would be a really interesting card, giving Samau 2 pair and Sovereign a wrap to go with his flush draw.
Nine. No.
Very nice card for Sovereign here.
Yeah.
He does pick up that wrap to go with 2 pair. Sorry, not a wrap. 2 pair and a gutter.
Samau with the open ender.
10 seconds.
Mulling it over after the 2-10. Does slow it down. How safely, if we're Sovereign, can we remove set of aces now from Samau? Is he going to be slippery enough to slip it to us?
I think it depends on the other cards he has with it. I think if he just has a dry set of aces, he's likely just to pot the turn and try and get some protection against all the draws. But if he has something more with it, he could be slippery, like you mentioned.
Well, slipping into a flush is Sovereign. Samau left with unimproved 8s.
And no club in hand. After turn goes check, check, and Sovereign's called the flop. There are a lot of flushes in Sovereign's range. It's never fun giving up here as Samau with just an 8, but at the same time, Sovereign's range is somewhat skewed towards flushes here. And for Sovereign, the pot's already quite big. Does he go for value and what size? He ends up just checking back, and I don't fault that in a pot this big, where again, one of the hands he's expecting to get called by a set of aces would have often just jammed the turn, to your point. Not wanting to play a huge one against a bigger flush. Nice pickup there for Sam Sovereign, and he's really increased the gap between himself and Samau, and let's see if he opens it up a little bit more, and Sam Sovereign just continuing to play extremely well.
Yeah, those exchanges damaging to Samau's prospects as he's now a midfield stack. And now's the time to go annual with PokerGO. Annual subscribers can win a $30K WSOP Paradise package and a dream seat to the PGT $1 Million Championship. Just head to PokerGO.com and use code Paradise25 for $20 off your first year. So Sovereign once again full speed ahead. 4.6 million. This is the largest stack that he's wielded thus far. And the implications, of course, for Samau as he finds himself neck and neck with Reardon with those 2 sub-million chip stacks of Jouhkimainen and Martirosyan still lingering in that 20 big blind territory. This is a nice setup for Sovereign.
Yeah, this is
and
a
I'm
beautiful
not just
spot.
talking about the aces with a suit.
That doesn't hurt, though.
Not at all. Makes it a
Especially
$110.
when people think that you might have expanded your raising range with this newfound sort of enlarged chip lead.
Joel can't fight this time. Pardon me. Joni concedes. In terms of chip distribution 5-handed, if you're Sovereign, you'd prefer to have 3 players in the middling stacks and then 1 lone shorty?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Certainly could find himself in a worse spot. Here's last year's Super High Roller Bowl results. You might see that name Sam Sovereign up there. That's because he finished 6th.
See Jared Blesnik as well in 4th place last year. Has final tabled all 3 editions of this tournament, 1st, 4th, and 7th.
Yeah, never failing to reach the FT. Not to be overlooked, of course, Sovereign, who is guaranteed a better finish than last year. And it does look, although I hesitate to say this because it could be the kiss of death, but as though everyone's going to find a bag and a good night's sleep and come back and rack it up.
You're having your Jeff Platt moment here, or what?
The Reaper. I guess I'll be held single-handedly accountable.
Nobody's ever
7,
lost
8,
20
9,
big
jack.
blinds in a hand of
Single
PLO,
suited,
Ollie.
right?
But you know, right now it does
Not
feel
bad
like the
hand.
climate hasn't been particularly violent or bloody. Now that could mean we're due.
Could mean, yeah. You
probably
know,
had him in
two
pretty
hands
bad
can collide at any moment, but I see what you're
He
saying.
played king, queen, jack, 8 double. Red.
Just about 10 or 15 minutes
What'd you
left to
three-bet
play
anyway?
in the evening.
King, queen, 10, 8.
King, queen, 10, 8.
As we
no-
wrap
no
up
jack?
this 20-40K blind
Really?
level. We'll come back tomorrow for conclusion.
You sounded like you knew.
Play down to a winner.
You're playing like you got a fucking earpiece in.
I can borrow it if you want.
Nah, I don't want to get DQ'd. You keep
Right.
that.
100,000.
Wait, oh, you gotta point it at the cards. The P has to. For the 1.
Several cheeky allegations that the golf ball is somehow a cheating device for Jouhkimainen. So it's sort of one of those conversations that can make people seize up, because the reality is there have been some very unscrupulous operators, predominantly in private cash game situations.
With very similar such devices, I think.
just a
you know, this
random,
little card protector.
innocent-looking thing, and all of a sudden they're like, it's got a camera and a Bluetooth chip.
It's like the teddy bear at the person's house in the movie that's
the nanny cam.
secret camera, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
King, queen, 10, 8. Probably fuck mom here.
Wonder if Samau is dwelling at all on that pot he lost to Reardon. Doesn't strike me as the type.
Yeah, I think he's on to the next one.
2 suits, still not enough.
Yeah, notice
Very
Jouhkimainen
snug.
showing a lot of discipline with these sorts of hands that are kind of right on the border when he's off 20 bigs.
Raise 140,000.
Soverel, who's been often opening for less than pot, shifting gears here, applying maximum pressure to the 2 big stacks, the 2 middle stacks, I should say, in the big blinds. In the blinds. Samau has a very tempting hand. I expect him to defend this one, even versus full pot. And a nice flop here for the defender, Samau.
Yeah, open-ended with the club draw, just top pair cooking for Soverel.
Note that bottom pair, with all that extra stuff going on, is actually a 70-30 favorite over the top pair of Soverel. The great game of PLO. You want your cards working for you in different ways. You want possibilities.
I feel like once a broadcast I bring up the story I heard about an old kind of riverboat gambler type of character, southern dude, playing PLO with a young kind of aggressive player. They get it all into the middle, and what do you got? Kid inquires. And old man looks at him and says, son, I got no pair, and you can't win. They're drawing. Because you really can have players who are in the lead on the turn in an absolutely devastating way.
And you can't win. I like
Yeah.
that.
Clubs come in, no waiting here for Samau, and they do so in pleasant fashion, given that it's the card that'll keep Soverel involved. Top 2.
Yeah, although I do expect Soverel just to check back turn here at a reasonable frequency. No club in hand. Hand feels a bit middling to want to keep putting money in with.
Yeah, I think check back and decide in the face of Samau. Hunting value on the end.
But instead, looks like he's just going to go for a small bet. This is, again, just designed to charge straight draws or get straight draws to fold. So it's kind of more of a protection bet than anything else.
And kind of allows him to check back a multitude of rivers.
Yeah, and the other thing about this bet is that you can consider now bluffing on a 6 or a 7. Of course, you could have done that anyway if you checked back.
First Simao, second nuts, but against the 140 open and the 200 follow through, he is content to flat this 250. Pot has swelled to 1.2 plus, and that's the one paying card that doesn't fill up Sovrel.
Yeah, I think the turn bet from Sovrel mostly just designed to clear up equity against straight draws. Unlikely he goes for a river bluff here with no club in hand.
One more. Don't be shy.
I have a good hand. You win? That wins.
Top set.
Sounded like.
Could have been gargantuan pot.
Jouhkimainen asking if it was top set, sort of similar.
Yeah, I
top
think
two.
Top set does make a little more sense to bet because you can push equity against lower sets. You've got more outs to fill up when you are up against a flush. And you still get that equity denial you're looking for against the straight draws.
Well, you have Jack.
Instead,
6, 8,
Simao.
Single suited.
Pound of flesh.
Clubs are hot.
Lucky hand.
Clubs are hot.
I learned with you. That works well.
You're paying attention. Clubs are hot.
Considerably more superstition involved in PLO players' ranges than two-card guys,
Yeah.
I feel.
I can see that.
Yes.
Very nice looking hand for Jouhkimainen.
Yeah, but clubs are hot.
Clubs
Alex,
are hot.
Hearts and spades, not so much.
Hearts and spades are cold. Maybe this one will just hit the muck.
Nah, just too much hand, pardon me, for Joni to...
Very big
Muck.
hand here for Joni.
He's been getting nibbled on for some time by these blinds. 100K in orbit right now.
10 doogie for Simao. Not the
Convertible
hand you're looking
10
for.
doogie.
Yeah,
Again.
not the hand you're looking for in this game.
10 seconds.
You could defend and draw 2 to the deuce 3 there
I
from
saw a bunch of
Arturosian in
numbers
the
there.
doogie streets.
I think I saw
Very-
9-9 deuce 3.
There wasn't
true.
any left.
There was 2 9s in there.
You already got.
You're halfway to number 1.
You are.
Alex, come
Sorry,
on.
I thought you were making a joke about the 10-4-3
Yeah,
deuce
okay.
peeling the 4
No,
off.
no,
and
no, no, stop,
Did you
stop.
find that 6 single too?
Trying to figure out where you were going with
First
that.
off, we're not auto-peeling the 10 off there. The 10 can be
Yeah,
retained
the 10
until
is typically
further
retained.
notice. Yeah.
Jack's where it starts to get more
Jack
interesting.
has single suited gappers are hot.
You only learned it all?
I had Jack 9-9 this one.
Wow.
Double.
Wow.
You're a quick study, man.
Well, you're
Joni being
playing.
very honest about all of his holdings so
No
far.
limb, no limb.
You only playing the game.
Get that shit in there.
Yeah, I was ready.
Double suited?
That was easy.
Fake, no, I don't believe
300K on lockup,
trapped that
100K
one.
pay ladder.
No, single I trap, double I last forward.
Trying to build a bot.
Make the top
Yeah,
4.
try to get in there.
Bet on the come.
A full buy-in.
Playing the game.
Playing the game.
Is that a nachoism there from Reardon? Playing the game.
I think it is, yeah. A couple of
Playing
Nacho's
the
phrases have made their way into popular
Ah,
poker vernacular.
he's very entertaining.
ICM is for poor people, certainly
Sure.
among them.
See Reardon declining to hop in there with nothing more than the ace-queen of spades to speak of.
Sick fold.
10 seconds.
Sovrel will take it.
Clubs I call.
I had clubs dead this time. I was prepared.
Button.
I should have fucking limped.
Yeah.
Icered somebody.
He was bottom.
Bathroom?
Down there?
Oh,
Yeah, button.
bottom.
We do 2-minute break, 1 hand break. That's okay? You said bathroom, right?
No,
No, button.
No, no, no. We
Oh,
have
I thought
like
you
5
said
minutes
bathroom
left.
No,
break.
button.
I said
Button. Oh, I'm sorry.
He wanted to have a button. He got it.
Smart.
You know, Sovrel popped up with
Like insanity.
you know, the trappings of a man whose bladder may be beckoning.
He seemed thrilled about the idea of a bathroom break, but
we're just
Ali,
a couple of minutes away.
Yeah, we're just. I think they've maybe already drawn for hands. I heard something about 4 more hands there.
Okay.
I believe.
Hang in there, good buddy.
You said one more.
A
Like
snow candidate, perhaps, for Reardon? Does it tickle your fancy, the 10-6 trade deuce all
It's so
clubs?
crazy. I think I've only tried it a couple of times, and both times it didn't work. And then
you gave up.
I just asked
Not
myself,
happy.
why do I keep doing? No, I mean,
He's
if I
happy when
get
I turn
it
my
dealt
cards over. Not really
4 low
not
cards
happy.
to a suit.
Yeah, it's not really an
I'm gonna
early
try.
position move necessarily, but
no.
fold it to
3-bet.
you on the button, and you got to go for it, right?
Yeah. Listen, by the way, mid position, maybe even
Maybe
early.
in mid position, yeah.
You know, the glory comes with early
That's
position
true.
snows. The toughest is when they 3-bet you 4-bet.
But by the way, not all trappers wear fur hats. As we see Jouhkimainen again going for this limp raise. And this time it's going to work. And Sovril kind of laughed as he raised there, almost like he's expecting Joni to be trapping.
Well, with some frequency, he's supposed to be.
Raise pot.
I thought you went to fold. I think he grabbed his card like it was folded, and I was like, oh, no trap. That's so bad.
And Sovril has a hand that really hates to see this.
Yeah.
How much?
Underperforms.
So nice from Joni, who's just been doing a lot of this, playing coy.
He's just been a little north of 1 million, a little south of 1 million for hours now.
You're right, yeah.
4.
One more hand, guys. One more hand.
One more hand,
now
okay.
they're drawing for hands. One more hand.
It was up to 4, I suppose.
Yes.
So we agreed to play like 1 more hour?
No, let's get out of here.
What time is
You can come back with 2 big blinds.
40.
That limp re-raise shit's not gonna work tomorrow. I'm gonna see the hands, and it's not gonna work.
You got fucking nothing, man.
I think this is your opportunity before we see the hand history. Ace 10, 10, 6, 360 to go. Suited to the 10.
A little bit delirious out there is the
Yeah,
vibe I'm getting.
The guys are having a good time, though. You love to see it.
You love to see King Jack 9-6 double. If you're Martirosian, up we go. Full pot.
Not much of a hand for anybody. This could just be it right here. Does Reardon want to defend with that tray dangler?
Yeah. It's an ugly one.
You make the 3, a 5, or a 6. He's in for sure, but he decides this is enough. Try to flop an 8.
You have 525 behind?
Heart coverage for Artur. Just north of $500,000 back. It comes 9-7-4. Top pair now for Reardon.
Pretty cozy looking flop for Artur.
Yeah, he's got
With
the better
this
top pair.
Stack to pot ratio. Expect him just to pot it. And Reardon, despite flopping top pair, probably cannot continue. He is one of the worst possible types of top pair with that pocket pair in hand. No additional equity.
340.
Maximum. Show should be over. And it's official.
Show it. Last hand.
So that's going to do
Done.
it.
No, I got one more. Huh? Oh, that was the last one?
And you didn't jinx them, Ali.
No.
They all made it.
I was a little bit nervous, if I'm being honest.
The 5 Musketeers.
All day playing the game.
We're going to send them home to hit the pillow and come back to give us a champ tomorrow. And here's how the stacks will look when they return. Martirosian and the shorty, 5 blinds north of them is Joni. Reardon midfield, Samau trying to maintain contact with Sovril. And that's day 2 in the books here at the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl PLO, where dreams were broken, but the bubble was burst. Come back. tomorrow when we award $1.25 million and the ring. Until then, on behalf of our whole crew here in Vegas and my man Alex Livingston in the booth, this is Ali Najad saying good night.